VSiN by the Books with my man Dave Ross. Tune in tomorrow. We got a recap of Thursday Night Football, both MLB Championship Series games, and it's a great guest list coming up to help preview the weekend. Warren Sharp, Rick Neuheisel, Lou Finicaro, Nick Whalen, and Thomas Gable all join the show. It's VSiN by the Books, Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
Marching along here on a Thursday, we continue with Fantasy Football Hall of Famer Paul Charchian, kind enough to stick around for 2 segments on the Progressive Guest Line. Website is guillotineleagues.com. Okay, so we were hot and heavy on the tight ends in this Thursday night matchup to begin the show today. Let's just get right into it.
Yeah.
You are as well.
Okay.
How much do you love Noah Fant overall tonight?
I think he's sitting on a really good game, and this is a lot of reasons for it. First, Cincinnati tight end Mike Gesicki's on IR. Their other tight end, Tanner Hudson's not he didn't clear the concussion protocol. He's been ruled out. That puts Noah Fant on the field pretty much every snap. So let's talk about the Cincinnati offense. You bring in noodle arm Joe Flacco, loves his tight ends. In 5 games with Cleveland, Flacco's Browns had the second most targets to tight ends, second most receptions to tight ends, averaging 8 receptions per game to the tight end position. Last week, Flacco goes to Cincinnati, threw to his tight ends 11 times right out of the gate. And here's Flacco. He's averaging the second shortest of any quarterback, barely 5 yards. That's tight end territory as well. Here comes the Steelers tonight. Last week, the Steelers saw 17 targets to tight ends. They're allowing the second most tight end yards, 72 per game. So what do we do with Noah Fant now? We're going to go over the 3.5 receptions, over the 25.5 yards. Anytime touchdown is plus 500. The 2 touchdown is plus 5,500. I think that's all bettable. You could ladder up Noah Fant in this game because this is what Joe Flacco does. He throws to his tight ends. I think this is a major miscalculation by the market.
Yep.
And we can take advantage on over basically everything on Noah Fant.
Love it. Great breakdown. I'm with you. How about Darnell Washington?
Did Charch lose us here? I think he lost the audio. He's moving though.
I know.
Did you see it? Like I saw his some
bizarre.
facial movement.
That's right.
But then nothing with the audio, huh? Okay, that's odd.
Damn.
Yeah, no.
Great breakdown.
Yeah, he's gonna explain. It's gonna be a tight end showdown tonight. I think.
Yeah, we have. I think you're right. And we got the good news with the backups as well. Are you going to do anything with Sample just in case?
Yeah, I have
4th
to.
string, he'll be on the field.
Well, let me give you this, by the way.
He had a catch last week.
So this is from Ryan Kramer, Sports Gambling Podcast, every Friday night.
Hey, Ryan.
Here on VSiN. He's been off to a great start with first touchdown scores. He's got Jonnu, Pittsburgh's defense, Drew Sample, and Yossi Vash as his 4 guys. He goes to battle every single game with 4 different players.
Unbelievable.
And he's been cashing left and right.
Yep.
I think we have Charge back now. We were just getting into the Pittsburgh tight ends here, explaining why you like Washington and maybe even Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, I do. And normally, guys, the Pittsburgh tight ends have been cannibalizing each other all season, which is bad. But we're going to take the Jonnu Smith over 23.5 yards. The Darnell Washington over 18.5 yards. Darnell Washington's unbelievable. They called him the Big O at Georgia. He's 6'7", 265 pounds. He is the biggest tight end in the league, as far as I know. And he's athletic. And they're starting to use him these past few weeks. And Pat Freiermuth is just dried up, just 2 catches in the last 3 games. Here's the key part about both of these tight ends that I love. Slot receiver Calvin Austin is out. Jonnu Smith is the second most used player from the slot on Pittsburgh. So they're going to stand up Jonnu Smith in the slot in place of Calvin Austin. That's a great opportunity for Jonnu to have a rare breakout game in this offense. He obviously was great last year with Miami. He was a Pro Bowl player. Miami shipped him off, and now he's been locked into this battle. But this is a pathway for Jonnu Smith to top the 23.5 yards. I'll also mention Bengals have allowed the 7th most tight end yards, 66 per game, and they've allowed the 2nd most tight end touchdowns. Now, Darnell Washington's not normally a touchdown guy, but dude is built for it. He's so big. He can every contested catch in the end zone would be perfect for Darnell Washington to come down with. you can hit the Darnell Washington, I think the anytime touchdown 400, something in that ballpark.
Yeah, it's
that's
right,
pretty compelling, guys.
It's right around that number, I think, too.
350.
Yeah. And they've been using his big body to block more as well, so that kind of makes sense, right? They could use him to make the Bengals think that he's going to block near the goal line, and then, there he slides out to the corner, and he's wide open.
Exactly.
What has happened to Chase?
Got it.
What has happened to Chase Brown? And do you want to do anything with P. Ryan as a result?
No, I mean, Chase Brown has got the second highest percentage of carries out of anybody in the NFL. He's getting 75% of the team's carries. The problem that's killed him is a horrible offensive line. Bengals are dead last in run blocking per Pro Football Focus. And the game script is always against the running game. Get this. Here's your stat of the day for the Bengals. They've only run 27 plays with a lead all year. That's it. That'll kill your running game, too. Chase Brown, just the one touchdown. Steelers are seeing the 10th fewest rushing yards. I just think there's not. The number on Chase Brown is already really low. I don't know that you can really go under it, but the last three lead backs that have faced the Steelers have averaged just 37 yards, and they're all better than what Chase Brown is playing at this year.
All right. Any props that you like with Rodgers, who is secretly, quietly having a decent season?
Well, he is quietly having a pretty good season, and this isn't the narrative anybody wanted, right? We all wanted to be like, he's completely washed up. He was bad with the Jets. Now he goes here. We were mocking the Steelers for not signing him earlier. He's top 10 in touchdown passes, completion percentage, passer rating, and just 3 interceptions. And, and he's done this, by the way, just feeding DK Metcalf, basically. That's it. Yeah. Calvin Austin's been a little involved. He won't play tonight. Bengals pass defense bad, as you'd expect. 30th in passing yards, 27th in passing touchdowns allowed. Every opposing passer has scored. I think if I were going to play Aaron Rodgers, I would play the over 1.5 touchdowns. I don't remember the number. I don't have it in front of me, but I think he is sitting on a 2, maybe even 3 touchdown game.
Okay. Set this one up for us. I'll find that number for you while you're talking about your next guy that you like. We're talking to Paul Charchian here, Fantasy Football Hall of Famer, GuillotineLeagues.com on the Progressive Guest line. I really want to bet the Browns this week, but then the forecast for Sunday threw me off a little bit yesterday. We're talking about potentially high winds here with some scattered showers, or maybe even consistent showers throughout the entire game, the way it appears. What does that mean overall to the Browns offense?
Well, okay, I'm going to tell you exactly. First, 80% chance of rain, including embedded thunderstorms and heavy downpours, very possible, and windy on top of that, with sustained winds of 25 miles an hour, gusting to 30 and 40 miles an hour. That's the current plan for Cleveland right now. I'm going to tell you exactly how I think this game is going to go. Cleveland's number 1 ranked run defense will shut down Devon Achane. He's going to be out. Now, Tua's going to be forced to pass into the wind, and he doesn't have the arm for that. So he's going to make mistakes. He's already got 7 interceptions. The Browns are going to capitalize on Tua's weather-aided mistakes, get a lead, and then they're just going to run Quinshon Judkins like crazy. His carries line is sitting at 21.5, so it's a big number, but I don't think it's big enough. I did some digging into Kevin Stefanski's weather games. Let me give you examples for similar games. It's November 21. Against Houston, the winds are 25 miles an hour. Stefanski runs Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt combined 38 times in the game. 38. It's Christmas Eve 2022 against the Saints. Stefanski wins 30 miles an hour. Stefanski runs Nick Chubb 24 times. And here comes Quinshon Judkins. Last 3 games, he had 12 carries last week, but the week before is 23. The week before that was 21. He didn't even in bad weather games. He's getting into the 20s on carries. This is a great opportunity. And on top of everything else, Dylan Gabriel is the quarterback for the Browns. Dead last in yards per pass attempt at just 4.5. He's a noodle arm. He doesn't have the passing velocity to slice through the wind. They're going to have to run. They're going to get ahead, and Kevin Stefanski's going to do what he likes to do in bad weather, run the ball. Quinshon Judkins over 21.5 carries.
I absolutely love that. It's out. You can still find 20.5. That's out there as well. Not juiced too high to the over. So I'm going to get on that here ASAP. Great breakdown. Love the history lesson there as well.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio.
On the ice Wednesday, the Sabres doubled up the Senators 8-4. The Red Wings beat the Panthers 4-1. Tonight, the Blue Jackets host the Avalanche, while the Penguins visit the LA Kings. Thursday night football, the 4-1 Steelers visit the 2-4 Bengals. Cincinnati's 1-1 at home. The Steelers 2-0 on the road solid this season. On Pittsburgh's injury report, linebacker Malik Harrison and safety Deshaun Elliott listed as questionable with injuries. Wide receiver Calvin Austin's out. For the Bengals, defensive end Trey Hendrickson is listed as questionable. He suffered a back injury during the loss at Green Bay. Tight end Tanner Hudson is out. The Steelers lead the AFC North. They've won 3 in a row. The Bengals looking to snap a 4-game losing skid. The Browns are on the bye this week. They're coming off a 23-9 loss on the road at Pittsburgh. Cleveland returns to action a week from this Sunday at New England. The Lions are home on Monday night. 4-2 Detroit squared off with 5-1 Tampa Bay. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
This week at Macy's, it's the best time to save on fall styles at our biggest fall sale. Find the classic brown boots and preppy Mary Jeans that everyone's wearing. Luxurious cashmere and wool sweaters. Even better, it's our lowest prices of the season on diamond jewelry, now 50 to 75% off. Over half off. Don't miss your chance to save big on the looks you need now at Macy's biggest fall sale. Today, savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit TAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team Pride Cobras.
Sandrock Concrete specializes in all types of concrete, driveways, sidewalks, basements, and garages. We also do stamp-colored concrete in many different designs. We do interior and exterior stonework, regular brick and block work. Sandrock Concrete is fully insured. Call Jerry Sandrock at 330-506-0013 for an estimate. Also find them on Facebook at Sandrock Concrete LLC. Sandrock Concrete, where you deal with the owner all the time.
You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Are you tired of switching apps just to catch your favorite shows and live events? Say hello to the iMedia One Network app, your one-stop destination for streaming and everything that matters. From national sports to exclusive local content, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast are now all in one place, anytime, anywhere. Download the free iMedia One Network app on iOS and Android and unlock the future of sports audio in the palm of your hand. The iMedia One Network, your sports app in the Valley.
Crank the mic, let's get loud. It's time to start the show. It's a hockey night in Youngstown with three guys ready to go. Ready to go. Welcome to the gritty city. It's Phantom's time tonight. We're gonna break it down and do this damn thing right. Right. It's the Dump and Chase podcast. Let's go. It's the Dump and Chase podcast. Right. It's the Dump and Chase podcast. Right. Dump and Chase. Let's go.
Hello, Phantom fans, and welcome to Season 8, Episode 4 of the Dump and Chase podcast. Coming up in this episode, we look back at the Phantoms' home opener weekend at Cavelli Center, look ahead to the first three-game weekend of the season, fan Q&A, and for this week's edition of Phantom Files, we welcome defenseman JT Vini to the show. My name is Sam Olmstead, and joining me as always are Dan Conley.
Motion in the ocean. His air hose broke. Lots of trouble. Lots of bubble. He was in a jam. He's in a giant clam.
And Justin Irwin.
Hey, Lazy Lips, your mama was a snowblower. I feel I've used that word at some point in time on the show.
I'll be happy if someone gets mine. What it's from?
Gun, Colt 45. Play-Doh. Gentlemen, how we doing?
I guess it could have been worse. We did manage to get a win this weekend, and I'm just glad to have hockey back in Youngstown.
Yeah. You guys got to see hockey in the flesh. I still watched on my my screen at home this weekend. So
yeah, you've been a very absent fan so far this season.
Life does not want me to be one just yet.
I'll tell you what. The craziness of a home opening weekend and everything else. I'm sitting there. At this point, we're recording on Sunday night. So last night, Saturday night, I'm going through putting stats in. I'm going through looking at other games. Saturday night was a weird night in the USHL. Three games in particular really had some strange goings on. Starting out with Dubuque beating Chicago 11-4. Dubuque was 6 for 7 on the power play. 3 of those goals came on a major penalty. And I think last year we discussed this, the way that's scored. So basically on that power play, they would have been 3 for 4. On that major, you can't be a perfect something for something on a major penalty. Like we talked about that last year. Mm-hmm. So 6 for 7. Chicago was 1 for 1 on the power play this game. No penalties were killed in this game.
And from my understanding of the situation is the league will be reviewing probably a bit.
Yeah.
On this game.
Penalty kill took a huge hit in this game for both teams because there wasn't a single penalty killed.
Right.
And I'm sure the fans were entertained.
I'd say 50% of the discussions on Facebook through all the discussion groups were based off of this game right here.
Yeah.
Both teams calling the other teams dirty.
Yeah. Hey, at least Youngstown isn't the dirtiest team in the league this week.
Just wait till we play them, then we'll be to them.
So let me ask you guys, if you're taking a 3-0 lead into the third period, you're feeling pretty good about yourself, right?
No lead is safe. We know this.
You're feeling like 3-0. You've dominated the first 2 periods. This could end up being a pretty good night for you.
Yeah. Normal, you'd feel that way. We've been on the other side of that, but go ahead and lead us down this path here, Sam.
Waterloo, on the other hand, did not end up with this feeling last night. Waterloo taking on Green Bay. Waterloo took a 3-0 lead into the third period and lost this game 6-4.
That's crazy to me.
Well, I think I will note for next weekend, do not underestimate Green Bay.
Right.
Do not let your foot up off the gas.
Green Bay, other than the empty net goal that they scored at the end, all of these goals were even strength.
That's the most eye-opening stat of that. Because you see a team score 6 goals in a period, you're assuming they're getting some of that from the power play, just assuming it, and silly us to assume that because That's crazy. 6 goals on even. The only time they scored another one was actually down a player on the ice.
Yeah.
So.
And then Waterloo, when it was all said and done, Waterloo was 0 for 6 on the power play in this game. Green Bay was 0 for whatever they were. Green Bay was 0 for 2. So you have one game where no penalties were killed, and then another game where all penalties were killed. But a team comes back and wins and put a 6th spot on the board with 5 even strength goals and 1 empty netter.
We figured for a multitude of reasons this was going to be an interesting year in USHL, and it is definitely not disappointed us so far in that.
Considering the game we just mentioned before this, and the theatrics, and this one you got a rather interesting third period on scoring. I'd say we are fully underway in the USHL.
Speaking of games that the league will probably be taking a look at come Monday morning, Lincoln picked up their first win of the season over Madison 4-0. Lincoln also getting their first power play goal in their 7th game of the season. I believe they were like the last team to not have a power play goal. In this game, Lincoln was 2 for 12 on the power play. Madison was 0 for 7.
I must admit here, Sam, when you put they were 2 for 12 on a power play, I assuming that was on the season. Wasn't until I went and looked at the actual game, I realized, oh no, that's in one game.
19 power play opportunities in this game between the two of them.
How many faceoffs were there?
If only the league put that stat out.
Yeah, that's not one of the stats the league puts out.
There's a lot of penalties that happened this weekend in all the games is what you're telling me.
And if you look at the box score for that game, and especially there, I believe in the 3rd period, I believe the league's going to be taking a look at this one as well.
Yeah, I think going into this weekend, there was only like 3 or 4 suspensions coming into this week in the entire league. Something tells me we're going to double that at least.
I'm trying to remember who, one of you guys or whatever, that texted me that said coming out of the Fall Classic, there was only like 1 suspension and it wasn't us.
Yeah. Yeah, I really only think there was 4 going into this weekend.
So we talked a little bit last week about kind of the Eastern Conference versus the Western Conference dynamic. So I've been keeping track here the past couple weeks. I just wanted to add on to that now so far, 4 weeks into the season, as far as Eastern Conference games with Eastern Conference versus Western Conference teams, right now the Eastern Conference is 20 wins, 4 losses, 1 overtime loss, 1 shootout loss. 24, 1-1. That's like an 800 something win percentage. And of those 6 losses for the Eastern Conference, Green Bay and Madison are responsible for 5 of them.
That's quite a bit of Western Conference play they've had to start the year, but I keep waiting for that record to turn around the other way, but we'll be waiting a little bit longer, apparently.
Wisconsin, get your shit together.
Green Bay has 3 losses to Western Conference Madison has 2. I believe the U17s are the only other one that has a Western Conference loss.
They lost to Fargo in overtime. Or was it a shootout?
Yeah.
Overtime.
Or no, would that have been the 18s?
No, that was a shootout, I think.
Or would that have been the 18s then?
That was 18. That was at the Fall Classic.
That was the Fall Classic.
Oh, yeah.
That was the 18s. Yeah. So the 18s, not the 17s. My apologies. I do not want to.
There'll be an email Wednesday morning for that.
Yeah. Since they're coming to town this week. All righty. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. The weekend recap is coming up next with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. And I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between, it really is so special. And boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, You don't have to be there to be there.
You could say how are you or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you are listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back to the Dump and Chase podcast on the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio. So the Phantoms, finally, after all this time, we get our home opening weekend, 2 games with the visiting Cedar Rapids Rough Riders. Starting off with the game on Friday, Phantoms losing this game 5-2. Not really the way you want to start your home schedule for the season, especially for a team that is as successful as they are at home.
Agreed, but I think it was a teachable moment, maybe one period into the next game. But after beating Cedar Rapids at the Fall Classic, I don't think Coach Carlson is going to let it go, unnoticed to his team. So I totally expected Cedar Rapids to come in trying to spoil our home opener.
Yeah, you got like a real big high, seeing the crowd on, chanting for you for the first time the whole entire season. And it's funny how things work out sometimes. Sometimes the away team can draw on that and use it to their advantage. And I think that's kind of what happened with Cedar Rapids this first game.
See, I'm not even sure that it was Youngstown just came out and didn't have a lot of fight to them. Was it more of Cedar Rapids dominated them, or was it Youngstown just didn't have that fight to them on Friday? And I mean, that's a lot of what, Coach Ward talked about in the post game. Like there was zero will to win in this game.
I think it was a little bit of both. I mean, I think early on, Cedar Rapids did a lot of little things right. Sticks in lanes, blocking shots with the body. The Phantoms were having a hard time getting good quality chances. And I think they started to get away from their game and try to look for pretty plays.
Yeah, and I think that third period's where things really went sideways for them. They Cedar Rapids scored those goals in quick succession on them.
Yeah, 3 goals in 2 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yeah. Right. And I think when you're successful in things that you're doing, Cedar Rapids, I think Cedar Rapids, their floor of what to expect from them is pretty high. I don't think their ceiling is extremely high with the great things they can do. I just think they work hard, they pressure. You're always going to get a consistent effort out of Cedar Rapids, no matter what the record is. And I think when the Phantoms, things that worked for them in the past, in their first 4 games, I think they had trouble last week against Muskegon. And I think Cedar Rapids gave them the same type of issues finding those lanes, like you said, Justin. And those are all teachable things, like also what you said, Justin. So the Phantoms got a lot of shots. They didn't get a lot of secondary shots because they weren't there to clean up the mess. And unfortunately, so did Cedar Rapids, and they were there to clean up the mess on the other side.
There were a lot of rebounds to be had there too.
Right. So, you want to figure this out at this point in the season. You don't want to wait till you're playing your most important hockey later in the season for this stuff to happen.
Other than the second period, that was, hands down, the best period of the Phantoms in this game. When it was all said and done, they come out of it, tied 1-1. But yeah, it boiled down to that Cedar Rapids outworked them in pretty much every facet of the game. They outworked them.
And I think another reason why they didn't really get too many second opportunities when the shots come in is the Phantoms really haven't established a net front presence, like someone parked in front of the opposing team's goaltender, like that Shane LeChance type player just earns his money doing that. I think the Phantoms are still trying to sort for that person who that's going to be, because they're not afraid to shoot the puck. They just really not. Sometimes the puck doesn't bounce where they're at on the ice. Sometimes there's luck involved in that, but a lot of times they're just not there because the shots come in so quickly. They're not really set up to be in front of the goal net just yet.
We talk about kind of oddball things that happen in games around the league this weekend. I'd have to go back and do some research, but I think this may be the first home opener for the Phantoms where the Phantoms started the game shorthanded.
Yeah.
This is kind of one of those things we talk about, when we're there for warm-ups and stuff like that. There hits a point where after warm-ups, the players have to be off the ice. And sometimes you get those players that they want to have that moniker of they want to be the last one off. And and in this guy, I'm not saying that's what Evan Jardine was doing here. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm like, sometimes you get guys that have that moniker. Sometimes you get guys that just don't pay attention to the clock. I don't know what his reasoning was for this, but yeah, that's something, we found out last year the league was really starting to crack down on. Although if I remember correctly, I was told last year it was going to be more around the line of fines. Mm-hmm. Basically, by the time that clock hit 0 at the end of warmups, for every player that did not have 2 skates off the ice.
I think that was 2 years ago. I think last year it cost you your timeout. Was one of the things they were trying. And this year it is a 2-minute penalty to start the period.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't there. Were you guys there during the warmups?
On Friday, no, I wasn't there at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't exactly paying attention to the exact time. Yeah. I know there were players lingering around after the buzzer. So I think that's going to be kind of the thing. You hear that buzzer, I don't care what pucks are still not in the net. Just get off the ice.
Yeah. It's like the first opportunity for teams to play like mind games with each other. A few years ago, it was like really bad where nobody wanted to leave the ice. It was just always happening. But I really think that's when they're leaving the ice.
I think it goes back to like Connor Bedard got the reputation as the hard worker because, he would. Sam goes on about this. That's not what the scouts are looking at.
No.
Well, years ago, there'd still be 12 guys on the ice. Those were usually the Team USA games because there'd be 100 scouts in the building. Mm-hmm. Because Team USA was there, but but again, we're not saying this is what Evan Jardine was doing. Not saying that at all. Just kind of in general what we've seen in the past. I don't know what the case was on Friday, but so moving on to the game on Saturday, which 2 of the 3 of us actually attended this one. Dan really got to pick up the slack here.
Not getting any better Friday, I can tell you that.
I think I saw people sitting in your seats. I wasn't sure.
You probably were.
The game on Saturday, this was a 5-3 win for the Phantoms overall. And you could see it right away from the puck drop. A lot better energy from the Phantoms starting this game out. Now they still gave up the goal early on, kind of maybe the first 10 minutes of that first period. I mean, again, a lot more energy, still kind of struggling a little bit. I kind of like after that, they pretty much put it together and ran away with this game. I had received a text before the game with a picture of the line chart with a certain line circled, and the caption was "In case of emergency, break glass." and the line that was circled was the Hextall, Rucinski, Jardine line.
Jardine, yeah.
Putting those 3 back together, and I feel like that line did very well in this game. It goes to show you what chemistry on the ice can do.
You lose a game, you make corrections. I wholly think probably Friday night was because you had a very experienced head coach who kind of figured out the Phantoms game plan from watching tape and took us to task. We made corrections. We won.
And if you look at the first 2 goals that the Phantoms scored, the Cooper Simpson goal, both of these first 2 goals, the forecheck was really hounding. Mm-hmm. Cooper Simpson, the first goal, he went down there, he won the puck back, dropped it back to Miller. Miller dropped it at Hash, and Hash laid a perfect pass into Simpson, who put it home. And the second goal, that was Logan Anderson who scored that. Kyle O'Leary came all the way around the back of the net and tied up a Cedar Rapids player, won the puck back, found Kuharczyk, who then found Logan Anderson, who was there for a rebound and hammered it home. So I don't think those 2 goals happened Friday night because I don't think their feet were moving. The Phantoms' feet were moving enough to make that happen. But that just shows like when the team turns things on, I mean, there is no stopping them when they're all on and for the same purpose.
And I will point out, this was the 3rd game we played against Cedar Rapids. 2 of those games, gloves were dropped. So there is no love loss at the beginning of the season between these 2 teams.
Yeah. And two other things I want to point out is, Jack Wilson might be listed at like 5'8", but my man blocks a ton of shots. That dude eats more shots than anybody else. And he does not, he puts his whole entire body out to do that with. And the 3rd period power play goal that the Phantoms scored right off the face off. I think Rosinski scored that.
Yep.
That puck movement was so bliss, so simple. It looked like Cedar Rapids almost looked like cones on the ice. Just a simple dot-to-dot passing hammered Rosinski home.
That was 10 seconds into the power play. That was off the face off. That was a set play work to perfection.
It was.
Yeah. And they tried the reverse at some point in time on a power play. It did not work, but was close. But to make a point, on the weekend, Youngstown lived or died kind of by the face-off. When we were winning face-offs, we were spectacular. When we were losing face-offs, Cedar Rapids dominated, and especially that first game. But even at points during the second game, it seemed like momentum swung to whoever won that face-off.
I'd also like to give stick taps to whoever designed those cancer jerseys. I thought they were pretty sweet myself.
Yeah, I thought they were really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one more point I had, because I know how happy Justin was on Ryan Rosinski's empty net goal there towards the end. That the puck was taken on what Justin feels is the right side of the center line, and not the far side of it. I know you were very happy about that.
Well, I mean, I think at some point in time during the season, we've tried to take that shot that didn't work out for us. Excuse me.
Yeah. But you know what? But to your point last week, I caught part of an NHL game the other night, and I can't remember who it was, but it was an empty net, and it was like three times, like they were shooting it from the opposite face-off dots.
It frustrates me so much, even at that level.
Yeah.
I mean, juniors should knock that out of you.
No, San Jose had their goaltender in the net. That wasn't an empty. Well, it would end up being an empty net situation, but
right. No,
the goaltender was on the ice.
It was the regulation. San Jose tried scoring an empty net, and they effed it the whole way down and gave up a goal. The time expired to send it to overtime.
San Jose fumbled a lot in that game. Again, early in the season, teachable moments, even at the NHL level.
Those highlights are. Yeah, those highlights are the type you need, like the Benny Hill theme in the background for when your goaltender's coming all the way out to the blue line to play a puck and gets beat. Okay, so it is now time for the Dump and Chase podcast, 3 stars a week, and kicking it off with a 3rd star.
JT Vini, a goal and assist. I think already a fan favorite coming into this weekend. I think he lived up to it.
Yeah, our 2nd star of the week is Logan Anderson. He had 1 goal and 1 assist on the weekend. And tell you what, the young man, tender for the Youngstown Phantoms, is already on the 2nd power play unit. He's out there killing penalties. And it's very obvious to see why the team took their spin a tender on to bring him to Youngstown.
The 1st star of the week, that goes for the 2nd week in a row now, I believe, Ryan Rosinski, 2 goals, 2 assists, ended up with the game-winning goal on Saturday. Coach Ward had talked about on Friday about the stars on this team kind of stepping up. I really feel like on Saturday, Ryan Rosinski took that to heart.
Yep.
All right, so that will do it for 3 stars and the weekend recap. So we're going to step aside for a quick break. This week's edition of Phantom Files is up next with defenseman JT Vini with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532. The Village Tavern's been a beloved local landmark in Hubbard, Ohio for nearly a century, and now it's better than ever. Recently renovated and still serving up the same warm hospitality, the Village Tavern is your go-to spot for great food, cold drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. Whether you're stopping in for dinner, catching up with friends, or just looking to relax, you'll enjoy a full menu of American favorites, rotating drink specials, and friendly service that makes every visit memorable. Be sure to visit the Village Tavern at 746 North Main Street in Hubbard, right next to Repair That Glass. To learn more, go to villagetavern3.com.
We're back with the Dump and Chase podcast on the broadcast home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio. So for this week's edition of Phantom Files, we welcome to the show a player who is not hard to miss on the ice. At 6'7", he is the tallest player to ever suit up for the Phantoms. He comes to us from Rochester, Minnesota, or as we call it, Timmy Parkos land. He spent parts of the last 2 seasons with the Omaha Lancers and the Chilliwack Chiefs of the BCHL. He signed with the Phantoms this offseason and picked up his first goal of the season this past weekend. And if that isn't enough, he is committed to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. So we welcome Assistant Captain JT Vini. JT, welcome to the show. How you doing, bud?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing good. Can't complain. Glad to be on the podcast today.
So, how did you get started out playing hockey?
Being from Minnesota, you kind of go up into it. My dad never played hockey, but my mom, she grew up, her brothers played hockey. My grandpa was a coach. So he kind of got me, my brother, all my cousins into hockey. That's kind of how it started.
So I was doing a little bit of research into you, and this is one of the first things I wanted to ask you. You have an older brother, Deontay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank God that was right. His elite prospects page, he is listed at 6'6" and 280. That is a right tackle on the ice.
Oh my God. He actually played college football at Mankato State, or Minnesota State Mankato. And he just graduated last year and played semi-pro this last summer in West Virginia. So yeah, he's a left tackle or right tackle.
Oh, okay. I did get that. All right.
he's a big boy. He's probably 300 now, but yeah, he's a big dude.
What did that look like on the ice?
Oh my God. Players feared him. He only played till high school, his senior year. That was his last year, but he was destroying kids on the ice. It wasn't even fair.
Did you two line up on the same line out there?
I wish. I actually never got to play with them, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I wish. That would have been awesome.
I couldn't imagine. Did you ever have to play against them, out on the pond, or?
Oh yeah, tons of times. It didn't end good for me.
Did you play other sports growing up?
Yeah, I played football from second grade to freshman year, and then I played baseball for a little bit. And I also ran track in high school.
Okay.
Which one? I ran the 4x2, the 200, the 4x4, and triple jump. Yeah.
Lines up.
4x4 is not fun.
Well, me and Justin were talking at the game on Saturday about kind of how deceiving your speed is on the ice, because that's the one thing that's really impressed us for somebody your size is your skating.
Yeah.
And and we kept saying, your speed is almost a little deceiving because one of your strides is 3 or 4 of our human strides. So was that a big emphasis, your skate? Obviously being a bigger guy, how much of an emphasis was that on your skating? Because it looks like it's really paid off for you.
Being a big guy, it's definitely good to have good feet. If you're a big dude and you can skate, you can shoot for the stars. So, when I was growing, I knew I had to work on my speed, or that I was going to be done basically if I didn't have good feet or I was fast. So during the summer, the main thing I work on is probably power skating. That's probably the best thing for you in the summer because for a bigger dude, you got to work on that the most.
So before we get on to other stuff, though, I'm going to ask this because a lot of people have asked this question. How long is your hockey stick?
71 inches, I think.
That is tall. Yeah, that is taller than me. So I was right on that one.
What's the average? 60 inches is the average stick?
I think so. I think that's what it is.
Do you have to get a waiver?
No.
I know some leagues used to have to get a waiver to have to take longer than.
I think now Bauer, their technology is so high up. I think 71 is the highest you can get. So I know I should be that actually wasn't even an option at first. I had to put it on something separate that I needed it that tall.
Oh jeez.
Zdeno Chara's, his stick, it says, was 69 inches long. And that's longer than what the NHL allows for of 63. He had to have that's what Justin's talking about, the special waiver. So you had to get a special waiver to use 69-inch long stick. You got 2 inches on that.
Have you ever had your wingspan measured with the stick in your hand?
I have not.
What your reach is?
I don't think so.
Because we've seen it already in so many games. You fully take advantage of that reach. And it seems like it's frustrated more than a few players on other teams so far.
Definitely, yeah. I don't know what it is, to be honest. It's long though.
you're gonna ask Rushy to check tomorrow, aren't you?
I will. I'm gonna tell.
Well, we'll ask. We'll ask you. We'll ask you this weekend. See if we get an update on that. So yeah, your time in Minnesota, you were with John Marshall High School. Our scouting report by our Minnesota expert that we mentioned in the intro told us that that's more the southeastern part of the state, not as much as a hockey hotbed, maybe further north in the state. I mean, how was your experience as far as Minnesota high school hockey?
It's definitely an experience. I prefer hockey players in Minnesota to stay and play high school because I grew up playing with pretty much the same kids from the time I was 6 to 13. Then we have 4 high schools, which was unfortunate. So wherever you lived, that's where you had to go to school. So we have Mayo High School, we have Century High School, and then obviously John Marshall, and then Lourdes was our private school. But the main power school, and I was playing high school was Mayo. They probably had out of the kids I played with, they probably had over 50% of the kids went there. And then it was on my team, we didn't have a JV team at my high school. We were short numbers because there was a lot of kids transferring to the other ones. But I wanted to stay loyal, especially my brother graduated from JAM, and he would have been pissed if I would have transferred. He doesn't like stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just knew I had to stay. I wanted to. My head coach was also actually really good for me. He developed me really well, especially for how low our numbers were. He was a great head coach.
Okay, so now on to your junior career. You start out in Omaha, then it's Northern Iowa, then Chilliwack up in the BCHL, and then you get to Youngstown. Describe the journey and what's it like in Youngstown compared to these other stops?
Omaha's a nice city. I think my Bills were definitely made it even better. They're awesome people. I still talk to them to this day. They're a good city. Mason City was something new to me, honestly, because I'm used to a bigger city. Rochester's pretty big. Omaha's pretty big. So going to a smaller town, I was it was a little weird at first, but also my Bills there were really cool too. So having a great bill is it makes the experience way better. And then Chilliwack, I actually lived with one of my best friends from my hometown, Jordan Banky, who I grew up playing hockey with. So that was awesome. And BC was beautiful, mountains all over the city. Just an unbelievable experience, honestly. And then coming to Youngstown, it's awesome here. Everything you can imagine on a team is what we have here. My billets are awesome. My teammates are awesome. Coach is awesome. Can't complain about that.
Now, your time up in Chilliwack, you guys finished as runners up in the league. Who was it? Brooks Bandits?
Yep.
All right. So, want to talk a little bit about the play style or just what that experience was like being at what that experience was like for you?
Looking back on it now, it's really unfortunate that we lost with the great team that we had. But I mean, we started off. It's a 7-game series, so we were thinking it was going to be a long game because Brooks was obviously really good. They beat us in the regular season, but yeah, we started off there, the higher seed, so we went there 2 games. We actually started off the game on a penalty kill because one of my teammates did something in warm-up, so we started on the PK in the final game on. But we scored 5 seconds into the game on the PK. I think they beat us the first game, and then we came out humming the second game and beat them at home. So we're going back home, tied 1-1. Game 3, we actually go to overtime, and they score, and they all left the ice. They score, they left the ice. Refs review the goal. It gets called back. They come back on the ice. We go to a second overtime. We beat them. So now we're up 2-1, and then they beat us the next day, 2-2, going back to their barn. Travel was also brutal. It's because Alberta was probably 14 hours from Chilliwack. So going back there for game 5, we flew, which was nice. But we had to bus home and play game 6, and that's the game that we lost at home, which was unfortunate. definitely don't recommend that for any player, but seeing the team that you guys hate just raise a cup in front of you is not fun. So,
oh, we know that feeling.
We know that one. Yes, that would be for us Fargo.
Go back, what, 7-8 years ago, however long it was. Yeah, we know that feeling. Raising the cup right in center of our ice. I mean, that just makes you want it more, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
And you have experience starting a game shorthanded. So when Friday came along,
yeah, I was definitely not new to that.
So kind of your limited time so far, like what have your impressions of Youngstown been? Finally getting to play games at the Cavelli Center, interacting with the fans, like how's that been for you so far?
I love it. Like the fan base is awesome. They seem to be really into the games, which I love. And then Cavelli, we only had like a day of practice before we skated. So like it was a little tough at first, but then like I actually love playing there. It's a fun rink. That was actually my first time playing there. So I thought it was unbelievable. And then, I mean, we have like all the resources here. So that's a great spot. Like I wouldn't want to play anywhere else, honestly.
You committed to the U.S. Military Academy.
Yep.
What made you make that decision?
So, I was actually taking a nap in the summer. I had got a text from my agent saying that the assistant coach, the new signed assistant coach, wanted to call me from West Point. I was like, okay. So I got on the call with them. He's like, I'm sure they'd say this to like all the guys that they recruited, but like he was like, yeah, like, so what do you know about like West Point? I was like, I mean, all I know is basically like the Army, but that's kind of what you kind of assume. And then he's like, yeah, I kind of assumed you're going to say that, but like there's so many benefits from it. And like the only like military you have to do is like the 6-week basic training in the summer before school. And then like when school starts, it's just school and hockey. So like it's basically like another university. And then he was they were wanting me to come out for a visit. So my parents and I went out for a visit. And they're saying like it's something that you have to experience or like believe it to see it or see it to believe it. So like, I mean, when we got there, it was like an unbelievable campus, unbelievable, something I've never seen before. So, I mean, talking to all the coaches, they have high hopes for me. And that's always something you want to hear. And that's always good to hear and to know. And, I mean, I just had a feeling that like, the brotherhood that they're talking to me about there is like can be unmatched. So that's kind of my thoughts on it, and like I'm super excited to get there. So
here in Youngstown, we've had a couple things weird happen over the past couple of years, and I think Cal Houston last year took 2 faceoffs for various reasons. So you coming in as a 6'7" player, how hard is it for you to take a faceoff, and when's the last time you have taken a faceoff?
In a game or like practice?
In a game.
I don't remember the last time I did. Maybe in Omaha. I probably did in Omaha just because like one of the centers got to route and I decided to go in there and take one. but they could be like easy. It could be super hard though, because like they obviously like they're gonna be lower than me off the draw. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have to tell Mortar to let me take a face off one game.
I did see you in front of the net at one point in the game Saturday.
Oh yeah, I love that. I love getting in front of the net. So fun.
It's got to be probably one of the first times some of them European goaltenders wasn't able to see over the guy in front of them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Some of those 6'4", 6'5" guys that somebody can actually stand in front of them and screen them like that.
Oh yeah.
So before we let you out of here, usually, we'll ask if everyone, is there any like friends, family, anybody like that might be listening into this you'd want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, definitely my parents and my brother. They're huge supporters for me. So shout out to them.
I would say definitely having to buy you guys hockey equipment growing up. I would think your parents are heroes almost, I would say.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
I really wonder what some of those conversations were like when you guys weren't around. All right. JT, thank you so much for coming on, hanging out with us. Really looking forward to seeing what you put on the ice this season. But Neo, thanks for coming on, bud.
Thank you.
All right. So we have been joined by Phantoms defenseman and assistant captain JT Vini. We're going to hop off here for a short break. The fan Q&A and the weekend preview are coming up next with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you're listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm gonna do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
This is the Dump and Chase podcast on the home of Phantoms Hockey, Western Reserve Radio. So for this week's edition of Fan Q&A, got a few questions here, got some good ones. Like I said in the Facebook post, you guys have really been killing it with these questions, so please keep them coming in here. So kicking it off with the first question, Nathan Lewis came back for a game last season. What former player would you like to see come back this season?
You know, for me, it's a player who's probably never, ever going to, actually, I don't think he's ever acknowledged the team since he left, but it'd be Kyle Connor. It'd be kind of cool to get him back in the fold, but probably never, ever going to happen.
I'm going to go with, no surprise, Kiefer Sherwood. But with the caveat, he's an Ohio player. Both he and his brother, who, were pretty highly touted, both had ties to the Phantoms. Kiefer played a whole lot of games. And, I just think, getting somebody like that back to, say how they got there would be fantastic.
If I had to throw a name out for the sake of throwing a name out, I'd throw out Fowler, just because I think if they advertise that in advance, I think the arena might sell out for Fowler coming back. The reality of it is I don't think I'd want to see anybody come back, because if they're coming back, it usually means that they're injured or no longer with the team that they were on. I don't want to see that happen with any of the guys. There's, we have a lot of former Phantoms like in the AHL right now trying to get to the NHL. I'd rather them be there trying to achieve that goal than coming back to wave hi to everyone. All right. So the next question, this comes from Brian. He says, 4 weeks into the season, what do you guys see as the team's strong point, and what do you see as the team's weak point? Love the show. Keep up the good work. Well, Brian, thank you for that. Dan, what do you see as the strong point and the weak point so far?
I think the weak point for the team so far is their inconsistencies on the ice from game to game. And their strong point is for sure how much skill the team has. I think the team has a ton of individual skill, but with great skill comes great responsibilities. I don't know why I feel like the right thing to say.
Thank you, Uncle Ben.
Anyway, Dan just stole my point, so I'm trying to stall him.
Or low-hanging fruit points. I apologize.
You don't need to apologize. Indeed. For me, I think the strong point is I see a lot of good on the forecheck. When we are pressing the puck, we are just relentless in the offensive zone. The one thing I see is maybe being a problem is Dan had mentioned inconsistency. I would like to say a little bit in kind of net. I see goaltenders making a lot of great saves, but in converse, there's, they're kind of struggling with rebounds, things like that. So maybe just tightening it up in net, but I mean, not a whole lot to really nitpick at this point. That's a good thing.
Yeah. For me, the strong point, I'd say the forecheck. And it's way more aggressive than we've seen in the past, but it has not led really to anything negative for the team so far up to this point. But just that, again, the forecheck, just the turnovers in the neutral zone, with other teams trying to break the puck out. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible to watch so far this season. The weak point I would say so far, and this is something maybe for a lot of teams will be a weak point early in the season. Right now, I would say the penalty kill. If you're going to be a team that takes as many penalties as the Phantoms do, you got to tighten up that penalty kill. Right now, Youngstown's penalty kill is at 78.8%. That is 12th in the league. And they are tied for second in the league for times shorthanded. 33 times shorthanded, tied with our opponents this weekend, the Green Bay Gamblers. So those are going to be two interesting games. And then only trailing Lincoln, who's been shorthanded 34 times so far. Okay, so the final question. With the Penguins starting the year better as expected, what are your thoughts on this team? Playoffs, ? First overall pick, ? Trade Crosby / Malkin, ?
I've got my hand up.
Yes, Justin.
At this point in the season, we won 2 games in. 3 games in, we lost 1, 1-2. A lot of nice things to say about a young goaltender. Not a whole lot to base this on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't read too much into this. It's a nice way to start, but it's a long season.
Yeah. For me, I'm not really convinced that the Penguins are good or anything, but I will say the vibe feels different this year. So that gives me hope.
Yeah. Just younger players kind of infused in. Ben Kindle, Harrison Burn. If I'm saying it, is it Burnick?
Burnick.
One is a second round pick from 24. One's the 11th overall pick from this most recent draft. It's amazing what can happen when the Penguins actually have draft picks in those first 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. And Kindle was the first draft pick to score a goal this year.
So it's it's amazing what happens when you can start infusing that younger talent. And in the Penguins case, cheaper talent.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
With them being on rookie contracts and everything like that. As far as playoffs trades, way too early. Trading Crosby and Malkin, both of them have no movement clauses. So for them to be traded, they would have to approve it. And I promise you, if go to Google and search Sidney Crosby trade, 95% of the results that are going to come up are ESPN articles.
Yeah.
There were many things wrong with ESPN covering the NHL, but ESPN loves the thought of trades of high-end players in any sport. In any sport. Crosby just did an interview with Colby Armstrong, probably about a week ago. And, Army asked him, about these trade rumors and everything else. And Crosby just sat there and said, this is what people talk about when you're losing. When you're winning, everybody's good. When you're losing, this is the kind of things people talk about it. He's like, I'm not worried about it. Crosby has said many times that he's going to finish his career in Pittsburgh. There isn't hardly anybody at ESPN that can cover hockey in any way that would be considered coherent, but they love talking about trades. They love starting that rumor mill that, this guy's going to get traded and this guy's going to get traded. I don't know what ESPN's obsession with Crosby going to Colorado is.
McKinnon. Best friends.
Yeah.
that means they're going to play together, obviously.
Yeah.
Which means at some point McKinnon is getting traded to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But again, go search this on Google. 95% of the results are going to be ESPN articles, and all the other results are just going to be referencing ESPN articles, because this is just what ESPN does. And the fact that ESPN is like the main one covering the NHL now, no, wasn't any good in the past. It isn't any better now. All right. So again, thank you everybody for the questions. Again, keep them coming in. You can find the link pinned to the top of our Facebook page if you would like to submit one throughout the week. And you might be on next week's episode. So switching it over now, the weekend preview coming up, Youngstown's first 3-3 of the season. So kicking it off on Friday, Youngstown will be welcoming the U17s, the NTDP U17s to the Cavelli Center. So far on the season, the U17s coming in with a record of 1-3-1. They have 3 of the overall 6 points for the NTDP. They are currently sitting last in the Eastern Conference. Although last weekend, the 17s on Friday beat Muskegon 4-3, Muskegon's first loss of the season of all the teams to break that streak.
Yeah, that was not on my bingo card.
And then they proceeded to lose the next night, Saturday night, to Muskegon 6-0. So a little more return to reality there.
That was on the bingo card.
Yeah, if ever there was a bet, if you could bet on USHL, it would have been that Muskegon was going to Goomba stomp 17s the next game.
And then another one of these little oddball quirks to the schedule. The U17s will actually be playing Green Bay on Thursday. Green Bay will be traveling to Plymouth for a game with the 17s on Thursday. And then I would guess both Green Bay and the 17s will be traveling to Youngstown afterwards, with Youngstown playing the U17s on Friday, and then games Saturday and Sunday against the Gamblers. So just kind of one of those odd little scheduling quirks that just keep popping up here and there so far. Green Bay with a record of 3-4-0-1 on the season. They currently sit with 7 points. They are 7th in the Eastern Conference. Green Bay, led by Elliot Gully, the UMass Lowell commit, 8 points in 8 games. Both goaltenders that Green Bay will be bringing in this weekend, Youngstown has a little bit of a history with. And I completely forgot that this happened last season until I was looking this stuff up. Leo Henriquez, who seems to be the main guy for Green Bay so far this season, Slovakian goaltender in his second season with Green Bay. Last season, he went 1-2 versus the Phantoms, and I'd completely forgotten about this. The 3-3 series, it was at the end of February last season between Green Bay and Youngstown. Henriquez played all 3 games of that 3-3.
Yeah, I believe, weren't those his first games of the year too? Sure he got pulled up.
Possibly something to that. I'd have to go look that up.
I mean, until you mentioned it, I don't think about it, but I remember that now. I mean, we were sitting there kind of going, I think he really kind of played well in that series.
He did,
despite taking 2 losses.
The other goaltender for Green Bay, Joey Slavic, he has spent the last 2 seasons with the NTDP. In 5 games against Youngstown in the past 2 seasons, Joey Slavic is 0-2 in those 5 games. So 3 of those games were either 3 of those games not the goaltender of record, so either got the hook or came in mop-up time.
Yeah, I mean, the NTDP had a couple goalies on that roster. I don't think he was one of the better ones, and that was a notoriously bad NTDP team that they had that he played on.
Well, so, I'm going to preface this by, I am not going to judge him by what happened on Team USA. I mean, they do tend to, especially early on in the season, split the goaltending duties up per game. I wouldn't read too much into that stat.
I also think Green Bay, I think they're a little bit better than the record shows. Not even saying because they came back against Waterloo. They got a kid named Gavin Katz. He's got 5 goals on the year. He came from Shattuck St. Mary's. He's like pure goal scorer type thing. He's a little like Energizer bunny on the ice. And they also got William Samuelson, I think. He's a Dallas Stars draft pick. I think he plays along with like David Roosevelt, who's a New Jersey Devil draft pick as well. I think the team just needs time to kind of congeal and stuff like that. But Green Bay, they got some good players on their team. Whether or not they can figure out a way to put it all together, we'll see. But they're going through some stuff, but they do have some good players. I do want to know are they going to be given a night off Friday? Are they going to come watch the game in Cavelli Friday, or if their bus driver's going to come sit by me again? Screw that guy. Screw that guy.
I thought he got thrown out.
He did.
Call ahead. Make sure his picture's up at the On the board. Yeah, make sure they put his picture up on the board and
the Cavelli Wall of Shame.
All right. So 3 games: Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Get your pad of paper and a pencil out for these. Friday, the puck drop is 7:05. Saturday, it is 6:05, and Sunday is 4:05. Friday is First Responders Night. Saturday is Bike Night. So Dan, looks like your parents might enjoy that one.
Oh, hey, for sure will be.
So tickets are available for these games. So you can call the Phantoms box office at 330-747-PUCK. That is 330-747-7825. The video stream is available on Flow Sports. If you can't make it to the game, the audio feed will be available on the iMedia One Network app with voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, on the call. So that is going to about do it for this episode. We're going to step aside one more time, and when we come back, we'll wrap up the show and look ahead to next week. So keep it here one more time with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan.
Separated.
We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
Idea how to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Message.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're back, and that will do it for this edition of the Dump and Chase podcast. A big thanks to JT Vini for coming on and chatting with us. And as always, a massive thanks to all of you for tuning in this week. So next week, we will be recapping the Phantoms 3-game weekend, and we will be previewing Youngstown's trip to Sioux City, Iowa for 2 games with the Musketeers. So you can find this show on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts. And don't forget to follow us on social media. You can find us on Instagram and Facebook. It is there you can find updates about the show, about the team, throughout the week. So before we get out of here, to my co-hosts, Dan Conley and Justin Irwin, any final thoughts?
For me, I'm just happy. I'm hopefully going to get to see some hockey in person this weekend. I got 3 chances to do it. It's not going to happen Friday, but I'll be there one of those days.
I was going to say, Dan's probably the only one who's happy there's 3 games this weekend.
Well, I won't be there on Friday. I'm using the Dan excuse this week. I'm going to a high school football game. So
yeah,
I'm using what I'm now calling the Dan excuse for this. But I will be there Saturday and Sunday. All right. So as always, hockey is a sport played on ice with sticks and a puck, and our podcast is a thing you just listen to. See ya.
The Dan excuse. I'm cool with that being my excuse.
It sounds better than the Dan likes his kids more than us excuse.
No, it doesn't.
Welcome to the gritty city. Ready to go. Welcome to the gritty city. Gritty city. It's Phantoms time tonight. We're gonna break it down, and do this damn thing right. It's the Dump and Chase podcast. Let's go. It's the Dump and Chase podcast. Right, Dump and Chase. Let's go.
stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
Ready, set, bet. Weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Hi, this is Grace Remington for VSiN, the sports betting network. Bet smarter this football season with the ultimate game day tools at VSiN.com. Get real-time betting lines and futures odds comparisons, weather updates, score projections, and power ratings all in one place. Click on the NFL and college football tabs at VSiN.com and make every wager count. Join VSiN Pro to get these betting tools and the NFL and college football betting guides, all for $9.99 for your first month or 50% off an annual plan. Go to VSiN.com/subscribe.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network.
Follow the money.
That's what I always say. You always follow the money.
Yeah. This is Follow the Money with Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard on VSiN.
Welcome in. We are live in downtown Vegas. Circa Resort and Casino is a spot. Great night again in sports. October is as good as it gets. The Thursday night game, which we'll get to in 15 minutes. And we also have 2 Major League Baseball playoff games as well. And the first pitch in LA is coming up in a matter of minutes as they take on the Brewers in game number 3 of the National League Championship Series, Paulie. And this number at circa anyway, Dodgers are $1.58. They are as high as $1.70 on the screen from what I'm seeing right now.
$2 yesterday.
I know. So I think that
road angle and must-win angle.
Well, the game plan here now of Ashby's going to go, and then it's going to be Mizorowski, from our understanding. And I think maybe that makes some sense then, right? Because that's the game plan. Are you rushing, or is the market rushing to bet the Brewers if it goes Ashby, Quintana, and then
who knows?
Yeah, exactly right after that.
Yeah, right. But the way this Dodger pitching staff has been going, and Glasnow was awesome against the Phillies, and he's been great going back here, although he's had some postseason struggles before the Philadelphia game. It's just, what's Milwaukee going to do at the dish? And to be shut down like this, and it's not just this series, it's what carried over after the game 2 against the Cubbies. So the last 5 games, 8 total runs. What happened? Fewest all season in a 5-game stretch, and they've lost 4 of those games. They also can't win on the road. They've lost 9 straight playoff games on the road, even though they were so good on the road in the regular season. So you got to get Yelich going. He's been bad. But then again, you only have 5 hits in this whole series. But Glasnow, great numbers, owns Yelich. And what he's done going back since his last 6 starts, 3-0 with a 1.84, I start there. And I got over 15.5 outs for Glasnow today.
Yeah, because there's also this, right? When you look at and all this talk about, my God, the bullpen for the Dodgers, and rightfully so, it's such an abomination that once the keys are handed over to that part of the team, then it's get the hell out of the way. They're going to blow these leads like they did all year long, right? Well, that hasn't been a problem because the starters have been going so many innings right now, and the starters have covered 52 2/3 innings in the playoffs. They've allowed runs in only 5 of those innings. 2 runs, 7th inning, wild card series game 1. 2 unearned runs in the first inning of Wild Card Series game number 2, 3 runs in the second inning of game 1 NLDS, 3 runs in the 4th inning, game 3 NLDS, and then the solo home run to Jackson Cheerio game 2 of the. That's it. Playoff long now, what we're talking about here with this team. So it's a carryover from the Reds into the Phillies and now into the Brewers, and now you have this combination of that along with what you talked about with Milwaukee, and their bats have suddenly gone silent. Not a good combination here to come back and try to win this series when you're taking on this juggernaut who, and I get it, right? People are saying, yeah, the regular season, what did that mean to LA? Now it's postseason time and get the hell out of the way.
Yep. I would fade Ohtani again in this horrible slump. Total bases under yet again. Pages as well. Go under with him. And I'd have to go Yelich under as well. What are your number? Now, he's 0 for his last 17. What are his numbers against Glasnow?
So Glasnow in his career against Christian Yelich. Yelich is 1 for 14, 7 Ks. I can expand on that, by the way. William Contreras against Glasnow, 0 for 9, 3 Ks. Cheerio, 1 for 7, 3 strikeouts. Andrew Vaughn, 0 for 5. these are all small sample sizes, but of the players I talked about and maybe a guy or two more, they are 2 for 40 combined with 18 Ks in their career against him. I mean, if there's any sort of carryover with recent form and then career form against him, like it's curtains, man.
Yep. So the Dodgers are 7-1 in the playoffs, and Ohtani's 2 for 25 without an extra base hit going back during that stretch. He had the home run against the Reds to start.
I don't have a bet on this game.
So the slump that he's in as well, okay?
You're thinking about Glasnow over?
Yeah. And I'd have to take the Dodgers, too. It gets interesting with the shadows, and once we get to the second inning, if it's Glasnow against the kid, because then it's going to be phenomenal. That's when I would get involved with the in-play. I think 8's too high. With the way how these games have played out so far, Game 2 was completely misleading. The damage was done late by the Dodgers. You could look like both games could be 2-1.
So what the K prop on Ashby is available. He's 1.5. Yeah. It's heavily juiced to the under. Is he going to get more than one inning?
I think that's it.
I think it's going to be one and done, right?
Yeah.
So then, is he good enough to limit the Dodgers to 0 runs in that first inning? We're talking about Ohtani, Betts, Hernandez, Freeman.
Yeah.
If so, then they're going to go. All reports are going to go to Mizorowski. With those shadows baked in, with the Brewers' problems offensively, and Glasnow how he zoned them anyway, like a first 5 under.
At that, yep.
While the shadows are still lurking.
Yep.
That might be worth a play.
Could play out just like that game in Philadelphia when he made his last start as well. To me, the late game, Castillo over outs. He's been so good. Over 14.5 outs. Scherzer under. I mean, he's all over the place now. I've seen 9.5, 12.5, and 11.5. Now he's 11.5.
Well, I would bet under 12.5 before I'd bet over 9.5, I think.
Okay, so his numbers have been bad. Plus that layoff with Scherzer. Didn't go last time he went was late September. Castillo, 4-0 with a 0.86 ERA his last 6, 1.40 ERA the last 5 playoff games. But the thing that has to give you a pause here, though, is what's going on with these road teams. And the other thing, the success that the Blue Jays have had, not only from a win-loss standpoint, but what the bats are doing in this ballpark. They couldn't get anything going at home. Then they come here, and it's home run derby, what they did. Second time in history, a team went deep in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th inning. So they're 4-0 in Seattle, and they've outscored the Mariners 34-11.
Yeah.
So I would totally say over here. Castillo outs over and the game over. Because I don't think they're going to – you can't trust Scherzer. And I don't think he's going to be around that long, and they'll have the bullpen ready to go behind him.
No, again, like the first inning numbers for Scherzer, you played the Yerfie last night, the run in the first inning. That got there because of Julio Rodriguez. 2-run shot. By the way, when he hit that, they were feeling pretty good, weren't they?
I know. It was loud.
So was the crowd.
Yep.
And after that, it completely flipped. But in the first inning this year, Scherzer, 16 2/3, ERA 12.96. Opposing teams batted .407 with an OPS of 12.08. In his last 5 starts, Paulie, in the first inning alone, he allowed 17 runs.
Oh.
I think if you can find plus money on the Yerfie in that game, you probably got to take it as well, because I got news for you. I don't think the Blue Jays are not going to strike out a ton. I made the mistake. Right. I bet Kirby over last night. I'm done with the K-props going over, especially anything against Toronto.
You know what? That felt like a Kerry Wood moment where the Cubs lost the Bartman game, and Kerry Wood could have saved the season and saved the day, and he sucked. And afterwards, he goes, I apologize. I let the whole city down. I was awful. Mm-hmm. I felt a little bit that way about Kirby. They give you the early lead.
Right.
You got your 2 wins away from going to the World Series for the first time, and you were awful. And it was just home run derby, and look on his face like he was stunned.
Oh, he was seeing ghosts out there.
I felt the same thing watching. Like that was, you let everyone down last night. That was just a horrible performance by Kirby.
No, after that third inning, like the entire wind was completely sucked out of the entire place.
Yeah.
And now, like you said, this is such a monster game now for not Toronto.
That's right.
It is, but it's everything for Seattle.
Yep.
Everything for this team.
Yep.
And I would also look at betting Vlad to get a walk tonight at plus money.
Yep.
This is astonishing what he is doing right now. The overall numbers on Vladimir Guerrero, who had an 80.1% contact rate in the regular season. That's 92.5% in the postseason over 28 plate appearances. No player in the last 2 decades has made contact at this rate while hitting for this much power. the 92.5% contact rate translates to a 964 slugging. Of the players who have been in his category or tier of contact percentage, the highest slugging is Mike Lowell, 2007 at 608.
Mike Lowell, there you go.
Yeah, a Mike Lowell sighting. I used to love him playing fantasy baseball.
Yeah.
But his slugging is 300 points high, 350 points higher than the next guy.
We just lost Mike Greenwell.
Oh, man.
I loved him.
So did I.
Greenwell, Burks in the outfield. I saw him in a doubleheader at Fenway. Man, that guy was good.
He was 62.
I know. That was great. Did you do anything with the college game?
I would take Tulsa plus 17 and a half, but I don't. Let me check here.
Get there. I see 16 and a half at DK, but that's yeah. I like East Carolina. I mean, they got a good team, but they almost beat Tulane, lost by 7. They were outgained 458 to 340 in that one. I know it was Zach Cohen who grabbed the 17 and a half with Tulsa. Tulsa had the win against Oklahoma State, which, they're awful, so that got Gundy fired. But I just think that's way too much for East Carolina to be laying tonight.
So do I, because think about this for a second here. Yeah. Tulsa's last 3 opponents, Navy, Tulane, and Memphis, they've averaged more than 39 points per game against them, but those 3 teams are a combined 8-0 in league play and 17-1 overall. We're talking about the best teams in the league, and now clearly East Carolina's down a tier from those teams. And if you could find 17 and a half, I think that would be worth a bet.
All right. 2 up, 2 down for Glass now. What happens if you're in an accident and the other driver doesn't have insurance or not nearly enough? Suddenly you're the one stuck with medical bills, car repairs, and lost wages. That's where Lasso Injury Law steps in. Their experienced team knows the ins and outs of uninsured and underinsured motorist claims. They fight to make sure you're not left paying for someone else's mistake. Al is the best, and I counted on him when a guy ran a stop sign on me. If the worst ever happens, know that Lasso Injury Law is there for you. 702-625-8777. Consultations free. No voicemail, no runaround. Real people ready to help. Lasso Injury Law. LassoInjuryLaw.com. 702-625-8777. They fight for you.
The Brewers have to make this guy work in this game. And so, like you said, 2 outs, he's only thrown 8 pitches. So, draw long, make it a long at bat. Get to 3-2 counts, 3-1 counts. Have the count in your favor here if you're Milwaukee.
It's also become appointment television to see just how bad Ohtani's been. When he comes up, the guy can even get the ball out of the infield.
Right. Now, this is exactly what Contreras is doing now. Now we got a 3-1 count. There you go. More of that. Glasnow is missing the plate. Up next, Thursday Night Football. How about this? 2-9 straight up in this spot over the course of his career. Yikes. Find out who that is coming up on Follow the Money. It's VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
With the Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr. The NBA is using automated officiating to enhance game accuracy. This technology, which includes cameras and sensors, helps referees make precise calls by tracking players and the ball. The NBA aims to improve game flow and transparency with shorter review times and clearer explanations for fans. Other sports like baseball and tennis are also adopting tech for officiating. The goal is to support referees, not replace them. The valuation of the world's most lucrative cricket tournament, Indian Premier League, eroded for a second year in a row. According to a report from consulting firm D&P Advisory, it marks a shift from years of ballooning growth on the back of competitive bidding for broadcast rights. The Cricket League's value dropped nearly 11% to $8.8 billion in 2025 from $9.9 billion last year. The event was valued at a peak of $11.2 billion in 2023. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports Report, I'm Michael Barr.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
At VEASAN.com/subscribe and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Hey, this is Grace Remington for VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network. East Carolina's a 17.5-point favorite, but Tulsa has faced a brutal AAC schedule and held their own. ECU gave up a late score to Tulane last week, and their quarterback struggled under pressure. Tulsa can get after him, and the numbers say this one should be closer. Bet Tulsa plus 17.5. Get VEASAN Pro to receive daily best bets, live video, betting tools, and more now through the Super Bowl for 40% off. Use the promo code GRACE at VEASAN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
Brewers had something cooking. Runners on first and second, 2 outs, but a dribbler to third ends the inning, and that'll do it for them in the top of the first. And Ashby's going to take the mound here to begin as the opener for Milwaukee. And here your guy, Ohtani, the parade continues for him after getting on base the other night.
Yeah,
will come to the plate.
Yeah, a joke hit for Yelich, by the way. Just a dribbler that got past the mound, and that was a base hit. Incredible.
That's one reason why a lot of people hated the Brewers this year, thinking that it was unsustainable because they had so many infield hits.
Yeah,
that's the kind of crap that come on, how is that possible? It just barely went by Glasnow, and they couldn't come up with it in time. But also, I will say this: I don't know how to capitalize on this. Maybe if you can find K props in play. This home plate ump has already been very favorable to the starting pitcher.
It's a big zone.
He missed at least 2 calls already outside of the zone that he called strikes.
Big zone. So let's go under 3.5 first 5, and let's go under in at 7.5 for the game. But I like first 5 under better as we're creeping with the shadows, and it'll be Miz time as well. So 3.5 under first 5, and let's eat.
Creeping Death or
Creeping Death? Whoa, what a
TLC.
song. What a song, Creeping Death. Woo.
Okay, so Thursday Night Football tonight. Mike Tomlin, here you go. 2-9 straight up Thursday Night Football on the road in his career.
0-6 against the division.
Yeah.
Come on, my friend.
Right.
Bengals can do this.
Yeah, I think we're kind of on the same page here tonight. I do not love the Steelers at all. It was kicked around, right? Survivor, no chance. On the road, divisional game, this team I don't think is very good.
Right.
I think they're middle of the pack at best.
The division odds will tell you that. They still think they're going to get run down by Baltimore.
That's true, yeah.
Who's 1-5. So as I said earlier, we'll find out a lot more about the Steelers coming up. They get this game, and then it's Colts, Chargers. I'm missing one. Colts, Chargers, and a difficult game coming up 3 in a row after that. But as we know, he's such a polarizing figure, especially the Steeler fans, because, yes, he wins every year, can't win a playoff game, and then, bad clock management, time, some of the stuff he does with the clock, but he loses to bad teams all the time. So this would be a Tomlin special tonight, where you're favored by 5.5 in a game you're supposed to win, and a team that comes limping in on this 4-game losing streak with now another quarterback who's been outscored 79-9 in the first half of their last 4 games. It's a beautiful Tomlin special tonight. And I think Cincinnati will move the ball, and I think we could get a high-scoring game, entertaining game tonight. I think Cincinnati can win it, and I know Tomlin's concerned about Flacco because he was ticked off that the Barry and the Browns traded him to Cincinnati inside the division. Thought it was a bad move, but I think this extra week to prepare now and getting on the same page with his wide receivers, they look good in the second half against the Packers, and I think if they protect him, I think he can put up numbers, and we'll get a little Flacco fever here in Cincinnati.
Let me give you some numbers from Steve Makinen, VSiN.com, see if they mean anything to you at all. Aaron Rodgers since 2021, 11-13 straight up, 7-17 ATS as a single-digit road favorite. Now you combine him with Tomlin in this spot, not exactly anything to write home about.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh, 25-32 ATS is a favorite since 2018. That's to your point. Expected to beat these teams, you can't even win it outright. As a dog since the pandemic, Cincinnati 26-18 ATS. Now, I know that you think it's going to be fireworks galore here. Pittsburgh is 31-9 under as a road favorite since 2014.
Well, let me just say it this way. I think both teams will have no problems moving the ball. Now, does that mean, and Miz is in the bullpen already, ready to go. So does that mean, drives could stall, though, and just, what Tomlin does. Trot him out from 60. He doesn't care with Boswell. So that could happen as well. But
you sounded a little bit like Alec Baldwin there and Glenn Ross. Oh, do I have your attention now? Good.
Yeah. But that's why you got to get on these Boswell props again, too, because you saw what he did last week, and he's gone over his prop 4 of the 5 games. His point total is 8.5. You could go over 3.5 total field goals, but shot Boswell over 1.5 in this game as well. And there's a lot of guys.
It's going to be a double by Ohtani.
Son of a gun, he got me.
Uh-oh, is he going to...
That's going to be a triple.
He's gonna have,
oh, no.
It's a 3-bagger. Standing up, by the way.
Oh, that's a good prop bet,
Where
too.
was the right fielder?
Oh, boy.
Where are you?
Yeah.
It took him 6 minutes to track the ball down.
That's not an air dog either. That's a triple.
No, that's a stat.
That's a good prop. Will it be a triple in the game? Will Hill had a prop. Will it be a triple in the series? I mean, that is shenanigans.
Oh, my God, Pat. Was he stuck in traffic getting over the ball?
What happened here?
Oh, my God. You couldn't even see him on the screen.
What is he doing?
He's playing over in right center, big time.
That's
there you go. There's a gift to begin the game.
It's like 37 years ago yesterday. It's just like he flicked it. It's like a Gibson job.
Yeah.
He just flicked it over there. I didn't know how he hit it.
And there you go. See my single.
Get the Miz in. Get the Miz in.
There you
nothing.
go.
Oh, boy.
Love the opener.
Okay.
And is he safe?
Boy. He's in there with a double.
All
Good
right.
hustle play. Good hustle. Brewers didn't come ready to play.
Okay, so to your point, by the way, Paul, it's not, we say this all the time, like all tickets cash the same. It doesn't matter if it's Super Bowl Sunday or a WNBA game in May, right? All tickets cash the same. You might have more money on these tickets, but whatever. You're not often going to find this anymore where books are like completely mispriced on stuff.
Yeah.
With your kicking props, again, I'm looking, when you sent me a text today and you said, get on Boswell over -125 with a 1.5 made. So I looked. The screen had some shops higher than $2.
Wow.
On that. And we're talking about some like respected offshore books here. And they're sitting here at -125.
Yeah, Caesars have been generous on some kickers.
Well, that's the Fairway stuff. He was plus 130 there for a while.
Yep. No one, other than Aubrey, no one better than Boswell. And certainly how conservative they get. Dicker's up there, too. Dicker hasn't missed a kick this year.
Well, what's he going to be now moving forward, like in really good spots?
Yeah, because there are issues in the red zone. But, again, the Fant props from 26.5 up to 29.5. The reception's over, the 5-1 anytime touchdown. And Pittsburgh also, I love how Rodgers is getting everyone involved here. Now, that kind of hurts us from a prop standpoint, even though that I'm DK Metcalf again, who's moved big time as well. The 58.5s are gone, but he's gone off the last couple games, and 8 different Steelers caught a pass in the win against Cleveland. But Darnell Washington, a little bit of Jonnu Smith, get DK involved, and Rodgers mixing it up and get that stuff out short, quick, and move the chains. And I think from a Flacco standpoint, T. Higgins over, Fant, and to really get nuts here, I think there's some problems there with Yoshivash that you can look at some guys, whether it's Sample or whether it's Tinsley, that you could see a bomb cash on an anytime touchdown out of the Bengals. Because Flacco likes to go to the tight ends, but also I think maybe Yoshivash is in the doghouse and they could go with the Penn State guy, Tinsley.
Now, did you find...
come out of there. I saw 19-1 anytime and 90-1 first touchdown of the game. I have a feeling they're going to put him in there. Based on some of the stuff I'm reading, that there were some catchable balls that Yoshivash couldn't come down with and did a poor job against the Packers.
Yeah. You scoffed earlier when I said the Opta AI stats at VSiN.com, they like him over by about 10 yards. Doesn't mean it's going to be a winner, but I'll give you some other ones that the Opta AI stats like tonight. They have Flacco going under by 45 yards.
45?
45.
I don't see it. He's not going to be able to run the ball. So they know what they're going to have to do, which is shotgun and spread them out and throw.
Yeah, they have, now these are small numbers, but their numbers have Samaje Perine and Chase Brown both going over their rushing yards. I was
going to ask you, do you want anything with Perine? Based on how bad Brown has been.
Potentially here. Maybe if you want to go like receptions or receiving yards over with him. Here's how bad it's been for Chase Brown in I think it's my biggest fantasy league that I'm in. It's a keeper. I'm sitting Chase Brown tonight. Now, that has not gone very well for me because I think the last time I said that on the air, I sat Mark Andrews and he had 2 touchdowns and it cost me the week. So that was not very good.
Okay.
But I don't like it. I don't like it the way it's trending whatsoever. I hate the offensive line. This team's been a disaster so far. And the guys who I do like tonight, I think Gainwell, he looked awesome 2 weeks ago against Minnesota.
Yep, he did.
And there's an angle here where he has scored the team's first touchdown now. He did it 2 weeks in a row and 2 out of the last 3 weeks now. So I think that the rushing and the receiving will be there for him. But also, don't forget, like Cleveland was so good at stopping opposing running backs, with the exception of Jahmyr Gibbs this year. And then last week, Warren looked really good on only, I think, 11 carries. He had more than 50 yards.
Yeah.
So that was a good sign, especially after the game that he missed. And no, I'm on Washington for sure in this game because both defenses here love the tight ends, right? It's been a big talking part for you and me now the entire year in the NFL. There are many situations where you're going to like tight ends. Tonight screams. It's just jumping off the page because the defenses on both sides have been so bad at guarding that position.
Mm-hmm. Your anytime touchdowns. Washington plus 350. Jonnu Smith plus 320. T. Higgins plus 215.
He's another disappointment, though.
Bant 5-1. P. Ryan plus 550. Yoshi Vosh is 7-1. Freiermuth has been on a Wilt milk carton plus 650. Connor Hayward got one last week.
Oh, he did.
He's 10-1. And Samples 10-1. Our guy Ozzy took a piece of that. Jermaine Burton 20-1. And there's my Tinsley is 22-1 at DraftKings now.
Look at this.
That it?
Here comes Murphy out to the bump already.
Oh, man.
Runners on first and second. Dodgers up 1. Yep, there he goes. He signaled to the pen.
He's bringing a kid in a fight.
Oh, my God.
On.
Up next, we'll head to Cincinnati and talk to someone who is covering the game and ask him if he's as high on a player prop as we are tonight.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried.
From Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that mommy and daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger, from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey. We're pretty
pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
Site-wide on steaks and more at omahasteaks.com/VSiN. That's omahasteaks.com/VSIN. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for details.
Hear from people closest to the action on VSiN Primetime with Matt Brown and Mike Somich.
Aaron Halterman, how you doing, buddy?
Can't believe they let you guys on Primetime. That's crazy.
I love having you on specifically for this first play, and because we can go ahead, and we had a guest on earlier that stuck the knife in Somich.
Well, listen, anytime we can needle Mike Somich, we take it, and that's what we're going to do here. Yeah, I'm going to go against Missouri.
VSiN Primetime, weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
So with one out, runners on first and second, and basically you got to have a game for the Brewers. They started Andy Ashby, and then their manager, the Brewers manager, who's going to win Manager of the Year probably again, said, Ashby, get out of the game right now. We're going to the kid. And he just struck out Edman. What a spot for Mizorowski to come in and face. So, but that was a terrible swing, by the way, by Edman, but great job by Miz to get out of that. And so now there are two outs here in the first, and the Dodgers lead the Brewers by a score of 1-0. We'll keep you abreast of that game, but right now we head out to the Progressive Guest Line. More on the Thursday night tilt between the Bengals hosting the Steelers as Jay Morrison joins the program now, Bengals beat writer for BengalsTalk.com, on X @byJMorrison. It's good to talk to you again today. Jay, thanks for the time. How are you?
Oh, doing great. Looking forward to this game tonight.
Same here. We think it's sneaky good. And what do you make of the point spread, by the way? Because I want nothing to do with laying this many points with the Steelers.
No, it's crazy. I don't know where that comes from, other than the Bengals haven't scored a touchdown in the first half in 4 straight games, but it did look like they found something with Flacco last week. The Steelers have been historically bad on Thursday nights. The AFC North road teams struggle on these Thursday short weeks, and even in primetime, any primetime, the AFC North home teams just seem to dominate these primetime games. So it is a very surprising line to me.
Yes, that's why I like the Bengals as well. What you mentioned, they look good in the second half against Green Bay, and also Flacco has raved about these wide receivers and how it looked like in practice the past week and getting on the same page. Is that what you're hearing as well, about how much he thinks to just throw it up to Chase and Higgins and let him make some plays?
Yeah, I mean, the whole offense is just getting used to it, getting the calls from Zach Taylor from the sideline, just that whole integration process. They didn't want to blame the unfamiliarity on the first half last week. I mean, like I said, they hadn't scored a touchdown 4 straight weeks in the first half. Last week was particularly bad. They could not move the ball at all. They found something right before halftime, but I do think that's it. You've got a Jamar Chase, you've got a T. Higgins, you have an older secondary than the Steelers. I do think he's going to have to lean on them a lot. They found a little something in the run game last week too, but I don't know if it's enough they can lean on. They would like to be able to lean on it, but this is going to be a Jamar and T game for sure.
Are you expecting a big game out of Noah Fant?
Well, a bigger than normal. So Mike Gesicki, their number 1 tight end, is out for a while. He's on IR with a pec injury. And then Tanner Hudson, who caught a touchdown, Joe Flacco's first Bengals touchdown last week, got concussed in that game, and he's out. So Noah Fant is their number 1 pass-catching tight end. I do think that if the Steelers play a lot of zone, which teams tend to do against the Bengals because of Jamar and T, that he could eat that up in the middle of the field and maybe not get a lot of explosive yards, but he could get a lot of targets.
Yes.
So I brought this up earlier. Paulie and I are both betting him tonight. We have like catches over, we have yards over, anytime touchdowns as well, Jay, at like plus 450. Is there any thought here that they could use him basically being the only tight end along with Drew Sample here but because their pass block win rate is so low, and the Steelers are the Steelers still on defense, that they're going to use them to help block like guys like T.J. Watt on the edge.
I mean, maybe, but that's not really his forte. He's
right.
a serviceable blocker, but if they're going to be chipping on the edge, it's going to be Sample. He is a good blocking tight end. That's basically all he offers as a tight end. Very limited as a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it looks like that, or they're having Fant over there like it looks like he's going to chip and he releases and gets a quick little hitter from Flacco, something like that. But they are going to have to slow down that pass rush because this offensive line is not good. Pittsburgh's defensive line is good, and as everyone knows, Flacco does not move that well.
Are they down on Yoshivash with what happened last week?
No, I don't think so. The week before last week, he had a career high. He had career high in catches and yards, and he looked like he was really coming on. And then really unfortunate game last week with the 3 drops. If it was a trend, I could see them maybe turn into a little more Mitch Tinsley, who was the star of the preseason, kind of a surprise addition to the 53-man roster. They love everything about that guy. But I don't think one bad game is going to put Yoshi on the bench. But if he has a drop tonight, they will not hesitate to put Tinsley in there.
Okay, no hesitation. It's Follow the Money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Our guest, Jay Morrison, he's live at the stadium tonight covering the Bengals and the Steelers. On the flip side, it's also, not going exactly well for the Bengals on defense. Opposing teams are getting pretty much whatever they want so far, but the Steelers aren't really that big of a threat to me. I don't know how they're 4-1, but they do this every single year. What concerns you the most about the Steelers' offense heading into this game?
I think it's DK Metcalf. The Bengals' best DBs, DJ Turner, is leading the league in PBUs this year. He's playing really well, but he's too small to match up on DK. The guy that's played him really well in the past is Cam Taylor-Britt, and he's been benched, I think, at least 4 times since this time last year. It's just been a in and out process. They were expecting him to be a guy that was really going to ascend last year, and it just hasn't happened. And he struggled again last week. He had a pass interference penalty, he had a holding penalty in the end zone. So he's their best bet. He's the most physical corner to match up against DK, but I would not be surprised to see him get benched tonight because of the way he's played recently. So that's going to be a hard matchup for whoever they put on DK because he's so big and he's so physical, and one of those things where one catch, one shook tackle, and then he could take it to the house.
Is this a game where it's going to be tight ends for both teams? If we think Fant's going to go off, the Bengals have been really bad at guarding opposing tight ends, and now, like the Steelers have both Darnell Washington and Jonnu Smith that they can throw out there.
Yeah, it could be. Last year when the Steelers came in here, it was a lot of quick game. It was a lot of Russell Wilson was just getting the ball out to the tight ends, to the running backs. Didn't really do anything down the field, and they still scored 44 points. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back to that sort of game plan. Just get it out to the tight ends, get it out to the backs out of the backfield. I don't know if you're going to see a huge game from the Pittsburgh tight ends, but you're right. The Bengals, that is an area where they've struggled, and they benched their veteran linebacker, Logan Wilson, this week. They're going to be starting 2 rookie linebackers. That's a tough task. They started him last week, the 4th-round pick, Barrett Carter. The other linebacker, the 2nd-round pick, Demetrius Knight, has been starting all year. But Barrett Carter struggled last week, and they're sticking with him this week, and that is another reason to think maybe the tight ends could make some hay tonight.
Jay, have you seen the updated division odds here in the AFC North? I mean, the respect for the Ravens, I get it. Lamar's coming back, but they're 1-5. They were like around even money not that long ago, even though they're behind the Steelers by this many games.
Yeah, it's really surprising. I think it is respect for Lamar. I think it's also some disbelief in Pittsburgh. We see this. You guys mentioned it before. Pittsburgh kind of starts fast, and Tomlin's one of those old school physical coaches that kind of beats them up in practice throughout the year, and they just seem to wilt in December and in the playoffs. And so it's crazy to think a 1-5 team can be still a legitimate contender for this division, but I still think this division's wide open.
You're a good man. You think Arby's is underrated, and you're a big concert guy. What's the last concert you saw?
So a couple weeks ago, I went to a Papa Roach concert. Great time, great band, a lot of energy. We go to a lot of different concerts. My wife and I probably go about 20 a year. So
wow,
yeah.
Who would you pay to come out here to Las Vegas and watch at the Sphere?
Boy, we love the Foo Fighters. We've seen them a bunch. We've traveled to see them. I think they could handle the Sphere. We've probably seen Shinedown the most. But I think the Sphere might swallow them up a little bit, although they are starting to play some stadium tours. But those would probably be my two picks.
Okay. Well, Metallica might be here next year, so if that trips your trigger, let us know. We'll go together.
That is the biggest hole on my concert resume. I somehow have never seen them. My wife's not a huge fan. I just haven't bought a ticket to go solo. I do need to see them before they wrap it up.
Oh, that's an absolute must. No question. Jay, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you
Great
go.
job.
Jay Morrison on X, @byJMorrison, BeatWriter, You're blown away by that, huh?
That's a big upset. I didn't see that one coming.
Big concert guy, never been to Metallica. Ooh. But he admits
well,
it.
The wife, the wife can't get there. What do you, the tough one.
Are you okay? Like he said, though, it's always tricky. He just hasn't plunged to buy a ticket to go on his own. Have you ever been to a concert on your own? That's a weird move.
I don't think I have. Movie, yes.
So have I.
Concert on my... Ooh.
I don't think I've ever been to a show by myself.
No.
Do you know? I know
I've been to
people.
A lot of concerts I have not. No.
How about this? I know people who will not eat like lunch on their own. That one blew me away.
That's surprising.
Like 20-year-olds. No, sorry, I can't do that. I can't go down and sit somewhere by myself and eat lunch. Like I did that all my entire life until I got married. That was never a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brewers got a run here against Glasgow.
Another triple.
Yeah. What'd that pay?
Yeah.
2 in the same game. So now it's 1 apiece, top of the second. And this is the bottom of the order doing damage here for the Brewers, obviously.
It was an incredible job by Miz to get out of it. I mean, it could have got away from him right then and there. He came in and struck out both guys. It was enormous.
Well, this is a big at-bat because it's the 9-hitter right now for the Brewers. Ortiz at the plate. And if Glasnow can't get him out, then we're going to go back to the very top. Now, he's got great numbers again in his career against a lot of the key guys in this Brewers lineup like we talked about, but could spell some trouble here for him.
A stupid move. It was a misplay by the left fielder. Just keep the ball in front of you. Got cute, dove, missed it, triple.
Up next, we'll run down all of our bets for tonight with our in-pocket plays. This is Follow the Money on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile.
Hamilton was adopted from a rescue in 2008. He really likes to be around people. I get out my mat, and I'm doing a downward dog, and he's underneath. He's quite the pug about town. He gets invited to a lot of parties. He knows he's a pretty big deal. Look at this little face. How could you not love him?
Hamilton the Pug, Instagram star, and shelter pet. Amazing adoption stories start in shelters. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are important. Should I go through it again?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open. Don't speak with your mouth full. Keep your elbows off the table. Share your things, play nice, and generally treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Gaines, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt, and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the ad council.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia One Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Betting splits, live odds, line moves, power ratings, and in-depth game analysis. Go to vsin.com/pro to join vsin, the sports betting network.
Hey, VSiN fans, it's your old pal, Brent Musburger. I know what you're thinking. You're driving in your car, listening to VSiN, and you have no way to write down all those picks you're hearing. I have the solution. Become a VSiN Pro subscriber, and you'll get access to every pick from every show. Bill 80 will even send you an email with all of them every morning. Go to vsin.com to become a Pro subscriber and join us on the Sports Betting Network. That's vsin.com.
The guy has an algorithm to determine the winner of any given college basketball game.
Someone gives you 10,000 to 1 on anything. You take it. Take it. Take it.
I'll bet you $20 I can get you gambling before the end of the day. No way. I'll give you 3 to 1 odds. Nope. 5 to 1. Nope. 10 to 1. You're on.
1-1 last night. The Yurfie Cash plus 115, and then no home run in the game. Not even close. 8 of them. Plus 550. That's a loser, as it was home run derby. To the pending. Get ready for a big night in sports. Flacco over 234 passing yards. The comments from Cohen. I'm with Charch. Travis Hunter to get at least 50. Plus 150. Higgins over 47.5 tonight. Metcalf over 58.5. Metcalf to have 5 yards in every quarter, 4-1. Both teams to have a touchdown and a field goal in each half, 14-1. That's at Caesars. Commanders 2.5 against the Cowboys. Now no practice for McLaurin. And CeeDee Lamb will be back for Dallas, the highest total in that matchup since 1980. As that total keeps going up. Louisville plus 13.5 tomorrow. UNLV Boise over 63.5 on Saturday. Nets under 20.5 wins. Mavs under 41.5 wins. Cavs best record in the league plus 550. And then more tonight. Both teams to make a 33-yard field goal, $1.30. Steelers over 1.5 made field goals, $1.25. Tinsley, anytime touchdown, 19-1. And a good tip, read it, vsin.com. All the tickets cash the same. Jonathan Davis with his breakdown in the NHL. Montreal's going with the backup goalie today. And he's allowed the first goal in 16 of his 18 games. And it cashed already in that Detroit game where Detroit scored first and then lost 5-1. So Nashville to score first tonight, plus $1.10. There we go.
Good luck, Paulie. I had a loser with a K-prop last night. That was on Kirby. The K-prop projections at vsin.com liked him to go over quite a bit. They also liked Bieber to go over quite a bit. Didn't bet that one. He got there. Jacksonville stayed with a winner. +3. That's the kind of game that you love to have a bet on because it's like 21-0 before you could blink. It did get hairy. And once Delaware recovered that onside kick down a couple scores, I'm like, is this really going to happen? Are you kidding me? That would have been an all-timer, but they won and sprinkled a little bit on the money line with that one as well. Pending and moving forward here with the bets. On Sunday, I got the Giants +7 against the Broncos. Sunday morning in London, Rams-Jags under 45. In this game tonight, Noah Fant over 26.5 receiving yards.
Yes.
I also bet over 3.5 receptions at -110. The Steelers on the season have allowed 359 yards to tight ends. That is the 7th most in the entire league, and they have only played 5 games. So some players that have gone off against them, Arroyo and Barner combined to have a good game. Hunter Henry had 8 for 90 and 2 scores. Fannin last week, 7 for 81. So we like Fan tonight. Earlier in the week, played a teaser. Colts plus 7.5. Falcons plus 8. Kyle Shanahan's press conference today came up to the media.
You got it, Luke?
He must have rattled off 15, 20 people about who are injured.
Oh, it took forever. I know.
Limited. This guy's out. Don't know about him. We'll see him. I guess he's going to be back. But
out.
Yeah, and I'm on Boswell tonight over 1.5. Minus 127 is the number that I got. There you go.
Go back. Boswell 4-1 to the over. First Bet and VSiN have teamed up with a special offer. Today's the final day to take advantage of it. Open and deposit new First Bet account. Get up to $250 sign-up bonus. Promo code VSiN250. Place $100 in wagers within your first 30 days. You'll unlock a full year of VSiN Pro, $204 value. If you're already a subscriber, we'll extend you another year. For more info, go to VSiN.com. First.com/VSiN, rather. First.com/VSiN.
Updated numbers now in this Brewers-Dodgers game, tied at 1 apiece. And we are in the bottom of the second here. Oh, man.
Kid's got it.
Did he get a piece of that one? I guess he did, but he's throwing 102, 103 right on the edges.
How long can he go? That's the question. Kid's been
phenomenal. Would they actually, that's a great question. Would he actually go 100 pitches? Can you throw him that long?
Yeah, you can.
Look at this stuff that the kid's got.
Bringing the heat.
No chance for Kiki Hernandez. He's blowing away this Dodgers lineup.
Let's go.
So the
money.
The first 5 total now 4.5. It keeps moving with every at bat. Now it's under minus 125.
Well, shenanigans too. I mean, this should be, the misplay by Hernandez. The Ohtani play never should have been they would have scored anyways, I guess, because Mookie had the hit.
Right.
But that shouldn't have been a triple. But, I mean, you can't even see the fans because of the shadows.
Right.
So, I mean, this should settle down now, and this should be hopefully 1-1 going into the 6th.
I'm looking for some live pitcher props. DraftKings has it up right now. They don't have the Miz up right now because he's pitching, but they do have Glasnow. So if you want to get involved right now in Mizrachi and take a peek at what his numbers are, once this inning ends, DraftKings will post his numbers. Right now, Glasnow to strike out 5+ Brewers is even money. Hits allowed by Glasnow. He's allowed a couple already. 6+ is minus 105.
Outs 15.5 under minus 190.
Yeah. I was also going to have Vladimir Guerrero to draw a walk in pocket as well, but that bad boy has dropped a good 30 cents since this morning. So it was plus in the 130 neighborhood. Now it's around even money. And Ha has got a hold of that one to right field. That's going to be, okay. Foul ball.
No harm there. It's okay. Yeah.
Well, obstructed view here, Paul, so I don't have everything. And also, it's kind of like the sun's in my eyes as well. Much like the Brewers here trying to track down that ball. That was catchable, I think, actually.
Yep, I'm waiting here. You're right. I just got to put this guy away, then we can get the updated numbers on Miz. I'm with you. See what they're going to do here. Got to get this inning over. This is big. Any more thought? This is a fun night.
Well, so you asked me when we did Reeler Fugazi yesterday on the show, you said the Bengals have a little bit of life.
If they get this one tonight, yes.
For sure.
Based on the second half against the Packers, and right, I agree with Jay. You're going to throw everything at them tonight, season on the line, got to have it.
And by life, you meant to go over a win total of like 5.5.
Yeah, and also make it interesting. Because you have the talent on the offensive side of the ball. Big loss with Hendrickson out tonight. You probably might. I would trade him. I mean, I love the talk about Detroit or San Francisco. I would absolutely do that. But you have the weapons, and certainly I think it's going to look good with Flacco tonight. And then you can't say in this division anything can be possible.
By the way, here's how bad the shadows are right now. There was a liner to the third base side, and at real time, I couldn't even see the third baseman. Now, that was Pa has beat it out, so he's on first now. That's how strong the shadows are right now. I couldn't even see where the third baseman was at. And you had a play under the total for the first 5, I think, right? You said in the first inning?
Yeah, 3.5.
What happens, by the way, here's one. What happens to the division numbers here if the Bengals win the game tonight?
Right. Good point.
Ravens are on a bye.
That's right. No respect for Pittsburgh right now.
I wonder if will they become co-favorites with the Steelers at that point? And I also thought of this because Paul Charchian brought this up earlier in the show. And his breakdown of tonight's game, awesome. Again, if you missed it, you can go back and listen to the Follow the Money podcast. He pointed out that Rodgers is playing pretty well, right? Which he is. And he said before the year, like, this is it. He's not going to come back. He's done. What if he puts together a pretty solid season? Does he change his mind?
Absolutely. That's not crazy. I mean, wouldn't he follow in the footsteps of Favre, too? His ex-teammate?
Pretty much.
Who would change his mind when they sent the plane in the air. What he was doing.
And I will say...
Put the Miz up now. Put the Miz.
If they actually get to the playoffs this year, which right now looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe they can actually win a game because behind the teams named Kansas City and, Buffalo, and I don't even know how great those teams are overall, like compared to previous years, maybe the competition is going to be beatable for them this season. And they can actually get Tomlin another playoff win for the first time in almost a decade.
So they win this, they're 5-1, obviously. And then here's what I was talking about. It's Green Bay at home on Sunday night.
Yeah.
Then it's the Colts at home. And then they go to Los Angeles to play the Chargers. And the last time they went there, Phillip Rivers had to use a silent snap count.
And the same thing will happen in this game.
The same thing will happen in that game. And then you get the Bengals again and the Bears. So a lot of winnable games, but also you got some playoff contenders coming up too. And we'll see where they're at. But as I've been saying the whole show, and Steeler fans know this is the game Tomlin loses. And he did it last year in the same spot. They went to Cleveland and lost on a Thursday night in the snow.
Again, 2-9 in his career on the road, Thursday Night Football. That's straight up, not against the spread. And they were minus 230 on the money line in that game Paulie just talked about. Divisional game on the road, never easy. The key here to the game is the protection for Joe Flacco, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because if
totally agree.
If he's going to be under duress the entire time, their chances to win this game are probably not very great. But if they can help him out a little bit and protect, he'll get the ball to Chase. He'll get the ball to Fant, Higgins, and they can move the ball, I believe. If the Jets could do it in week one.
There it is.
Other teams can do it against the Steelers,
Seattle 8-2. I know there was a special teams gaffe, but you can move it on them, no doubt.
All right, stay tuned. We're hanging out for another half an hour. We'll go even deeper into this Thursday night game with Tim Murray, Matt Ewens on VSiN Primetime coming up next.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio.
Thursday Night Football, the 4-1 Steelers visit the 2-4 Bengals. Cincinnati's 1-1 at home. The Steelers 2-0 on the road this season. On Pittsburgh's injury report, linebacker Malik Harrison and safety Deshaun Elliott listed as questionable with injuries. Wide receiver Calvin Austin's out. For the Bengals, defensive end Trey Hendrickson is listed as questionable. He suffered a back injury during the loss at Green Bay. Tight end Tanner Hudson is out. The Steelers lead the AFC North. They've won 3 in a row. The Bengals looking to snap a 4-game losing skid. The Browns are on the bye this week. They're coming off a 23-9 loss on the road at Pittsburgh. Cleveland returns to action a week from this Sunday at New England. The Lions are home on Monday night. 4-2 Detroit squared off with 5-1 Tampa Bay. On the ice Wednesday, the Sabres doubled up the Senators 8-4. The Red Wings beat the Panthers 4-1. Tonight, the Blue Jackets host the Avalanche, while the Penguins visit the LA Kings. Bundle auto and home, renters, or condo and save with Progressive.
That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code MAP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code MAP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code MAP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem Sports Talk is on the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast.
On and party all night, 365 days a year at Stadium Swim. Secure your spot now at circalasvegas.com.
When the games are on, so is VSiN. With in-game betting insights you can actually use. We're live during the action for real-time breakdowns and the best opportunities to hit live bets on all major sports. Our exclusive betting splits update every 5 minutes, so you'll always know where the sharp money's going. And with the VSiN Watch app, you're never out of range with live analysis following you wherever you go. Ride the action in real time by making VSiN your second screen and join us on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We're off and running on a Thursday night. We got 2 baseball games and a Thursday night football game. Week 7 of the NFL season is here. Alongside Follow the Money's Paulie Howard and Mitch Moss. Matt Humans, Tim Murray. It is VSiN Prime Time, and we are going to be watching the Dodgers and the Brewers very closely. How are we feeling, Mitch?
Well, I thought it was ridiculous to start the game with Ashby and not go directly to the Miz, and then he pulled him with runners on first and second. You want to talk about a tough spot? What is he, 21 years old? Hey, buddy, it's the heart of the Dodgers lineup now. You have 1 out and runners on first and second. Now it's your turn to come into the game and save the day, which he did, by the way, because he's that good. But teams get so cute sometimes. This guy has got the stuff to be just completely electric against anybody. Why not put him in the game to begin?
I thought they would go McGill and then Miz to kind of have that shutdown first inning like they did in Game 5, but not the case. And ultimately, it was Ashby who runs into trouble, and Miz gets him out of it. So 1-1 is the score as we're in the top of the 3rd inning. Tyler Glasnow has gotten into a little bit of trouble. How about that play by Max Muncy on the grounder to his left? Dives, no-look throw to home to get the out. Sometimes you see teams be too aggressive. I actually didn't mind going home on that one as Glasnow strikes out Christian Yelich, and Yelich's struggles continue. He did have a infield single in the first inning there, Mitch, so you got that going for you. But 1-1 headed to the bottom of the 3rd. Freeman, Will Smith, Mookie Betts all due up here for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Good. About time to settle down. That's how it should be. I'm expecting a Matt Humans rant as well. With the 3 o'clock start in Los Angeles.
Hate the start.
There you go.
Hate it. Look at the shadows across the middle of the infield right now. If you can stagger 2 Monday night football games by an hour, why can't you start 2 Major League Baseball playoff games on the West Coast at a later time?
Exactly right. On the West Coast, the key phrase there.
I don't understand. We talked about this, a week or 2 ago.
Yeah.
The 3 p.m. start in L.A., anybody who knows anything about L.A. and the traffic, you would never schedule a game for 3 o'clock on a weekday because the fans can't get there in time. You're going to be stuck in traffic jams. And these are the most important games of the season. I think it's crazy.
So how about this, guys? The first 5 right now total because of the shadows, and now the Miz is dealing. Glasnow has great numbers against this Brewers lineup as well. Under 3.5. This has moved quite a bit, but under 3.5 now is plus 110. Under 4.5 is basically $2.
Wow.
What'd you lock in at the end of our show?
I got 3.5 first 5 and 7.5 and 8.5 for the game. But there were shenanigans going on
early on, yeah.
The misplay and Hernandez turning the single into a triple. But yeah, it's been jumping up and down. But that was big, as Tim said, to get out of it with what Muncy did. So now it's settled down, and it figures to be a low-scoring affair the rest of the way. But how long can Miz go? That's the big question, because they're going to need him in a must-win.
Yeah, I think he's got to go as long as he wants. As long as he says he can go, you leave him in the game.
I agree.
Your season's on the line. You don't worry about pitch counts at this point. If he's getting guys out, I'd keep him in for 7 innings if that's what it takes.
Mizorowski, an inning and 2/3 so far, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 26 pitches. Tyler Glasnow threw 3, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts for Glasnow as the Dodgers and Brewers tied at 1. Headed to the bottom of the 3rd. Live number, Dodgers minus $1.75, Brewers plus 133. Full game total sitting at 7.5, juiced under at minus 121. And Mitch, you said, what is the first 5? It's at 3.5 juiced under?
It was plus 110 to the under
plus
still.
110. So some plus money to the under. Obviously, we'll keep our eyes close on that. We'll get some thoughts on Blue Jays and Mariners. Jensen Lewis going to join us coming up bottom of the hour, so we'll talk to Jensen, get his thoughts on what's unfolding so far in Los Angeles, as well as a preview on Blue Jays Mariners. Max Scherzer against Luis Castillo as the Blue Jays get on the board last night, trailing early, and then ran away and hid with a ton of power out in Seattle. Gentlemen, tonight, Week 7 of the NFL season gets underway. The Cincinnati Bengals, a 5.5-point dog at home. The jokes have been made. First time a pair of 40-year-olds are going head-to-head at the quarterback position since the 2020 season when it was Drew Brees and Tom Brady. Cam Hayward called it the Icy Hot Bowl. So, Paulie, what do we make of Bengals Steelers? Another situation of a divisional dog at home in a prime time spot.
I'm with Matt Humans. I know we're both on the Bengals here. I think the Bengals can win the game. Tomlin's horrible numbers on road games on Thursday night, 0-6 in the division as well. It's also a Tomlin special. He loses to bad teams all the time, and just when you're ready to buy into the Steelers, this one can jump up and bite you. So we talked to Jay Morrison, who covers the Bengals, about a half an hour ago. He thinks they're going to move the ball and win the game. He thinks, rave reviews coming out of practice and what Flacco says at Chase and Higgins, and maybe they found something there in the second half of the Packers game. Big game for Fant, big game for Higgins. Wouldn't be surprised if Chase does something. Can they protect him? That's the big question. I think they can, and spread him out and throw, and I think they will do that and move the ball, and will be an entertaining game. We got to make up for what happened Monday with the picks, but I think we could see a high-scoring affair that goes over, and I think the Bengals are going to get the money tonight with their season on the line.
Wow. That's great analysis.
Love
the enthusiasm.
It was inspirational from Paulie. I love it.
It makes you want to run through the wall and bet the Bengals. Right?
I almost want to rebet the Bengals. I bet them coming in. I'm like, you know what? It's time. Got to take the 5.5. And now I want to double down, Paulie. I'm ready. Mitch, what do you make of this one?
I'm not laying 5.5. I'm sure that Mike Tomlin will find some of the voodoo again to figure out a way to win the game. And it'll probably be sloppy and a bad watch at times, but that's who he is and what he does. But in this spot again, as I think Paulie was running down there, Thursday Night Football on the road in his career, on the road, 2-9 straight up.
That's wild, isn't it?
Last year lost as a 230 favorite against the Cleveland Browns. So both teams are bad. I love betting on tight ends with player props. Both teams have been near the bottom against defending that position this year. They've each allowed more than 350 yards in the air to tight ends. Think about that for a second. The Steelers have allowed the 7th most yards to tight ends the entire year. They've only played 5 games.
Wow.
So I think it's all about Noah Fant for me.
Yeah.
I have his props tonight, and Darnell Washington, there's an angle for him to look good. I think Jonnu Smith as well.
Jonnu Smith, first touchdown scorer, was put out by Ryan Kramer today.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Kramer-centric, on fire.
He is.
I'm on Darnell.
Okay.
I took Washington. I do not have Jonnu Smith, but I kind of think I need to be on the same guy as I need to be on the same guy as Ryan Kramer, I think.
Been a nice run. The one thing that scares me, and I think Matt would agree, and Mitch mentioned, is the Tomlin voodoo. You know, you got that cousin Sal parlay that hit, I think, 5 or 6 times last year where they were trailing at the half and won the game. A team will always make a mistake in the second half and blow it. And the other one would be Zach Taylor. I mean, the last 4 games, they've been outscored 79-9 in the first half.
Wow.
So way to coach them up, buddy, about how bad this has been. But we're going to find out a lot about the Steelers, as I talked about earlier, with what's coming up with the Colts, Chargers, and Packers. And then it's a Bengals season on the line. You know, could they be frisky? Could they pull some upsets here if they get this one? The loss of Hendrickson tonight is enormous. But I think also Metcalf can go off, and his number continues to go up as well. He was 58.5. I think he's gone up 8 yards with what he's going to do, and he's gone off the last 2 games as he has a good rapport with Rodgers as well.
Does this trend mean anything to you two guys? We talked about it a little bit on Follow the Money, but Aaron Rodgers, since 2021, as a single-digit road favorite, 11-13 straight up, 7-17 ATS.
I saw that. I think that was a Steve Mackinnon number.
It is, yep.
Okay, and it does mean a little something. And also, Rodgers becomes less effective all the time. In 2021, he's a better quarterback than he is right now. The thing that concerns me about this game a little bit is Tomlin and the Steelers find ways to win. The Bengals are a bad team. They'll probably find a way to lose. But I love division, home dogs. Mm-hmm. And the Bengals are 2-4. Everybody's out on the outside believes the Bengals are done. They're out of it. You can bet on the inside they're talking about, hey, we're still alive. Look at this division. Sure. We can still win this. They're going to try to convince themselves they need to win this game tonight to stay alive, keep their season alive. I heard Jamar Chase talk about this game this week, and I think they're going to bring the effort tonight. And Joe Flacco really surprised me. Mitch, I know you watched the Bengals-Packers game. Flacco attempted 45 passes in that game and got sacked 1 time. And a guy who's a 40-year-old who's immobile behind a bad offensive line, and the Packers couldn't get to him. He was making a lot of quick throws. Mm-hmm. I thought he was reading the defense well. Now, what Paul said is true. The Bengals were held scoreless in the first half of that game. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. But I think the Bengals are going to hang in there. Took the 5.5. And it's not my biggest bet of the week, but I do like it. And I lean to division home dogs anyway.
Yeah.
And this Steelers team right now, you're seeing some people in the mainstream media rank the Steelers in their power rankings number 3, number 5 in the league. That's not even close.
It's insane.
I mean, if you the Steelers are about maybe like the 10th best team in the league, maybe. They're not number 3 or number 5.
Not even close.
No.
I also like the comments from Flacco, not only after that game, but in practice about how easy it is. I just have to throw it up to Chase and Higgins, and they're so good. You mentioned he had a pass that wasn't even a spiral. It was a bad throw that Chase came down with. So
and you might have new life from those two guys, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Think about, because I was thinking about when we were sitting there, I thought Jake Browning was going to be serviceable, and boy, was I wrong. I mean, it was a nightmare. And when you have maybe the best receiver in the NFL and maybe the best number 2 receiver in the NFL, they were getting frustrated. I mean, as Matt, you've pointed out many times, wide receivers tend to be a little bit more on the diva side. And now you've got a guy, I'm not saying Joe Flacco is incredible, but he's better than Jake Browning. So is that new life for this wide receiver crew?
It's also pretty telling to what Matt said, that it's a terrible offensive line. And they've had trouble blocking and protecting the entire year. The Packers were off a bye, off 2 bad performances. Right. And they got Micah Parsons. They got other really good rushers. And they could not get to Flacco because of all the quick passes. So,
by the way, Jacob Mizorowski, 2 more strikeouts. The Miz kid, 5 strikeouts through 2 2/3. Top 4, 1-1 Brewers and Dodgers. More with Mitch and Paul. On the other side, it's the VSiN Primetime Follow the Money crossover for Thursday Night Football.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, My work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19.
Are you ready to hit the gridiron and make your mark? The Cleveland Cobras are recruiting players and coaches for the upcoming Premier Amateur Football League season. We're looking for passion, grit, and the relentless drive to win. Whether you're a seasoned vet or hungry rookie, your shot starts now. Join a brotherhood, build a legacy, strike with the Cobras. Follow us on Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football, or for league information, visit TAFLfootball.com to get started today. Team Pride Cobras. Are you ready to join the legacy? This is your chance to become part of something special with the Youngstown Patricians. Honoring the proud football tradition of the Valley, we're on the lookout for talented post-high school athletes who want to make their mark on the field. Whether you're a seasoned high school athlete, college, or former professional player, develop your skills and become part of a team that values hard work, dedication, and community spirit. Don't wait. Begin your path to the gridiron by visiting youngstownpat.com or contacting us on Facebook at the Youngstown Patricians. Be bold, be legendary. Join the Youngstown Patricians today.
The stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
First inning sweat into a data-driven advantage. Go to VSiN.com/MLB and join us on the Sports Betting Network. VSiN by the books with Dave Ross and Jensen Lewis.
Cam Ward, your stock's going up, baby. You got to get through the first coach. It's like a starter marriage for a lot of these first-round draft pick quarterbacks in the league, and then it doesn't work out with the first guy, and it normally works out with the second guy. And Cam, this normally works out to your benefit. The reason why they fired Brian Callahan is because they're counting on you.
Download the VSiN by the Books podcast and other VSiN shows wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is VSiN Primetime here on a busy Thursday, top of the fourth inning, Chavez Ravine. You know, I love day games at Chavez Ravine, right, man? Tyler Glass.
I like day playoff games to be better on the East Coast than the West Coast, and not much offense here so far. Again, so with the shadows on the field, we got a 1-1 game in the top of the fourth, and I know you guys are hoping this stays under in the first five. Paulie, you've got what numbers again?
A 3.5, and then for the game, 7.5, 8.5, and then there was some craziness that happened early, so the numbers were jumping around.
Caleb Durbin at the plate right now, one of my favorite players because he's a D3 guy. So anytime I can see a D3 guy make it to the big leagues or anywhere, I'm going to be pulling for him. And he's at the dish right now against Glasnow as he takes a walk in the top of the fourth inning. So a good start to the inning here for the Milwaukee Brewers. As mentioned, we will check in with Jensen Lewis coming up bottom of the hour. We'll get his thoughts on the nightcap. More thoughts on Thursday Night Football here in just a moment. But real quickly, gents, Blue Jays, Mariners, anything for you tonight? Max Scherzer on the hill, his first appearance in the postseason, right?
Yeah, I don't get it. I think it's a bad move. I like his outs prop under. I don't think he goes long. He hasn't pitched since September 24th. You got to take Springer props. He's been on fire. I think you get a big game out of Castillo. His outs prop should go over. I think he can go 6 innings. He's been so good in the postseason and also his last 5 starts. But there's just something about, in the Castillo numbers, 4-0 with a 0.86 in his last 6. There's just something about this ballpark and what Toronto has done here on the season. To be 4-0 in Seattle and outscore them 34-11. And I'll tell you, you better get this one if you're Seattle, because then it's squeaky bum time. You lose this, and it's like, oh, my God, it's panic time, and you're going to blow the series. And Kirby let everyone down last night. The building's up for grabs after Rodriguez goes deep. But if you lose this again, and you fall to 0-5 at home against them, suddenly it's like the series just got away from you. Yeah. And you had a stranglehold on it. So you're supposed to win this game tonight. You got embarrassed last night. You got a guy who's been awesome on the mound for you, and there's so many question marks about Scherzer. I don't think they're going to let him go long as well. which I like the outs prop under.
Outs prop right now, 11.5 at DraftKings. So will he go 4 innings is the question right there.
How about the Yerfie again tonight? Julio went yard last night. The Blue Jay sticks got super hot. They don't strike out a ton. After striking out twice in the first inning, Kirby only got him for 4. That was it before they roughed him up. And also more on Max Scherzer here in the first inning this season. 16 2/3. He got pulled after 2/3 one game because he gave up, I think, 7 earned runs. The ERA in the first inning is 13. Opposing batters hit higher than 400 with an OPS of higher than 1,200. And in his final 5 starts, 17 runs were allowed in the first inning overall.
I can't tell you how many times in big games he would settle down, but I remember the first game of the 2020 season, he makes the start against the Yankees, home run in the first inning allowed. The wild card game against the Brewers, Mitch, you probably remember this.
I do, yeah.
Home run in the first inning. He gets so amped up, and he tries to, I don't know if he'll do it anymore at his age, but he gives up first inning runs.
Yeah.
It's what he tends to do. And you just pointed out the data to back it.
I also don't know who you can really avoid in this Blue Jays lineup.
Right.
But one guy I definitely would not have anything close to the plate tonight would be Vladdy after almost hitting for the cycle last night.
Yeah.
So he had an 80.1% contact rate in the regular season. It's 92.5% in the postseason with a slug of 964. Going back the last, 2 decades, players in that same contact percentage percentile, I should say, the closest guy was slugging is 608. So he's slugging 964 and the contact percentage is 92.5%. Anything close right now, he's ripping. So I would like the walk on him was plus 130 earlier today, but that's been driven down to like even money now.
Yeah, when first base was open, the Yankees decided to pitch to him.
Right.
Right.
That's right.
And he responded with a drive down the right field corner. And you do something dumb, you have to pay for it. And the Yankees did. By the way, Castillo 4-0 with a 0.86 ERA in his last 6 appearances. Scherzer with an ERA over 10 in September.
Yo.
Seattle has got to get this game.
Agreed.
Yep.
Seattle right now, are they cheap?
Yes.
Is that number cheap?
I think it looks cheap. I thought it was going to be a bit higher. I thought this would be priced around 140.
Yeah, right now, looking at the numbers across the board for this game, Circa's sitting at minus 20. Superbook a penny cheaper, minus 119 out there for this game. So Mariners, Blue Jays, first pitch set for around 8:30-ish, a little bit after that in the East. More on this game coming up bottom of the hour, Gents and Lewis. But Gents, let's turn back to tonight's football game, Week 7 of the NFL season underway. The Bengals catching 5.5 at home. Mitch, I know you looked it up a little bit during the break.
Right.
The average depth of target and how Aaron Rodgers has, as I insert my tongue into my cheek, stretching the field so far this year.
Like he did with that long DK Metcalf touchdown and completion against Minnesota over in Dublin, I believe is where that game was.
How far was that throw?
Yeah, like 7 yards.
Yeah, and then DK Metcalf did the rest.
Like if you had to take a guess on where Rodgers ranks among all quarterbacks who have thrown at least 50 passes so far this year, would you guess like top 30?
No. Okay. I would say bottom 10.
Yeah, he's 39th. So
out of how many?
I only have 40 on the screen right now. So he's slightly ahead of Tyrod Taylor in terms of ADOT. He's behind Kyler Murray. Dylan Gabriel, Cooper Rush is ahead of him. Bo Nix is ahead of him. That tells you that it's going to be like nothing deep whatsoever. It's been a thing now for 5 weeks, 5 games for them. So this is another reason why I think you want to like the tight ends in this game. Also, like the number on him for the average completed air yards is 3.2. Lowest in the entire league by almost half a yard. That's unbelievable to me. And then average yards to the sticks, right? For example, Matthew Stafford on average throws it a half a yard past the sticks.
Okay.
Like that's what you want to do. You want to try to pick up first downs here. Aaron Rodgers is dead last behind every quarterback I just named. He's throwing 4.1 yards short of the sticks on average.
What is that?
Like there's no explosiveness to the passing game. Maybe if you want to look at longest pass completion under.
Yeah.
For him.
By the way, the food is here. It smells great. Can't wait to jump into it. Matt, every Monday and Thursday, we are fed and fed well by Dom DeMarco's.
I'll tell you what, the pizza was here. When we went to commercial, Paul Howard shot out of his chair and went out to the pizza room over here faster than Micah Parsons fires off the line when he's chasing the quarterback.
The breakdown.
Tom DeMarco's 9785 West Charleston. Official Thursday night football food sponsor of VSiN Primetime. So we got sausage, pepperoni pizzas, and meatballs are, I think, the best I've had. So
they're so good.
Yeah. Thanks for backing me up there, Tim.
They are. The garlic bread, put a little meatball on top of the garlic bread, Matt. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what I did last week. I took one of the meatballs and put that on top of the pizza.
Nice. There wasn't enough. What is already pepperoni sausage on it? And throw a little meatball on there.
Paul would say this guy's Picasso.
By the way, Jacob Mizorowski, 2 up, 2 down, bottom of the 4th inning. Still 1-1 between the Dodgers and the Brewers. The Miz kid is cruising along, and I'd be very curious, Mitch and Paul, to see how long Pat Murphy keeps him out there tonight.
Well,
it's dealing.
Let me tell you,
don't take him out.
No, the Dodgers have no. Look, I'm not trying to jinx anything. They've had. I'm not going to say they have no chance. They've had no chance so far. Well, that can change, but he is blown right by this team right now.
It's like when Matt and I were wrapping up primetime the other night, and the only hope that the Brewers had was if Dave Roberts took Blake Snell out of the game.
Yeah, right.
They had no shot against Blake Snell.
None.
And he took him out.
And they took him out. And they had a shot. Yep. Didn't get there, but they had a shot. All right, Max Muncy had to play 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning. We'll let you guys run. You guys have worked overtime. Before we let you out of here, Paulie, we know you made us an impassioned speech. By the way, your impassioned speech made Circa move from 5.5 down to 4.5. So, we're down to 4.5. Superbook down to 5. 5.5 still out there. They're getting a little juiced here. So, people are listening. They're heading out. But what do you else? You got anything else? Any kicking props tonight?
We're back, Tim.
Let's go, baby.
Boswell over 1.5 made field goals.
Oh, you got it. What did he call him? The assassin, right?
Yep, 4-1 of the over on the season. That was $1.27 at Caesars. Shop that. That's numbers a lot higher at other spots. Both teams to make a 33-yard field goal, $1.30. Fant over, Metcalf over. Metcalf was 58.5. That number's long gone. And let's get nuts. Again, our guy Jay, who covers the team, says Yoshivash could be in the doghouse if he has a drop. He had 3 against the Packers. Hello, Mitchell Tinsley, 19-1, anytime touchdown.
Ooh,
let's go.
Mitch, you nailed a first-time touchdown on air on Monday. What are we rocking with tonight?
All right, so the Steelers have been by far the better team here in the first quarter compared to the Bengals. And the Bengals allow almost 6 points per game in the first quarter. I'll go with 2 Steelers tonight. Kenneth Gainwell, 10-1. He has scored the game's first touchdown. Earlier this year he did anyway, and he scored the Steelers' first touchdown 2 games in a row, 2 out of the last 3 weeks. And the other one is Darnell Washington at 18-1, the number that I grabbed a little bit earlier.
All right.
Have some fun with the first TD scores.
There we go. Get out of here. Go enjoy this Brewers game. You don't look like you're enjoying it right now.
It's going to be fun. This is going to be like the Phillies game last week. It should be 2-1 or 3-2.
We'll talk some more baseball. Jensen Lewis will join us on the other side as Jacob Mizorowski gets another strikeout. The Miz is on fire.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for and there they go. Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Look through your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the...
What is dedication? I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy. And I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You could ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking. Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the Jed Foundation.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia One Network. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
If you're getting in on the action, visit haveagameplan.org to learn more.
Countdown to kickoff is the final word before the NFL games begin on Sunday. Join Jonathan Von Tobel and Stormy Bonantoni each week as they preview the day's games and discuss the latest odds and money movement with Circa CEO Derek Stevens. Warren Sharp joins the show and takes us through his picks and sharp analysis for the games. For all the latest news, injuries, odds, and lineup changes, tune in to Countdown to Kickoff every Sunday from noon to 1 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
VSiN Primetime alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. We just chowed down a little bit during the break. Matt's eating some pizza. I had a meatball and garlic bread. Doesn't get much better than that. Dom DeMarco's here in town, the proud food sponsor of VSiN Primetime on Monday and Thursday night. Top of the fifth inning, Matt. 1-1 the score, Brewers and Dodgers. And we always love talking baseball with our next guest, who you can hear every morning here on the network, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern time. It is Jensen Lewis, former Cleveland Indian, joining us courtesy of our progressive guest line. Watching Jacob Misiorowski, who does he remind you of? And when he is on, like he looks right now, how do you hit this dude?
Yeah, it was the same feeling watching Mason Miller, right, guys? You look at him, upwards 103, 104, and was just texting with a couple of our Loud Outs guys from MLB Network Radio. Justin Morneau said, he goes, guys, this is about as helpless a feeling, and I'm not even in the box. And it is just hysterical. I mean, you got an MVP, back with the Twins, who's like, I got no chance against this guy. So that should tell you all you need to know. Just watching from home, and you still feel that helpless against what you're watching with the Miz.
Jensen, when you look at the live number right now, the live total is 5.5. How do you think the rest of this game is going to play out? Is it going to be a 2-1, 3-2 type of game, or what?
Yeah, man, Matty, I felt like my under 7.5 for the game was cooked in the first inning. The way that Ohtani and Betts started there, and I'm gonna hold on for dear life here. I hope it does get there. I know it ticked up to 8 before that first pitch went off there. So it really is, how long does Pat Murphy want to go with Jacob Misiorowski? Because I don't think anyone's hitting glass now the way that he's pitching tonight either.
All right, so Pat Murphy and the Miz kid, don't you just stick with the Miz kid until the Dodgers hit him? I mean, let him go as long as he can until the Dodgers bats tell you that he's starting to wear down, right?
Yeah, I would agree. And you would think about Jared Koenig and then Trevor McGill, in some sort of fashion to bridge it to the end there. Abner Uribe, all hands on deck, if you will, Matty, with this being I think de facto game 7, we know the Brewers don't want to go down 0-3. So I'm with you. I think you run him upwards of 80, 85 pitches. You would love, if you're a Brewer fan, to get a couple of quick innings here too. But if he's continuing to generate the swing and miss, then you let him go until the proverbial arm falls off.
Jensen Lewis, of course, VSiN by the books, Monday through Friday, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Jensen and Dave Ross host that program as we're watching right now Game 3 of the NLCS, and we are headed to the bottom of the 5th, another 1-2-3 inning. The way this Dodgers rotation has been pitching, when you think about Blake Snell, what he's shown so far in this postseason. Yamamoto was untouchable in Game 2, and now Glasnow pitching the way that he is. Oh, by the way, Shohei Ohtani scheduled to pitch in Game 4. We know the weakness is the bullpen, Jensen. When you look ahead, how is, assuming they get out of this series, how are the Mariners or the Blue Jays knocking off this Dodgers squad?
Yeah, and I would think that Seattle, Tim, has probably the best chance. And just even looking at where their lineup probably has the most resistance from top to bottom, with power, with depth, with some speed, I would think that Seattle is the point there where you're looking at a team that could slug if need be. With where the Dodgers are right now. Now, we watched Toronto last night just put up a couple of crooked numbers and be like, hey, don't forget about us. And just wild to think, guys, when you look at not only the 3-game sweep that Toronto had in Seattle this year in the regular season, you add in last night's outburst, the Jays have actually outscored the Mariners 34-11 at T-Mobile Park this year. So food for thought, thinking about what could happen tonight. But to kind of roundaboutly answer your question, Tim, to me, the Seattle lineup would present more problems if I'm Dave Roberts and Mark Pryor looking at that pitching staff.
How about Castillo, 4-0 with a 0.86 ERA in his last 6 starts? Do you think he's going to be great tonight?
I do. La Piedra, right? Just the guy that has been a fortress there at T-Mobile. So, Matty, that number going back to September 7th, that 0.86 ERA, so 3 earned runs in his last 31 in the third. Mm-hmm. The only guy that's got a lower ERA in that span, ironically, it's Blake Snell, who has a 0.6 ERA, which is ridiculous to think about. So 1.40 ERA, Matty, for Luis Castillo in 5 career postseason games. That covers 4 starts. We remember he came out of the bullpen there for a couple of innings there in that wild 15-inning Game 5 of the division series. Here's the thing. We'll know very quickly about whether the Blue Jay lineup is picking up Castillo's sinker. And I think if he can go east and west real well with his breaking ball, the changeup obviously to the left-handed hitters will be key. If that is on very early, I think we got the makings of another low-scoring game, or at least an opportunity for Seattle to limit that outburst that Toronto had yesterday.
Very good analysis. Love it. Now, here's what I really wanted to ask you. We've got sausage and pepperoni pizza and meatballs here in studio from Dom DeMarco tonight. Who's cooking at your house? Is it your wife? Is it you? What's on the menu? Is it beef stroganoff, meatloaf? What do you have tonight?
Beef stroganoff.
Matt, it's funny you say that, because we just had ourselves a little afternoon. We went down to a place called Chagrin Falls, about a half hour from our house. We did a little wine, did a little shopping. We had stopped at a French restaurant. She did have some beef stroganoff, which is funny you bring that up. That's uncanny how that's the menu item you picked up. And a little steak frites for yours truly. So we're in it to win it. We got a little Barolo ready to go after I'm done with you guys, and get ready for multiple screens here between baseball and football tonight.
Beef stroganoff. Jensen Lewis joining us here, courtesy of
Danny.
I sensed it.
Just pick winners.
I sensed it.
You can't. He's a steel trap over there. You tell him anything, he'll never put it out on the air or anything like that. Jensen Lewis joining us here, courtesy of our progressive guest line. Jensen, Max Scherzer, Hall of Famer, one of the best pitchers maybe ever, but age is catching up to him. Hasn't pitched since September 24th. This year has been up and down for him in Toronto. What do you expect from him tonight in this spot? Over-under on outs, and Paulie really likes the under, is 11.5. How deep do we see Max Scherzer go in this game?
Yeah, I think he probably got a little window into potential routes to success watching Shane Bieber, and I would look to Scherzer's slider tonight if it is anywhere close to the effectiveness early on that Shane Bieber's was last night. I think he's got a chance to at least get through one time in the lineup. I actually liked his over 3.5 strikeout prop a little bit more. And I can understand why Paulie would want to go the under on the outs there, because it is still kind of that Game 7 feel. Not so much the urgency as it was last night for John Schneider and company. So he's got a chance to extend some leverage relievers because you only have to worry about pitching tonight and tomorrow. So much different, guys. And just going back to my mindset, if I knew that we had 3 games in a row, then I got to kind of space out, my allotment of energy. And if I really want to run it up, for an outing or two. But now the extra off day yesterday for, the Hoffman, Sir Anthony Dominguez, looking at Louis Varland, a lot of the leverage arms that John Schneider is going to want to go to, he can extend those guys now today and then be able to bring them back tomorrow for probably just an inning apiece if it really came down to that. So I could see where if it's early, if you're going to get to Scherzer, you're going to get to him in the first. His first innings have just been atrocious in his last 4 to 5 starts. So if you're going to get him, you're going to get him early. But I would look to the slider. He may only have a handful of fastballs, guys, to be able to set up the off speed. That would be my recipe for success if I'm Max Scherzer tonight.
Jensen Lewis with us and host of VSiN by the Books. Jensen, do you have any NBA preseason action tonight?
Nothing tonight.
Okay.
I know that's wild to think about. Wild to think about.
Unbelievable.
All right, well,
I thought you were going to I thought you were going to team me for like, hey, how ready are you for Vanderbilt LSU? Us being, a favorite for the first time in my lifetime in an SEC.
He's asking his own questions here.
Oh, we talked about that Tuesday morning on his show with Super Dave Ross. So I know he's pumped up and ready for Vandy and hoping they can come through in a rare favorite spot against LSU. I do want to ask you about tonight's football game. 5.5 the number of DraftKings, 4.5 here at Circa. How did you feel about the Browns trading Joe Flacco to the Bengals? And do you think the Bengals are live dogs tonight against Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I think for a little bit. Now, I told Gil and Kelly today I'm using Pittsburgh in a couple of Survivor entries that I have left, not in Circa, but in a couple other ones that I'm in. I think they do enough, and this has been one of the better teams, if not one of the best teams that Mike Tomlin has been ATS against. I think 13-5-1 last 18 times against the Bengals. So he's had the answer, regardless who's been quarterbacking for them. I went more the under here, guys. I know it's ticked up to 45, so I may live to regret that. I know with the Bengals and the issues without Trey Hendrickson and all that moving forward, I would look at maybe a Rodgers 2 or more touchdown passes for a little prop tonight. So I got Steelers in Survivor, and I would think this is going to be right on the number. The Steelers win by 5, win by 6. Man, I think it's going to come right down to that final possession.
How disappointing is it that you had to pitch for the Akron Arrows, not the Akron Rubber Ducks?
I actually really liked our Akron Arrow jerseys, to be fair, Tim. You know as well as I do, there's some great minor league jerseys. Yeah. I have it back home at my parents' house. It's one of my favorite minor league jerseys I think I ever wore.
Jensen, you're the best. Enjoy the games tonight. And Shohei Ohtani down on strikes against the Miz.
3 pitches.
There he is, Jensen Lewis. He knows a thing or two about striking out big-name players like A-Rod and Derek Jeter. It is VSiN Primetime.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's gonna teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
For any occasion. Legacy Club Rooftop Cocktails. Reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard share their knowledge of sports, gambling, and pop culture on Follow the Money at a New Time.
Like the guy can play football. Yep. And without him, we're talking about this team maybe being the worst one in the entire league.
On the bandwagon, I was high on this team, but my concern was this awful coaching staff.
They'll keep tabs on the big wins and bad beats from the night before. Plus, get you geared up for the action that's about to begin. Follow the Money now at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It's one of the best times of year to be a sports bettor. Football's rolling, MLB playoffs right now. Hockey's back and the NBA tips off next week. VSiN Pro gives you everything you need to win across every sport. Daily best bets from VSiN hosts and guests. Analysis on Oilers and Islanders from Matt Humans. Real-time DraftKings and Circa betting splits. AI-powered prop tools and matchup analysis. Plus, our NBA betting guide with previews of every team best bets, player props, live betting strategies. Start betting smarter today. Just $9.99. Save 50% with an annual plan. VSiN.com/subscribe. Pitchers duel breaking out in Chavez Ravine, and good job by Paulie Howard. He took a live under. First 5, 3.5. I believe he got some plus money on that, and he's cashed that. 1-1 the score, top of the sixth inning. Christian Yelich down on strikes again. The struggles for Yelich continue, Matt, so far this postseason, and now Andrew Vaughn steps to the dish. Jacob Mizorowski, as we went to break, 3 pitches, struck out Shohei Ohtani. I got a text from a buddy of mine, a big Brewers fan. I can't read it verbatim. There were a couple of expletives in there, and he goes, "Man, the Miz is on fire. Maybe we start him."
I've wondered the same thing. But then again, we bragged a lot about Pat Murphy and the job he does in that Brewers dugout. No manager, no coach is perfect. You can nitpick on some of the decisions on all these guys. It's the ones who make
Aaron
numerous.
Boone, Bubble Boy is perfect.
The guys who make the most mistakes, we rip on the most, like Aaron Boone. Dave Roberts makes a lot. I don't know why the Miz kid is not starting. I've thought the same thing as well. By the way, Shohei does have a triple tonight, but that was against Ashby. Mm-hmm. He was blown away in that at bat there against Mizorowski. 3 pitches, and on the third strike, he was nowhere close. I don't even care what his pitch count is, Tim. I'm going to if I'm Murphy in the dugout, don't even watch the pitch count. You don't care. Just going to let this kid go as long as he can go. When the Dodgers start to hit him hard, they get a couple hits off of him, the hitters are going to tell you when he's starting to lose it. Otherwise, your season's on the line. You're not going to mess with it right now. Dave Roberts headed out to the mound. Tyler Glasnow at 99 pitches. Looks like Roberts is going to make a pitching change. I'm not quite sure why you would do that right now.
This is a victory for the Brewers. They have not been able to get into that bullpen at all outside of one inning so
is
far.
99 the magic number? Dave Roberts says, well, 99, we're going to get you out of the game.
Tyler Glasnow, 5 2/3, 3 hits, 1 run. He just walked. Was that Sal Frelick? I believe he walked. No, it was Andrew Vaughn, I beg your pardon. So Sal Frelick is now coming up. 8 strikeouts, though, for Tyler Glasnow. And going back to the Miz, so he's at 59 pitches. So far this postseason, Matt, each of his appearances have been in that 50 range. But I'm with you. His season high is 108. He did that mid-September. He's on pretty normal rest right now. I would let him roll because it goes back to that discussion we had when Blake Snell got pulled in Game 1.
Yeah.
The Brewers were jubilant, I'm sure, that Blake Snell. The Dodgers want nothing to do with Jacob Mizorowski right now. He struck out 8 in 4 2/3. He's on fire right now. It feels like one of those first starts you and I were sitting here over the summer. You know, I mean, he is. He's been incredible so far this year. Let's take a look at the live line. It is Dodgers minus 157, Brewers plus 120. The total down to 4.5. Jensen Lewis said he had an under 7.5. Yeah, early on it didn't look great, but now you're feeling all right. The question, Matt, to ask is, do you look at the Brewers now that you're finally getting into this Dodgers bullpen?
I would say that on the Milwaukee side right now, you're happy that Tyler Glasnow has been pulled out of this game. You want the Dodgers to go deep into this pitching staff because it's got some weaknesses. So, again, I don't know why Dave Roberts is doing this, but Dodgers fans everywhere are probably saying the same thing. You see him do this over and over and over again. Look at those shadows on the field, Tim. It's
I love day games at Chavez Ravine are probably my favorite.
2/3 of the field covered in shadows. It's just ridiculous to play these games there, and everybody knows it. I have no idea why they would do this. Anyway, let's see how this Dave Roberts decision pans out here. 5 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. He did walk the runner who's on first, and it's going to be Vesia, Alex Vesia out of the bullpen, and that's Dave Roberts' ace up his sleeve. He loves to go to Vesia, the lefty, so I guess
4 straight scoreless outings this postseason.
He's been pretty reliable.
Did give up 2.
It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup.
With 2 outs, so if you get this, in theory, you don't have to go back to him in the 7th inning. So Sal Frelick at the plate here for the Brewers. 1-1 the score, top of the 6th inning. Matt, coming up top of the hour, we will not have Derek Stevens and company. They have engagements this evening, but we will pivot to Chuck Esposito.
No, wait. Wilbo got engaged? What'd you say?
Engagements.
Oh, okay.
Yes, They have things to do this evening, but we do have survivor selections we will get to. Banksy got eliminated after week 2, so we will have Wilbo and Derek Stevens, you and I, and also producer Corey as well. We'll get to those a little bit later, but we will talk to Chuck Esposito, race and sports book director for the Red Rock Casino in Las Vegas. Who will they need here tonight? What's the action been like so far? Talk a little baseball as well as Vesia gets a fortunate strike call as it looked like that one was a bit elevated, but Sal Frelick down on strikes. So Dave Roberts, as of now, looks like he made the right decision. We'll see if it pans out as the game goes on, but Vesia comes in and strikes out Sal Frelick, headed to the bottom of the 6th inning at Chavez Ravine, all tied up at 1.
If he gets a strikeout, Dave Roberts looks like the genius. If he blows it, he looks like the jerk. Tim, have you ever heard that?
Heard that a couple times. I look like a jerk on Saturday a couple times.
Dave Roberts is a genius right now for making that move. But I tell you what, the Brewers, they want to get that churn going on the Dodgers pitching staff because there is a weakness and you can find it.
Matt, we do have Thursday Night Football, of course, coming up in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Both you and I have a bet on the Cincinnati Bengals as 5.5-point underdogs. How about this on the pregame show on Amazon Prime tonight? This courtesy of Ian Rappaport. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow on track to return in mid-December. plus what does the future hold, whatever. That's a tease. But if Joe Burrow is on track to return in mid-December, so 2 months from now, does that intrigue you for futures at all?
Not at all. First of all, Burrow's always been on track to return in mid-December. I don't like this weasel reporter for the NFL Network, by the way.
Not a big Ian Rappaport guy?
Don't mention his name again. And Trey Hendrickson being out tonight is something I don't like because that's you got to put pressure on Aaron Rodgers. And when he's not on the field, the Bengals just can't get pressure on the passer. Not a surprise. Dr. David Chow, who was in studio tonight, just hanging out here in Vegas, he was the team doctor for the Chargers. He's great at analyzing these injuries. He said early in the week that Trey Hendrickson was not going to play this week. So he's not going to play Thursday night. So that's not a surprise. I was hoping he would be out there, but he's not. The Bengals have got to find ways to get some pressure on Aaron Rodgers. He wants to throw it. He wants to make short, quick throws, similar to what Joe Flacco did last week against the Packers.
Bengals and Steelers here tonight, a divisional underdog situation. The number that Mitch Moss mentioned and has been circulating social media is Mike Tomlin in these spots as a Thursday Night Football in road games, just 2-9 straight up. Do the Cincinnati Bengals pull off the upset? Are they a live dog tonight? I think, Matt, both you and I think they are live dogs. Prime time has been where dogs have been thriving. 6 of the last 7 underdogs, and we saw both of them win on Monday night. 6 of the last 7 underdogs in prime time have won outright, Matt.
Yeah, and the Bengals are a tough sell, I think, to the betting public because a lot of people believe the Steelers team, they just find ways to win, and the Bengals have packed it in. I think the Bengals are going to show up tonight. I heard Jamar Chase talking about the game this week. And, look, those guys are not going to quit. They're pros. I thought they gave a pretty good effort against the Packers. They made some Packers survivor players sweat a little bit in the fourth quarter last Sunday. But when you've got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and all the weapons that Flacco's got, I think he's smart enough to know how to use those guys, and the Bengals can stay in this game tonight. I'm not going to call for a Bengals outright upset. The Steelers probably find a way to win by a field goal, a Chris Boswell field goal tonight.
The assassin.
I think Mike Tomlin called him a serial killer.
The serial killer?
Something like that, yeah.
One of those things.
Boswell's one of the best kickers in the league.
Be.
Yeah, hopefully the game does come down to a Boswell field goal tonight. I would be okay with that.
I would be just fine with that as well. Hey, just a reminder, folks, basketball season ready to tip off, and the VSiN experts have been hard at work tracking the latest player moves to help you bet smarter. Become a VSiN Pro subscriber today for as little as $9.99 for your first month. And guess what? You get our all-new NBA betting guide. It is fantastic. Previews, power ratings on all 30 teams, best bets, and JVT, his favorite title bets. Give yourself an edge this season. Get our all-new NBA betting guide with a VSiN Pro subscription for just $9.99. Another strikeout for the Miz Kid. 9 Ks for Jacob Mizorowski. 1-1, bottom 6.
Before the line moves, the Sharp Plays at sharpplays.com is already there. It doesn't chase the market, it moves it. You can't outmuscle billion-dollar sportsbooks on your own. But with the Sharp Plays, you don't have to.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio. On the ice Wednesday, the Sabres doubled up the Senators 8-4. The Red Wings beat the Panthers 4-1. Tonight, the Blue Jackets host the Avalanche, while the Penguins visit the LA Kings. Thursday Night Football, the 4-1 Steelers visit the 2-4 Bengals. Cincinnati's 1-1 at home. The Steelers 2-0 on the road this season. On Pittsburgh's injury report, linebacker Malik Harrison and safety Deshaun Elliott listed as questionable with injuries. Wide receiver Calvin Austin's out. For the Bengals, defensive end Trey Hendrickson is listed as questionable. He suffered a back injury during the loss at Green Bay. Tight end Tanner Hudson is out. The Steelers lead the AFC North. They've won 3 in a row. The Bengals looking to snap a 4-game losing skid. The Browns are on the bye this week. They're coming off a 23-9 loss on the road at Pittsburgh. Cleveland returns to action a week from this Sunday at New England. The Lions are home on Monday night. 4-2 Detroit squared off with 5-1 Tampa Bay. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
This
week at Macy's, it's the best time to save on fall styles at our biggest fall sale. Find the classic brown boots and preppy Mary Jeans that everyone's wearing. Luxurious cashmere and wool sweaters. Even better, it's our lowest prices of the season on diamond jewelry, now 50 to 75% off. Over half off. Don't miss your chance to save big on the looks you need now at Macy's biggest fall sale. Today, savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRDB, The Scourge.
Time of your life today at circalasvegas.com.
Sean Green and Ryan Kramer bring an energetic approach to sports betting to keep you entertained while sweating your bets on the Sports Gambling Podcast live at VSiN.
When I watch this Dolphins team and you hear the players talk, you hear the coach talk, it just seems like it's not working.
Thank you, Peloton, for helping Jordan Davis lose enough weight to be able to hit 18 miles an hour.
Join Sean and Ryan every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern on the Sports Gambling Podcast live at VSiN, right here on the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hour number 2 of VSiN Primetime alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray, moments away from kickoff. Thursday night football, the Pittsburgh Steelers at the Cincinnati Bengals. Bengals a 5.5-point home dog, total sitting around 45 as the Dodgers trying to get a run off of Jacob Misiorowski, and they will, Matt. They finally have cracked the code that is Jacob Misiorowski as he gives up a hit to Will Smith, walks Freddie Freeman, and now an RBI in the bottom of the 6th inning. Chavez Ravine on fire as Tommy Edman gives the Dodgers a 2-1 lead.
If you had the first 5 under, you were good. Now you got to sweat out the game under the total, and here comes Pat Murphy out of the dugout, and that's going to be it for Jacob Misiorowski. 1 out in the 6th. He's got 73 pitches. And the Dodgers did start to get to him here in the 6th.
All right, let's get to our phone line. Chuck Esposito, our good friend from the Red Rock Casino here in Las Vegas. He joins us every Saturday. The dynamic duo, people are calling it. Matt Humans leading into Chuck Esposito, some are saying, on the final hour of the College Football Tailgate Show. Chuck, let's jump right into the NFL as we have Thursday Night Football Week 7 underway. Bengals catching 5.5 at home, total at 45. Got to imagine the Steelers are a popular play, maybe money line parlays, starting with the Steelers, laying the 5.5. What's the action been like on the Steelers and Bengals so far at your shop?
They are, guys. It's nothing sharp so far on the game, but the public has really backed the Steelers. We opened the game 4. It has gone to 5.5, as you mentioned. total's gone up 2.5 points, and that's really the big difference in ticket count. The game itself, 62% of the tickets are on the Steelers, but the over in the game, a whopping, as you and I talked about, Tim, on Saturday, a whopping 78% of the ticket count from our guests is on the over in the Steelers-Bengals game.
Chuck, what was your impression of Joe Flacco in his first start for the Bengals on short notice? And played pretty well, actually. Kept the Bengals in it. What did you think, and what do you expect from Flacco tonight against the Pittsburgh defense?
I thought he was clearly an upgrade, Matt, from where they were at that point. I thought he played really well in the second half. He definitely has great skill position players, especially in Higgins and Chase. They really need to get his Chase Brown going, though. I mean, their run game is non-existent. I think that would help him a lot. He went into this year as a very hyped fantasy back, and the way he finished last year, he was going to be the guy. They really don't have much behind him. I think they need to get that running game going somewhat. I'm not, I know the Steelers are in first place, but I don't think they've been great either this year, especially defensively. And you look at Aaron Rodgers, I think he ranks near the bottom in yards per completion. These two guys were in their prime a while ago, but I'm anxious to see now that Flacco, with another full week of practice there, how he looks tonight at home against that Steeler defense with Watt, kind of coming after him on prime time.
You said it, Chuck. The Steelers are 4-1, but they have not been all that impressive on the way to 4-1. Their point differential is actually only plus 12 in those games, but the Bengals are 2-4, actually in second place in that division. Ravens 1-5, Browns 1-5. If the Steelers win tonight, do you think they're going to run away with this division, or do you think the Ravens, when they get Lamar Jackson back and get healthier, that they can get back in this thing?
I think the Ravens can get back in it, Matt.
Okay.
I think they've been really disappointing. You look at the Niners, and with all the injuries they have, they're competitive week in and week out. They have that circle the wagons approach, and they've played really well. That hasn't been the case with the Ravens. I think you clearly see how much you miss Lamar Jackson. It's a little bit unstructured. It's more playground, but he's phenomenal at it. When they're structured right now, they haven't been good. I think the one thing the Ravens have going for them is that they've got a very favorable schedule the rest of the way, and they do play the Pittsburgh Steelers twice. So the Ravens are on bye this week. They should get healthy when they come out of that bye with Lamar back. If Steelers were to lose tonight and kind of struggle at all in the next couple of weeks, I think you give the Ravens that opportunity the second half of the season to get back in it, in my opinion. I still think they're the better of the two teams, although the record doesn't reflect that. I think it's just the injuries that the Ravens have had so far.
Chuck Esposito, once again, race and sportsbook director at the Red Rock Casino, part of the station's casino group here in Las Vegas, giving us the latest from behind the counter. Before we continue with Week 7 action that you've seen so far in the NFL, we do have a baseball game starting in about a half an hour up in Seattle. Right now, looking at your app, you've got Toronto as a plus 112 dog, Mariners minus 126, total sitting at 7.5. What have you seen so far for Game 4 of the ALCS?
We're clearly Blue Jays and under fans tonight, guys. After they were able to get the game yesterday, the public did bet them in Game 3, but tonight it's all Mariners right now. So we are clearly Blue Jay and under fans going into the late game tonight.
What type of action did you see on Brewers-Dodgers? And we just talked about it when you were coming in here. 2-1, Dodgers now have the lead in the bottom of the 6th.
It was actually really good two-way action. I expected it to be fairly one-sided in favor of the Dodgers, but I think just based on the price, we saw some of the bigger bets come in on the Brewers, and overall it was two-way, and it's not a big decision on that game, guys.
How does the futures book shape up right now for you guys when it comes to the remaining 4 teams?
The best shape we're in is on the Toronto Blue Jays. I think it's a kind of a yearly thing that for whatever reason, if they're good, we just don't get that much backing on them. The Dodgers being one of the favorites all year at a low price, we sit fairly well. It's the Brewers, though, where we saw some money come in, and the Mariners that during the course of the year, just based on the value of the price, that we saw the public bet somewhat. So really for us, best case from a liability standpoint would be Jays, Dodgers. Maybe not necessarily best case as far as the viewing and the betting would go, but that's the best from a liability standpoint is Jays, Dodgers.
Chuck Esposito once again hanging with us, getting us ready for Thursday Night Football as they will be cheering for the Cincinnati Bengals and the under tonight, which shouldn't come as a big surprise as we do get another run here for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Errant pickoff throw by Uribe. bounces into right field, and the Dodgers get a garbage run there. That was a gift from Milwaukee, 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1. Not looking great for the Milwaukee Brewers. Looking ahead to Week 7 this upcoming weekend, Chuck, anything come across your counter of sharp notice regarding Week 7?
Yeah, we've clearly seen some sharp money come in on the Packers against the Cardinals. I think it's a product of the Murray injury, just as beat up as they are on the offensive line, or the offense overall from the skill position side of it. But we have seen some sharp money that has started to show on the Green Bay Packers against the Cardinals.
Chuck, more on Week 7 here. How about the Raiders at Kansas City? A number 11.5 or 12 you're seeing pop up out there. Can the Raiders hang in this game and surprise people a little bit? Or if you were in a Circus Survivor or Survivor type of contest, would you play Kansas City and have full confidence that KC is going to take care of business?
The game really scares me a little bit just because they're division foes. And I know the Chiefs, people are asking me, it's good that the Chiefs are back. I'm like, they never went anywhere. I always thought they were still a really good team. You get Rice back on that team. Mm-hmm. They've had some big wins coming off that Detroit win. I think they're going to win, but it does scare me just a little bit. I think I'd probably maybe play the Patriots against the Titans this week if I was really targeting a game in Survivor. But the Raiders need a big win. They say they're going to get Gentry the ball a lot more. You need to get Bowers back. You need to get Jacoby Myers back and get these guys healthy. But I really think Geno Smith's been somewhat of a disappointment so far at quarterback.
One of the more interesting games to me, and I know, Matt, I think you've bet it. I've bet it as well. Chargers and Colts, SoFi Stadium. The Colts have been such a great story so far this year, 5-1 on the year. Have you seen anything of significance on Colts Chargers, which will be in that 1 o'clock Pacific time window on Sunday?
Not really, guys. You're right. It's a really intriguing matchup. You look at the Colts, and they're definitely one of the 2 or 3 surprise teams in the league right now. I think the Seahawks are in that mode as well with as good as they've played. But if you rewind a few weeks ago, I thought the Chargers were the best team in the AFC, and they really stubbed their toe. I mean, losing that game against the Giants and then really struggling again last week. So it's a Charger team that with the injuries to both running backs has really hurt, beat up on the offensive line has hurt. It's interesting to see how the Colts play on the road coming out west against the Chargers.
Yeah, injuries definitely piling up for the Chargers. Seems like we talk about that every year. How about the Denver Broncos? That defense has been dominant, let's put it that way. Broncos are back from an odd trip, Chuck. They picked up a big win in Philadelphia, then went to London and played one of the ugliest games you're ever going to see, but they beat the Jets. They come back home now. Broncos are 7-point favorites over the Giants. How do you look at the Giants? Do you look at them a little bit differently with Jackson Dart at quarterback, Cameron Scattaboo at running back? Do you think the Giants can hang in that game?
I do look at them a little bit differently, Matt. I think from the beginning, we all wanted to see what Jackson Dart could do, and I think you and I chatted about if they had an MVP in the preseason, it probably would have been Jackson Dart for as good as he played. Mm-hmm. I think it's a tough task, though, for them. I know that Denver's coming back from London. It used to be the team that had an automatic bye. Not the case anymore, but they lead the league in sacks. They're so dynamic defensively, and I look for Bo Nix maybe to have a bounce-back game here. I think it's just a tough game for that offense without Malik Neighbors, even though you've got Scattaboo and you've got Dart against that Denver defense. I think I kind of look for a bounce-back game from the Denver offense in this game.
Chuck Esposito out of Red Rock Sportsbook. Chuck, one more for you here Monday night. We got a doubleheader. How about the first game, Bucks at Lions? Would you power rate the Lions, the number 1 team in the NFL right now, and how do you think that game's going to be bet Monday night?
Even with their loss, Matt, I do have them number 1 right now. It's a shame that Tampa Bay is missing so many skilled position players that even if Evans is back, he's banged up. Godwin's still coming back. No Bucky Irving, no Abuke. Really hurts that team a lot. And then you look at the Lions, how beat up they are in the secondary. I think whatever happens in this game, I'm going to throw out, though, because of all the injuries, I think these two teams can meet again in the postseason, and that's what I want to see. You have to remember last year Tampa went into Detroit week 1 and won that game. This team loves playing for Baker Mayfield. He's not sliding ever. I think it's going to be a great game on Monday night.
Chuck, always appreciate it. I will talk to you on Saturday morning.
All right. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the game.
There he is. Chuck Esposito giving us the latest from behind the counter. That's Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. We'll update you on NLCS Game 3, as well as get you ready for Thursday Night Football.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Located in Applewood Estates in Boardman Township, the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club offers a pleasant family environment. Choose a membership that meets your needs and enjoy a relaxing venue that includes not only swimming for the family, but also youth activities such as competitive swimming, tennis, and more. Enjoy the friendly atmosphere all summer long with the staff and members of the Applewood Swim and Tennis Club. For more information, go to applewoodswimandtennis.com or call 330-953-2833.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Elevate your sports betting game with VSiN's exclusive betting splits. Stay ahead with real-time market trends and track bet percentages on any matchup, then uncover the edge by comparing them to the amount of bets placed to find out where the sharp money is headed. Upgrade to VSiN Pro to access betting splits, live odds, line moves, power ratings, and in-depth game analysis. Go to vsin.com/pro to join VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the sports betting network.
It is VSiN Primetime, moments away from kickoff in Cincinnati. Bengals hosting the Browns, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wrong divisional team. 5.5 is the number, Matt. It looks like that's what we'll close at. Total, we'll call it 45. There are some 44.5s out there. We heard from Chuck Esposito at their shop. They're going to be cheering for the Cincinnati Bengals and the under in this game. Shouldn't be that big of a shock. They want the dog and the under in a primetime game.
That's two graybeards going head-to-head here. Look at Joe Flacco in that pregame interview. He's got all that gray in his beard. Same with Aaron Rodgers. This is the AARP Bowl, AARP. That's what I'm calling it tonight.
Sounds like a Tuesday in December bowl game in Boca Raton.
At the concession stands in Cincinnati, if you have an AARP card, you get half off tonight. Andrew Whitworth getting the crowd fired up here. He's part of that Amazon broadcast. He wears that sport coat with a hooded sweatshirt over the top. That's an odd look. He wears it every week, too. Have you ever thought about that?
I haven't.
No.
But if I was a future Hall of Fame offensive lineman, I'd do whatever I want.
Actually, I met him at the LSU-UCLA football game at the Rose Bowl a couple of years ago, a few years ago. You remember that game?
Yeah.
Chip Kelly.
Bring those sissy blue shirts.
Chip Kelly was the Bruins coach. It was a big win for him that day to beat LSU. But there was an LSU tailgate party. I was out there with Jimmy Ott, our buddy from ESPN Radio Baton Rouge, and Andrew Whitworth was there. Talked to him for a while. Couldn't have been a nicer guy.
Really
good dude.
Good to hear.
Also, I think Kaylee Hartung was out there.
Oh, nice.
She's an LSU graduate.
Is she really? Mm-hmm. I didn't think I knew that.
Yeah.
By the way,
you do.
Now I know. See, sitting next to this guy every night, you get to learn a lot of new things. You get a lot of sayings, and you get to learn things like Kaylee Hartung went to LSU. Did not know that. By the way, we are in the 7th inning right now, and Blake Gascan Trinan is out for the Dodgers.
He gets an out.
And he's able to get an out. Gets a pop out to the right side of the infield, just shallow right field. Underway, Matt, on Thursday Night Football here. The Steelers will start with the ball. Bengals wearing those home white uniforms here tonight.
Shockingly, Tim, it was a short pass to a running back.
I am stunned, man.
That's the Aaron Rodgers playbook right now. And look at the Steelers. They're trying to run tempo here. Like they're rushing to get to the line of scrimmage to catch this Bengals defense off guard.
By the way, this was thrown out there on social media just to remind folks. Week 7, that's tonight. Rodgers versus Flacco. Matchups between 40-year-old quarterbacks all time. We had 2 of them prior. They both came in 2020. Drew Brees versus Tom Brady, as old man Rodgers throws another screen pass, this one to Pat Freiermuth. We've got a flag down on the field. It'll be a flag.
How can you not run a screen pass and commit a procedure penalty? That's one of the easiest plays to run, and the Steelers couldn't run that without getting penalized. False start there, I believe, is Jonnu Smith on the false start. But Tim, seriously, that's one of the easiest plays to run. You cannot. That was a little twitch by the tight end. That's the type of stuff I wish the NFL would not call. It's the micromanaging of each play by the officiating crews. Did that really need to be called?
But yet they don't do that when it's the tush push.
When the entire Eagles offensive line jumps off sides on the tush push, no call. But when the Lions run a trick play to Jared Goff, he scores a touchdown, the league office has to call in and have this reviewed and have it reversed. Did the league office call in on the tush push when the Eagles offensive line jumped? I don't think the league office jumped in there.
I was not aware of it.
So the league office can just pick and choose when they want to jump in and reverse calls on the field?
They can do whatever they want. They're the NFL, baby.
3rd and 11 here. Aaron Rodgers in the shotgun. I bet it's going to be a short pass over the middle to the tight end. What do you expect?
Is that what your prediction is? Ooh, deep drop. Ooh, aired it out, Matt. And he completed it. He said, "Take that, Matt."
Wow.
DK Metcalf down the right sideline.
That was actually a really nice throw, too.
Big toss from Aaron Rodgers.
Is that his longest completion of the season in terms of air yards? Air yards.
It might be.
DK Metcalf was the longest reception. That was 80 yards in that game in London. But, Tim, that was we were talking about his 3.5 air yards per attempt. That was about 35 yards in the air down the field, right?
That was a dime as he dropped it right into DK Metcalf. First down, Pittsburgh Steelers, so that keeps the drive going on 3rd and 11. I think most of us thought on a 3rd and 11, all right, they'll probably dump it off here. Nope, they got aggressive, and they're already in Boswell's territory, but they're hoping for more here on this opening drive. So 2nd down nearing the 25-yard line. Strong opening drive here for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Now what I wanted to see is a Bengals better. By the way, the Brewers had a leadoff double in the 7th. And right now, Dodgers on the live line are minus 1,600. Milwaukee takeback is 7-1 odds, plus 710.
I think Jackson Churio took a foul ball off the leg, too, so he was not feeling so great there against Blake Trinan.
You feel like the Brewers had to find a way to score here with the leadoff double. When you're down 3-1.
They just took Jackson Churio out of the game, Matt. Blake Perkins will come to the plate with 2 strikes. That is not ideal for the Milwaukee Brewers here in the 7th inning.
Tell you what else is not ideal is the performance by the Cincinnati defense on this first drive. Look at Warren run this off the left side, and not much resistance here from the Bengals defense. You give up that 3rd and 11 conversion. That was bad news. You got to be able to get off the field in 3rd and 11. Aaron Rodgers goes deep and burns you. That can't happen. Now Warren cuts back, goes off left tackle. You got 1st down at the 14-yard line, and the Cincinnati defense without Trey Hendrickson, you're going to have a tough task tonight, even against the Steelers offense. It's not too explosive. Tim, every time they run the ball here, it seems like they get 4 or 5 yards without contact. I don't know what that tells you if you got a Bengals plus 5.5 bet, but it's not positive.
Nope.
Right now, the live line, Steelers minus 400, 7.5-point favorites for the game, and the total 46.5. Now 6.5-point favorites. Maybe something negative is about to happen here, but
see how this drive finishes out. I don't say the Bengals are toast yet.
If it's a field goal, it's a big win for the Bengals. You want to hold the Steelers to field goals, and Chris Boswell.
Ooh, man. Almost a touchdown throw there. Just a little bit out of the reach there on third.
Pretty good throw by Rodgers. I'll say this off the top here. He's been on target. Looks like Rodgers might have brought his A game or at least his B game tonight.
No doubt. And by the way, we every week have our Survivor plays for Primetime Survivor. No Derek, Wilbo, or Banksy in studio here tonight, but that doesn't mean they haven't sent in their Survivor selections, but we'll give you those to you after this big 3rd and 6 here.
Oh, boy. They're going to get it. They're going to pick it up.
You are a joy to sit next to. Just watching the live line. Watch the game.
Live line's 8.5, so they're going to pick up the first down, and they're going to score a touchdown.
Jonnu Smith, he did it again. Ryan Kramer did it again.
Ryan Kramer, Jonnu Smith, first touchdown at what price?
15-1.
Did you bet it?
No. Did you?
No. Actually meant to.
Unbelievable.
I forgot.
This heater that he is on is the most ridiculous thing. I don't know, maybe not the most, but this heater that Ryan Kramer from the Sports Gambling Podcast is on first touchdowns in primetime
That's what legends are made of.
I mean, just an...
You and I said about 3 weeks ago, we got to bet these Kramer first touchdown props. Since then, I think he's hit 4 of them, and we have not been betting him.
Both on Monday night.
And I meant to bet Jonnu Smith tonight when he sent out the text, and then for some reason it slipped my mind, and I never got the bet in, and paid for it right there.
Unbelievable. Good for him. I think Mitch had it too. Did Mitch have Jonnu Smith?
I think Mitch was going to bet both tight ends.
Yep. I think I wrote him down.
He was going to bet the other tight end.
Oh, he said Gainwell and Washington.
He was going to bet Washington, and he said, well, maybe I should bet them both. So maybe he got that bet in.
I mean...
Jonnu Smith at 15-1. Ryan Kramer, props. Man, this guy is hot as hell on the first touchdown props. Gotta love it.
Unbelievable. Ryan Kramer, salute to you. The first touchdown GOAT. I mean, it's insane.
It is crazy.
I mean, to be on a heater like he is on, it is just insanity. His 4 selections, he gives out 4 selections every primetime game. He does a quarter unit on all of them. It was Pittsburgh defense, Jonnu Smith, Drew Sample. Those were 3 of his selections. And he nails it again, Matt. Another winner for Ryan Kramer.
Very good for him. Very good for him.
I'm just not going to, at this point, Matt, I'm not going to bet any of them because I feel like if I jump in, I'm going to be the mush. So at this point,
you don't want to jinx him. No. That's for sure. I mean, he's been so hot. I looked at that tweet he sent out today. I said, I could see the Jonnu Smith. That's one I could probably bet. And that slipped my mind.
Football meets flavor with VSiN and Omaha Steaks, the official sponsor of tailgating. Built for the grill, Omaha Steaks smash burgers are pre-smashed, crafted from premium aged beef, and go from freezer to bun in just 5 minutes with juicy, unforgettable flavor. And as a VSiN exclusive, you'll get 16 free smash burgers with any order of $129 or more. Plus 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com/VSiN. That's omahasteaks.com/VSIN. Jonnu Smith scores the game's first touchdown. Ryan Kramer, salute to you again.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Olivia from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that Mommy and Daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council. This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
How they handle it as the year goes on, but then certainly after the season.
VSiN by the books. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the sports betting network.
On the next edition of Prop Points, all the action from Thursday Night Football between the Steelers and Bengals. VSiN betting analyst Ben Stevens for Week 8 in college football. Jake Tribby from FantasyPoints.com will join the program as well and give out his favorite DFS plays. Finally, we'll close out the show with some of my favorite player props and touchdown props. I'm John Hansen. Tune into Friday's edition of Prop Points at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Touchdown drive by the Pittsburgh Steelers capped off Jonnu Smith. Touchdown, game's first touchdown, around 16-1. Looks like was the first touchdown price. Once again, our colleague from the Sports Gambling Podcast on fire, Ryan Kramer, another first touchdown winner. That's Matt Newmans. I'm Tim Murray. We've got a bunch going on right now across all sports. We're about to get underway. ALCS game number 3. And we will have a decision here, by the way, for Zach Taylor as they are at midfield, a crossing route to Jamar Chase. And I think they're going to punt the ball away on 4th and 3.
Cowardly punt.
Yeah, I would say this is a poor choice. What is it? Is it 4th and 4?
I can understand this early in the game why he's not going to go for it, 4th and 4, because I don't think you don't. Well, you just don't have much faith in your offense either to pick it up, right? Joe Flacco had a shot right there, and he threw well short of the sticks. I think you guys just got to make a better play on 3rd down than what the Bengals did there. Steelers are going to take over at their own 27, and 7:25 to go in the 4th quarter. A lot of things pointing to Pittsburgh right now. By the way, I'm receiving texts from the Shrews, PJ, others out there who did bet Jonnu Smith at 15-1 to get the first touchdown because They've heard us talking about the Ryan Kramer TD props, and they were betting him.
Great.
And obviously, if you follow Kramer on the Sports Gambling Podcast, he's been so hot, you got to follow these plays. And it's good to see that a lot of people are cashing in on those.
I saw the Madman. Massero has been following these. He took a big shot and cashed in well. So great job by Mr. Kramer on another winner on a primetime first touchdown. And I promise I will stay off all of his selections because the moment I jump on, it's going to go
ice cold.
So I'm staying off. I'm going to let you do your thing, Kramer. You're the man. Keep rolling, and I hope you keep winning these nonstop. By the way, just about to get underway in the ALCS, Matt. Any thoughts here? Any bets here on Mariners Blue Jays? Max Scherzer taking the hill for the first time since September 24th.
My thoughts here, this has got to be a game that the Mariners win because I talked about Luis Castillo, last 6 outings, 4-0 with an ERA of 0.86. When you got a pitcher that's hot, and he's at home, and you're up 2-1 in a series like this against an old man and Max Scherzer, who's, well, he's not going to go long into the game. Max Scherzer is so old, he makes Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco look like youngsters out there today. Now, I like Mad Max. He's a fierce competitor. Tim would call him feisty. I'd call him fierce. I think Mad Max is one of those pitchers you're going to give it all he's got tonight. I would actually kind of look at the under on the outs prop for Scherzer.
Yeah.
I think what the Blue Jays are hoping is that he can go out there and give him like 3 great innings or he doesn't have a lot left, Tim. He doesn't have a lot left, but if he could give you 3 scoreless innings, maybe that's what Toronto needs tonight. I lean Seattle here. I think the price is cheap. I thought it was going to be more 135, 140. And as I look at the market right now, it looks like the highest number out there on this game is Seattle. Let's see, Seattle minus 135, but that's an ESPN bet, and I don't think that's a real sports book.
Circa's minus 130 if you do want to get in. I might put a little bit on the Mariners here. Need a little.
The price has inflated a little bit here in the past half hour.
It was minus 20, so there was money that came in here. I don't know if that's a real sports book.
I don't know if it is.
We cannot confirm nor deny. I have betted an ESPN bet back east. All right, the Steelers about to start their second drive of the game. Luis Castillo having his warm-up pitches. Matt, it's a good time to update us on VSiN Primetime Survivor. And I'll start with Derek Stevens. He has 4 selections left, and he's going to go a little gutsy here, Matt. He's going to go 2 on the Bears and 2 on the Browns. Wow.
Mad scientist.
All right.
Interesting strategy here.
I trust in Derek and his the way he's going to go about it.
I don't.
This is a risky one. Cleveland 2.5-point favorite in what will be 50-mile-an-hour winds in Cleveland on Sunday.
Somebody asked me about this game today, about the Dolphins-Browns. Which way did you go? I said, well, this is what the game's going to come down to. Whichever quarterback throws the pick that loses a game in the fourth quarter. You got 2 bad quarterbacks. One of them is going to make the big mistake and blow the game. Who's it going to be? First of all, in that type of weather, I would favor the Browns just a little bit. But, man, Dylan Gabriel's so bad. Damn, he stinks. And the Browns just need to cut the cord. You're not going to win games with him. You might be able to beat the Dolphins because they're barely an NFL team right now. They've got a clown as a coach, so you might be able to win that game. But what Derek's doing here is interesting. That's kind of a toss-up game in Cleveland,
and
that's the only spot you're going to want to use the Browns. I can see what he's doing there. And as far as the Bears go, I think this is the Bears should win the game, but they're off a big Monday night win.
I like the
on the
Saints
road
plus the points.
And as Tim Murray would say, the Saints are probably going to be feisty in that game.
Little inside from the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. I apparently say feisty a little bit too much regarding dogs. I need more adjectives. I was not an English major, so I need to think of more adjectives to talk about big dogs and whether or not they will be competitive in the games. All right, so there you go. Derek's 4 remaining plays. We all started with 10. Derek will use his 4 remaining on the Bears and the Browns. Wilbo, who is actually out there hanging out, enjoying himself. He said he tailed He said he tailed Ryan Kramer on 2 of his selections.
But not Jonnu
Smith. He went 2 on the New England.
Lead a horse to water. All right, so what's Wilbo got here?
He went 2 on the Patriots as they head to Tennessee, the Vrabel Revenge Bowl. 2 on the Kansas City Chiefs against the Las Vegas Raiders, and 1 on the Chicago Bears. Another Bears selection, and you've got 5 left, so he's going to try to thread the needle. I spent 1 on the winless Saints once upon a time, a couple weeks ago, so I get it. So the Chicago Bears, his final selection. 2 on the Patriots, 2 on the Chiefs, 1 on the Bears. Banksy got eliminated in week 2. Wasn't really understanding his philosophy then, and he has been eliminated from the contest. Matt, I've got 5 remaining. Last week I went 2 Packers and 3 Packers, 2 Colts. I thought about using the Packers this week, but I'm going to hold them for when they play the Panthers. I did do the Derek Stevens double option this week. I took a Carolina Panther and a New York Jet, so I will lose one, but I will move on to week 8. So my 4th and 5th selection, I am going to sacrifice one of them. I took 1 on the Patriots as they head down to Tennessee, and 2 on the Kansas City Chiefs. So 2 Chiefs, home to the Raiders, 1 on the Patriots at the Titans, and then the double option, I will sacrifice one of my remaining 5. I will take 1 Panthers, 1 Jets.
I don't know. It's a little early to be doing the sacrificial pick strategy.
There's only
Week
4. There's only 4 of us in this contest.
Yeah, but it's not like you win anything. I won this last year. I'm still waiting for the prize.
Oh, we're working on a big prize. You want this T-shirt? I bought you a T-shirt.
That's not really what I wanted. You know I don't wear black T-shirts.
Chase game.
I do like that T-shirt. I like the design. I like the idea. But I don't wear black T-shirts. No.
I'll keep this one myself.
Yeah, it's in the heat and the intense sun in the desert, you don't really walk around wearing black T-shirts. You got to wear white or gray.
Gray, you get pit stains.
Huh?
Gray, you get pit stains.
I mean, Sam, you must have a leaky pit. I don't know. What's wrong with you? I used all 4 survivor entries on the Chiefs just because when our producer, Corey, sent me the text today, I didn't feel like messing with it. I was in the middle of doing something else. And put all 4 on the Chiefs. I really don't know what my strategy is going to be for the real life survivor contest this week. I'm going to have at least 2 on the Chiefs. I have not formed a game plan for this yet. When you look at the Chiefs down the road, there's not many other spots where you really want to use them. But I don't fully trust the Chiefs at home against the Raiders this week either. I trust them enough probably to put 2, maybe 3 survivor entries on KC, but that's about it.
All right, and then
Steelers up. What else we have here?
Yeah, let's do a quick update on the Steelers.
7-0 Steelers. Bengals defense did force a punt. How about that? Aaron Rodgers threw an incompletion on 3rd and 4. They screamed at his running back for some reason. I guess blaming him for not giving him enough, not picking up a block or something. Even though Rodgers had about 7 seconds to throw the ball, he didn't want to take the blame for that incomplete pass. Jamar Chase 9 yards on 1st down. Live line here is 8.5. Money line minus 475. I can't argue with that because I took Bengals plus 5.5 pregame. I don't feel very good about the Bengals bet right now. Live total 45.5.
Producer Corey, by the way, 2 Patriots, 2 Bears, 1 Panthers. So going risky with the Carolina Panthers. This segment of VSiN Primetime was brought to you by Winner Circle Proxy. Need a contest proxy? You can trust the experienced team at Winner Circle Proxy, VSiN's preferred proxy partner. Check out winnercircleproxy.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets...
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait, communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
What grows in the forest? Trees? Sure. Know what else grows in the forest? Our imagination, our sense of wonder, and our family bonds grow too. Because when we disconnect from this and connect with this, we reconnect with each other and build family memories we will carry with us forever. The forest is closer than you think. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. It's easy. Just put in your zip code to find family-friendly outdoor destinations near you. You'll also find guides to free activities, games, and amazing forest facts. Give the magic of the outdoors to your kids and reconnect with your family. Find a forest near you at discovertheforest.org. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
With 3 levels, 6 pools, and a massive 143-foot screen, catch every game, every season. It's the place to be in Las Vegas. Soak up the sun and party all night, 365 days a year at Stadium Swim. Secure your spot now at circalasvegas.com.
On the next A Numbers Game, it is Friday. That means Football Fridays. Chris Valika with all of his bets across the sports betting landscape, including his bread and butter, college football. We will do that with him. Steve Fezzik, everything that's on his mind, sports betting-wise, and that could go anywhere, as you know. Plus, Dr. Bob, will the streak continue? Man, oh man, just one loss all season long on the show. Bob looks to continue it. And, of course, some global football with Paul Carr, some Premier League. It's A Numbers Game, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, right here at VSiN.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
NLCS, ALCS, Thursday Night Football. Busy night here at VSiN Primetime. Matt Grill, DraftKings Sportsbook, will join us coming up at the top of the hour. Always love getting his perspective and latest from behind the counter. That's Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. Quick update, Matt, from the NLCS. Bottom of the 8th inning. It is 3-1. Dodgers with the lead over the Brewers. Jacob Mizorowski was great until he got into a little bit of trouble there and was pulled from the game after giving up an RBI single to Tommy Edman. And right now, it is a 3-1 lead. Freddie Freeman at the plate. We are underway. Bottom of the first inning. Max Scherzer on the hill for the Toronto Blue Jays. He's already allowed one man to reach, and currently a 3-0 count here to Julio Rodriguez in the bottom of the first inning, and he walks Julio Rodriguez on 4 pitches. So men on first and second for Mad Max, who is making his first start since September 24th. 4th and 11 nearing midfield, and the Bengals will punt it away again. We've seen okay drives from the Bengals, but nothing to show for it, and now they're going to get flagged for kick catch interference. Don't expect bad teams to do good things, right, Matt?
Well, sometimes you have to. When you bet the NFL, sometimes you have to take some ugly dogs. I try to stay away from the really ugly dogs in college football as much as possible, but in the NFL, sometimes you have to take them. And a lot of times that's where you're going to find value in the numbers with the ugly dogs. But the Bengals had a drive going there, and Chase Brown, you said, just dropped the ball.
Yep.
He's been a big disappointment this season. A lot of this has to do with Joe Burrow being out and the offensive line being bad. But, yeah, that's another bad mistake there by the Bengals, and they gifted the Steelers a penalty on that punt return. All right, what's up with the baseball games? Mad Max is not having an easy top of the first.
He is not, and something that I know Mitch had talked about was maybe look at the Yurfee. I think it was even money or minus 110 both ways when I looked at it. Did not bet it. I did take a little bit on the Mariners, minus $1.30. And Luis Castillo, how about a 7-pitch first inning for Castillo? So far, Mad Max, a pair of walks already issued to Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez. So men on first and second for Jorge Polanco here and the Seattle Mariners. 2-1 is the series lead for the Mariners after losing last night, and certainly a massive pitching edge here this evening with Castillo versus Scherzer.
Just watching Scherzer here in the bottom of the first, by the way, 2 runners on and 1 out. He just doesn't have the same velocity that he used to. He's not running on fumes. Paulie Howard talked about the under outs prop on Scherzer. I think that's going to be a good bet tonight.
11.5 was the number at DraftKings when Paulie discussed that in the first hour of the show. You've got three 41-year-olds in critical spots here tonight. Joe Flacco, Aaron Rodgers, and Max Scherzer. But Scherzer going to get a double play ball off the bat of Jorge Polanco, Matt. So we get a scoreless first inning. He walks a pair of batters, but gets a big double play ball. So the Nerfy cashes there.
That's a little bit surprising. Polanco helped him out. He was struggling right there, and he hits a drive up the middle, but they had him played perfectly, and it's a room service double play. We go to the second in a scoreless game. No hits so far. Dodgers up 3-1. Have a runner on first, 2 outs. Freddie Freeman is on first here, and the Brewers are really up against it at this point, Tim. I thought Milwaukee would be a lot more competitive in this series. Dodgers open minus 215 on the series price. And they're about to go up 3-1 here tonight. They're 3-0. Sorry, they're up 3-1 in this game. About to go up 3-0 in the series, and they're minus 5,000 on the money line. Take back on the Brewers 11-1. How about that money line split? That's good for the bookmaker.
Yeah.
You know, 5,000. You got to take 11-1. Actually, the line just dropped, and I think that might be because the Dodgers are going to make the third out right here. So. It's Tommy Edman at the plate, and he strikes out. So we're going to go to the 9th with the Dodgers up 2, and it's going to be Sasaki coming out of the bullpen for L.A.
He struggled in Game 1 in Milwaukee. We'll see if it is similar. It'll be Andrew Vaughn, Sal Frelick, and Durbin up in the top of the 9th inning. The Brewers trying to look to avoid a 3-0 deficit in the NLCS. Matt, we've got a pretty entertaining college football game going on. Scoring aplenty in East Carolina, Tulsa. I did see that Wes Reynolds, our resident Hoosier, did put in a bet on Tulsa plus 17 tonight over at the picks page. So he is invested in the Golden Hurricane in this spot here tonight. And right now it is a high-scoring affair. The total was 55.5 pre-flop, and it is 24-14 in the first half. So plenty of scoring, and if you have the over, you're off to a good start.
Wes Reynolds a happy man today, too, because Sig is going to keep smoking in Bloomington. Chris Signetti signs a new deal, Tim, and he can take his name off the wish list for all the big-time job openings in college football.
Yep. $11.6 million annually for Kurt Signetti as he is staying in Bloomington. And he said it in a video. I think we might have that video. Corey, I'm going to look back, but sounds like he wants to stay in Bloomington. Here is the head coach, Kirk Signetti, getting a big old pay raise today, and he ain't going anywhere.
My wife, Manette, and I love Indiana University, Bloomington, the state of Indiana, the people we've met. We have very strong feelings about President Whitten and Scott Dolson. And, we've accomplished a lot here in a short amount of time, but still have a lot of work to do. So I couldn't be more proud to be a Hoosier, and I plan on retiring as a Hoosier. And the way that this state has embraced us and our success in football has meant more to me than anything else. So I just wanted to get on camera and let you know that Curt Cignetti is going to work daily to make Indiana the best they can be.
All right, there you go. $11.6 million. Guy was making $677,000 in 2023 at James Madison, and now he's making $11.6 million, the third highest paid coach in college football.
I can tell you right now, there's a lot of other coaches in the Big Ten who saw that today and said, damn, I was hoping he would take the Florida job or some other job, because Curt Cignetti, Indiana was a doormat in the Big Ten for a long time. I don't think the Hoosiers won a bowl game since the early 90s. Tim, think about that.
Yep.
How many bowl games there are. It's not that difficult to win a bowl game. I think New Mexico State has won a bowl game recently.
They did. Didn't they win the Detroit Bowl?
Yeah.
Jerry Kill got a tattoo because of it.
Indiana has not won one since the early 90s, and Cignetti just turns this thing around immediately. He steps on campus and has the magic touch, and it's phenomenal what this guy's done. And I'm sure a lot of other Big Ten coaches were hoping he would leave and Indiana would return to being an easy out and a cupcake for the powerhouses in the Big Ten. That's not going to be the case. He said last year, I watched this clip the other day, and I remember this interview. I think it might have been with Joel Klatt, or I think it was on ESPN Game Day. He said, we're an emerging superpower in college football. I think a lot of people laugh at that. They think Curt Cignetti's just a big talker, and no way Indiana's going to be a superpower in college football. But the Big Ten programs got the money to put behind it. And if you got the right coach, you can be a power. And guess what? Cignetti's the right coach. He's a Nick Saban disciple, and he's the real deal.
By the way, just quick aside, Mookie Betts in the hole, Derek Jeter style, gets a ground ball, goes in the air, and throws it over to first. One hop into the glove of Freddie Freeman, gets Andrew Vaughn running. Hell of a play by Mookie Betts in the hole for the first out of the top of the ninth inning. Not the way you were hoping this inning would start for the Milwaukee Brewers, and they are now 2 outs away. The Dodgers are from being up 3-0 in this series. But yeah, final thought on Cignetti. I mean, it's a really incredible story when you think of the rise of Curt Cignetti. He was on Alabama's staff, as you alluded to, from 2007 to 2010, and then he wanted to be a head coach. He went to Division II, Indiana University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Then he goes to Elon. Then he goes to James Madison, and now the third highest coach in college football. And Indiana, a team that is, 9 or 10 to 1 to win the national championship right now, man.
Yeah, I just made a couple bets a few days ago on the college football national champ. I took Indiana at 10 to 1, thinking the Hoosiers are going to have a bye.
Yep.
And I took Notre Dame at 16 to 1. I know the Irish took a couple early losses, but Tim, they were in those games right to the end. Those aren't two bad losses. And I think from what I've seen, Notre Dame's about as good as any team out there. Obviously, the injuries are going to play a role for all these teams. It's going to be a factor to handicap. The rest of the way, Irish got a couple key injuries. Now we can talk about their game coming up this Saturday.
What's the action been like on Notre Dame USC? Is it a popular dog? It feels like there's a couple popular dogs. Matt Grill, trading manager, DraftKings Sportsbook, will join us top of the hour. We got you updated on NLCS and ALCS action as well.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio.
The defending national champion Buckeyes remain number 1 in the AP Top 25. They're also one of 11 undefeated teams on the season. This Saturday, they head to Wisconsin to take on the Badgers to kick off at 2:30. Ohio State coming off a 34-16 win over Illinois. On the ice Wednesday, the Sabres doubled up the Senators 8-4. The Red Wings beat the Panthers 4-1. Tonight, the Blue Jackets host the Avalanche, while the Penguins visit the LA Kings. Thursday night football Meanwhile, the 4-1 Steelers visit the 2-4 Bengals. Cincinnati is 1-1 at home. The Steelers 2-0 on the road this season. On Pittsburgh's injury report, linebacker Malik Harrison and safety Deshaun Elliott listed as questionable with injuries. Wide receiver Calvin Austin's out. For the Bengals, defensive end Trey Hendrickson is listed as questionable. He suffered a back injury during the loss at Green Bay. Tight end Tanner Hudson is out. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
Big color, bigger savings. It's Sherwin-Williams' biggest super sale. Get 40% off paints and stains October 17th through the 27th with prices starting at $29.39. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
At VEASAN.com, let's talk about how VEASAN can help your business, no matter what its size, win big.
Celebrate in style with the Legacy Club Sunset Package at Circa Resort and Casino. Cozy up by a fire pit, enjoy handcrafted cocktails, and raise a champagne toast as the sun sets over the Las Vegas Valley. With breathtaking panoramic views and an unforgettable atmosphere, it's the perfect setting for any occasion. Legacy Club Rooftop Cocktails. Reserve your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network. This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the sports betting network.
A touchdown taken off the board as holding called on the Pittsburgh Steelers here. We got a home run, Matt. Josh Naylor has just nailed one off of Max Scherzer. Huh? Pretty good, right?
Oh, that was great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Play on words, outstanding. 1-0 Mariners in the bottom of the second.
That was a feisty decision by me to make that play.
Look at this. I'm watching this Bengals defense, and I got to tell you, it's a pathetic performance in terms of they're getting no pressure on the passer. Aaron Rodgers is dancing around like a ballerina in the pocket with no pressure on him whatsoever. And Cincinnati, your favorite defensive coordinator, is going to have to find a way.
Come on home, Al.
To get some heat on the quarterback here, because you cannot continue to play like this anyway.
Come back. Huh? Come back to South Bend, baby.
All right. I don't know why you'd want to coach this defense. Damn. All right, let's talk college football.
All right, before we do that, we got a little business to handle as where do we head right now? Let's see.
Where are the lines changing? And where's the money going? Let's go behind the counter.
Oh, that's right. We go behind the counter. Trading manager, DraftKings Sportsbook, Matt Grill joins us every Thursday to talk some college football as we watch Thursday Night Football, both for the NFL and college. A very exciting game going on right now in the American, East Carolina and Tulsa. But Monster Week, as we have 5 games between ranked teams. It's a very exciting week. All right, Matt, I'll start with the game that I am most interested in. And I am curious because when I put out a tweet earlier this week that Notre Dame was laying 10 at Circa, and you guys are sitting at 9.5, you would have thought that everybody in the world was going to be taking the points with USC, yet the market hasn't really moved. So what do you make this number, and what have you seen from an action standpoint on Notre Dame USC Saturday night?
Hey, guys, glad to be on. And, going back to the intro, guys, what about Naylor hammers one out of the stadium?
Yeah.
For the next guys, USC Notre Dame, which, rumors, persist. This could maybe be the last matchup. I don't know if you saw earlier today, Tim, but looks like, he might have got him off the schedule here, so we'll see what happens there. But, so let's enjoy it while we can. USC going into Notre Dame, and, I can't remember the last time they've gone into South Bend and won this game, guys. It's been quite a long time, I think.
2011.
And you're kind of seeing it here. Yeah, there you go. We're seeing it here, 9.5. We opened this thing 8.5 last week, guys, on the look ahead, and it really hasn't moved much. A little bit of money on Notre Dame. They've been hot, and if you don't look now, but last 3 weeks, the defense has kind of come around. Giving up 13, 7, and 7. So maybe they've turned a corner here, guys, against a couple good offenses. The offense is still humming. A little slow to get going last week against NC State, but they ended up putting up 36. And USC looked really good last week, Matt. The game you were at, that we were both on, laying the 2.5 or the 3, whatever number you got on the Trojans, coming through pretty easily against Wolverine. So they're coming in here hot as well with one of the better offenses in the country. So I think some, like you guys mentioned, might be a little surprised. This is kind of upwards of 9.5 or 10, but I think the number's pretty spot on.
Matt Grill, DraftKings with us, talking college football. All right, let's talk about the Michigan Wolverines next. And, Michigan, I said this on the podcast today with Tim, the Wolverines are who we thought they were. They don't have many playmakers, don't have a lot of speed. They got exposed by USC. Now Michigan comes home here to Ann Arbor in a big spot where Sherrone Moore, the coach, needs to win against Washington. How do you think this game is going to be bet, and how do you handicap the Washington-Michigan showdown in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, man, this is kind of a sleepy game, sleepy good game of the week. Just today, they moved down to 4.5 as Michigan favorite. It was upwards of like 5.5, 6.5 for most of the week, just before moving down now. So we've actually got a little bit of extra money on Washington. It's in our book right now. I'm a little surprised by that. Washington very quietly this year been putting together a very strong season. Obviously came up short against Ohio State. Ohio State's, defense, though, looks otherworldly. But other than that, Washington has been very good and efficient on offense every week. Deron Williams up there playing QB had a really stellar game against, kind of a porous Rutgers defense, but still put up 400 yards plus total offense last week. So he comes in there. This is a game Michigan definitely has to be careful with. Washington, I think Michigan's on upset alert. But, again, just kind of an under-the-radar, sneaky good game. Be sure to tune in for this one because, you're right. If they lose this, Michigan could be kind of staring down the holster with Sherrone Moore there in the coaching hot seat.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Grill once again giving us the latest from behind the counter. Busy college football week ahead as we have another monster showdown, Georgia and Ole Miss. Boy, it was a sleepy spot last week for Ole Miss as they almost lost as a 33-point favorite against Wazoo. Georgia, we were talking about this briefly off air. One play turned the whole game around. That fumble at the goal line changed everything. Georgia turned it around, won the game 20-10. And it looks like you at DraftKings are the only 7 that I see in the market right now. Everything else is 7.5. Have you guys seen some Ole Miss money come across the counter?
Yeah, guys, this game, we had to look ahead 4.5 if we go back a week ago when we opened at 5.5 late Saturday night, up to 6.5 on Sunday. Broke through the 7, like you guys mentioned. We're at 7 right now, a couple other books at 7.5. So pretty split on this one, some opinions either way. So Georgia, I think they've just been a little bit unimpressive this year so far. Ole Miss, of course, kind of breaking through against LSU. But then, as you just said, they really sputtered last weekend. So while they're really lucky they didn't end up losing that game, that would have been really bad. But this is a good one, fellas. And I don't want to call it like a playoff eliminator or anything because Ole Miss, of course, is undefeated. But they got some tough games on the horizon. But Georgia's got to keep winning. They got to get this one. So really no opinion of this game. Like we're sitting right at the 7, but this would be a good one on Saturday.
Right now, DraftKings is at 27.5 on Indiana against Michigan State. What do you make of this whole Curt Cignetti Cinderella story? And I think you have a prop up on the Hoosiers to go undefeated, right?
Yeah, guys, Coach Sig now the third highest paid coach in college football. Just something that just seemed unfathomable a couple of years ago coming over from James Madison. Just the ascent of this guy has been unbelievable, but he's got it. I mean, Indiana's smart to nail him down for a long time now. Keep them relevant. They're a football school now. Who would have ever said that? But laying almost 4 touchdowns to Michigan State this week as they just continue to bludgeon these kind of lesser teams going back all the way to last year. And you just mentioned, Matt, we got a plus 105 to go undefeated the rest of the season. And they're a big favorite to make the playoffs. I think we have minus 2,000 just to make the playoffs. So they're most likely going to be in there for the second straight year. And just a great story to follow week to week and year over year going forward is going to be very interesting for this program.
Matt Groh giving us the latest from behind the counter. Matt, what games for you as a bettor jumped out to you, and what games have you bet so far?
Yeah, guys, I just, this one is just much love like self-torture because I've been luckily only on them one time when they covered it at A&M earlier this year, but Auburn Tigers this week, really like them as like the short underdog, about a 1.5 underdog. Just been completely snake bitten by the SEC officials the last couple of weeks at Oklahoma with the extra man and on the not extra man but like the hidden receiver on the field. And then last week against Georgia, just how like you guys mentioned it, how did they not go up 17-0? They just got screwed over by the officials. Kirby signaling for the fake timeout. So the SEC might know this team a couple, but also let's get a couple other factors to play here. So Auburn's been very good defense. The offense really disappeared that second half against Georgia, but Georgia's so good at those second half adjustments under Kirby Smart. I can't blame them too much. They might be playing for his job this week. If they lose this, they're 0-4 in the conference. Also, Missouri first road game going into a tough environment. So, give me the small home dog. Auburn Tigers, probably my favorite bet of the week.
Favorite bet of the week for Matt Groh, the Auburn Tigers. Our buddy Dan Kuster, a big Missouri fan, and better is not going to like to hear that.
You like Missouri.
Let's get to LSU and Vanderbilt here. Vandy, a 2.5-point favorite at most spots. Vandy now up to a 3-point favorite at DraftKings. You talk about role reversal. First-time favorite against LSU since what year, Tim?
1948.
Grill, what do you think? Is this the right number?
Man, yeah, it's just one you look at, guys, and it's hard to wrap your brain around. But Vanderbilt, they're legit. They're like another Indiana where it's not smoke and mirrors anymore. Clark Lee is getting it done over there in Nashville, and LSU. If you look back, they have not been impressive this year. The offense has sputtered. The defense has been having to hold things together, but they're going up against this Vanderbilt offense who's averaging in the mid-40s here. So I think they're going to get theirs. LSU, I think they're going to kind of break out on offense finally too, but. Lingering questions about Nussmeier's health here. So, at first glance, it doesn't look right. The deeper you look, Vanderbilt probably the deserved favorite here. So this is one, though, where we're going to actually need LSU to, people hopping on the Vanderbilt bandwagon here now in the middle of the season.
Matt, Friday night, we've seen Jeff Brom thrive in this role as a big dog. You think back to 2018, Purdue going and absolutely destroying Ohio State. It's a long list of big-time wins by Jeff Brom in this role, but Miami is just that good. So right now you guys sit at 13.5. Do you think you could see a 14 show up tomorrow? What's the action been like on Canes and Cards tomorrow night?
Yeah, I've been kind of quiet on this game, guys. I think it's going to really pick up tomorrow. Miami, obviously, they just keep taking care of business, looking good. So it's pretty split on this. We're small Louisville fans right now, just in terms of who we need for the for the spread and looking that we're going to actually need an over here, over 50.5 as I look here. So a little bit surprising there, but this thing's just been a rock solid, like 13.5 for about over a week now. So staying a little myself, but definitely going to be watching this one. Good to have some Carson Beck implications for the Heisman, as he pretty much up there as a co-favorite with Ty Simpson now around 3.5 or 4-1 in that range. So going to be have fun as always live trade that one. But yeah, this one obviously, guys, Miami they can afford a loss, but probably don't want to lose as a 2-touchdown favorite.
Matt, always appreciate it, man. Have a great weekend.
Thanks so much, fellas.
There he is, Matt Grill. Hey, just a reminder, VSiN Pro subscribers now have exclusive access to our new AI player prop projections powered by Opta AI, the same trusted brand behind Elite Soccer Analytics. Starting Tuesday for the start of the NBA season, VSiN is offering a free preview of our new player prop projections available for a limited time. VSiN.com/props.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-648-1397 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-648-1397. That's 800-648-1397. What do you have to lose? Call 800-648-1397. Again, 800-648-1397.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
If I could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way
to get inside each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Your home for PAFL football is the iMedia One Network, Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
Affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Hey, VSiN fans, it's your old pal, Brent Musburger. I know what you're thinking. You're driving in your car, listening to VSiN, and you have no way to write down all those pics you're hearing. I have the solution. Become a VSiN Pro subscriber, and you'll get access to every pic from every show. Bill 80 will even send you an email with all of them every morning. Go to VSiN.com to become a pro subscriber and join us on the Sports Betting Network. That's VSiN.com. This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We thought the Bengals scored a touchdown, and now they are going to overturn it. Probably the right call, as Jamar Chase catches a slant across the middle and never fully had control as he rolled around in the end zone. And they have now ruled that incomplete, Matt. So it is still 10-0.
That's the right call. He never had control of it. And when it happened, I said, I'm on the Bengals. I'd love that for that to be a touchdown, but that's not going to be a touchdown catch.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the Bengals are able to take advantage of that. How about the Toronto Blue Jays? 9-hole hitter Jimenez goes yard, and it is now 2-1 Blue Jays. So Luis Castillo gives up a homer, and Andres Jimenez has now hit 2 homers in his last 6 at-bats.
It's a long way to go in this game, and I can guarantee you some Seattle Mariners fans are just sick about how this game is.
There's Jamar Chase.
Well,
that's a catch.
No, it's not, Tim. That might be offensive pass interference.
I think that's going to be defensive
I think it's going to be defensive pass interference, but the Steelers are pointing like it's not going to count. I think it is going to count.
Yeah, I think it's going to count. Yep, defensive pass interference. So Joe Flacco said, all right, go catch this one. As they throw him a ball to the corner, he beats Jalen Ramsey. Ramsey tries to hold him, and Jamar Chase, I mean, I see where Jalen Ramsey is saying, but it was initial grab by Ramsey. So a touchdown, Jamar Chase.
You said it best. It was an initial grab by Ramsey, and that's how Chase was trying to kind of get loose from him.
Right.
Because Ramsey was hugging him, and so that's the right call, defensive pass interference. Ramsey exaggerated the push-off to try to act and get the call. It didn't work. 10-7. Steelers over the Bengals. So the Bengals feisty tonight, Tim.
Working with Matt is a trip. I love it. Jamar Chase with the touchdown, and they lead or trail 10-7. What's the live line, Matt, over there? Are they a feisty dog right now on the live line?
Bengals right now are 7-point favorites in the game.
Did you update that?
No, I'm joking.
Oh.
So the live line is now Steelers -5.5, -330, total of 43.5. Yeah.
Can Luis Castillo get out of this jam, Matt, after giving up the homer in a 2-1 count, 1 out, top of the 3rd inning? So Blue Jays with a 1-run lead, and they've got their 4-hole hitter at the plate against Luis Castillo. Live number right now has the Mariners +148.
Jeez.
So if you think the Mariners could get out of this, this is a pretty good spot to look to back them. By the way, the Dodgers are favorites for Game 4 with Shohei Ohtani on the hill, and they are up 3-0.
I'm going to guess the Dodgers are going to be big favorites in that game. Up 3-0. Most bettors are going to say Dodgers close it out. You got Ohtani on the mound. Brewers' offense has been basically lifeless in this series. I'm going to say Ohtani is -$2. Is the number up?
DraftKings has it -187, so not too far off, Matt, on that number. We don't know the starter for the Brewers either. They won't be able to use Mizorowski. He was really good tonight, and then just kind of ran into a little bit of trouble in his final inning of work. How about this? 1 run, 2 hits. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 run, 4 hits. That's what you've seen so far from the Brewers.
Nothing
in this series.
Not much of anything.
Whole lot of nada. And you got to wonder, too, Jackson Churio, I haven't looked whether or not he's going to be available, as Luis Castillo, by the way, walks the bases loaded.
Tim, this is an unfolding nightmare for the Mariners right here. So you got Castillo on the mound. In his last 6 appearances, 4-0 with a 0.86 ERA. You're at home. You got a 1-0 lead. You got to win a game like this when you got a hot starting pitcher on the mound. And it is going sideways on Seattle right now. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Castillo backed against the wall, and he is down 2-1. If you're a Seattle fan or better, you got to be a little bit sick about the turn this game is taking. This series, too.
Yeah. Josh Naylor with the home run in the bottom of the 2nd. Blue Jays answer with a 2-run shot, and now trying to crack this thing open. If you have confidence that Castillo can get out of this and the Mariners will win this game, how about the Mariners right now north of $2, Matt, with the bases loaded and 1 out, +$2.
That's not a bad bet, actually. What do you think?
I trust in Luis Castillo. I think can get himself out of this jam. Top of the 3rd inning right now in Seattle. Did he get pulled from the game?
I don't think so.
Why'd they go to commercial break?
You know, that's a good question.
They took him out.
He got pulled?
He got pulled.
Oh, boy. I just
Luis Castillo just got pulled from the game after 48 pitches.
I don't think I'll take the $2.
Wow. Gabe Spire will be coming in out of the bullpen here. So Luis Castillo, if you had a prop, Matt, who would go deeper in the game?
Well, the way Mad Max struggled in the 1st inning, Castillo would have been a huge favorite on that.
Yeah. Massive. I think the out props were 14.5 heavily juiced over for Castillo, which has obviously hit the under. And Max Scherzer was 11.5 juiced under, and he's still in the game. 6 outs recorded, 32 pitches for Max Scherzer. 1 mistake, a Josh Naylor home run. He walked 2 batters in the first inning. We got a big double play ball to get out of that jam. All right, back to Thursday Night Football, Matt. Pittsburgh Steelers up 10-7, and Aaron Rodgers, he's airing it out again, Matt, and he's going to air it out to a Cincinnati Bengal. Interception, Bengals, and was he touched?
I don't think he was touched when he was down. We got a return out across midfield into Pittsburgh territory. By the way, there was no pressure once again on Rodgers, 0. And he just overthrew his receiver into double coverage, and it gets picked, and I think that's a live return, Tim. I don't believe he was touched when he hit the ground, do you?
I don't think so. Let's see the replay here. If he wasn't touched, that was a big return. Aaron Rodgers, this is the second time tonight. The first time he nailed
clean pocket
DK Metcalf, and
maybe
by DK Metcalf. He tried to go deep to DK Metcalf, so his teammate touches him. Does DK Metcalf touch him? So he'll go back. Wow. He'll go back down to the 20-yard line. So a big return for not. However, an interception gives the ball back to the Cincinnati Bengals, Matt. And now the Bengals, remember, they kicked off to start this game. They could be in a really good spot here, tying this game up or even taking the lead before half here. So we will see if the Bengals.
Well, that was just a really poor throw by Rodgers. And you're right, he got touched when he was down, so it's going to wipe out about a, 35, 40-yard return there. So it's almost like a punt, Tim.
Yeah.
And Bengals offense is going to start around their own 25, 4:15 to go. What the Steelers wanted to do there was grind out a drive, run this clock down, and not give the ball back to Cincinnati before the half. And that backfired. Rodgers trying a deep shot, and Bengals pick it off. You know what? The way the Steelers offense has been moving, Tim, they don't need to take that deep shot. There've been huge holes there when they're trying to run the ball. A lot of these short throws have been open, and there's no pressure on the passer. So that was really a needless gamble there by Aaron Rodgers, and that's the type of mistake that a veteran quarterback can't make.
Almost, he felt like he was taking those Cam Hayward comments to heart. Mm-hmm. Oh, you think it's the icy hot bowl? Let me unleash the arm here for you. Well, his first throw to DK Metcalf was great. Deep one down the sideline on their first scoring drive of the game where they hit Jonnu Smith. Once again, shout out Ryan Kramer. As Chase Warren with a big hole, or Chase Brown, I beg your pardon, with a big hole and a big run. The Bengals inside the 40-yard line here, Matt.
What's that, about a 40-yard run by Chase Brown right up the middle, untouched? What this is
he
from
heard you talking junk. Said he ain't good.
Well, he was having a poor game before this. Brown breaks a couple tackles right up the middle. It's 25.
37 yards.
37, yep.
74 yards on the ground so far for Chase Brown.
That can't happen if you're the Steelers defense. Tim, tell us about this first bet deal if you can.
Well, I'm glad you teed me up for that, Matt. First Bet and VSiN have teamed up with a special offer, and today is the final day to take advantage of it. Open and deposit into a new First Bet account and get up to a $250 sign-up bonus with the promo code VSiN250. Then place $100 in wagers within your first 30 days, and you'll unlock a full year of VSiN Pro, a $240 value. If you're already a subscriber, well, guess what? We'll extend your subscription another year. For more information, go to first.com/VSiN. That's 1st.com/VSIN.
We've got a situation in Seattle, bases loaded, 1 out, and a full count here, Tim, and a lefty-on-lefty matchup, and that the 2-2 pitch just missed the corner, so we got a full count. Let's see what the Mariners can do with this. It's going to be ball 4. Oh, boy, this is really, really, really going sideways on Seattle.
Top of the third inning. Blue Jays now 3-1 lead, and Luis Castillo already has been removed from the game. Man.
Wow.
Home field has meant so far, not to say that the Mariners can't come back and you're facing a pitcher who hadn't pitched in almost a month, but home field so far in the series has meant nada. First 2 games go to the Seattle Mariners in Toronto, and now game 3, that one goes to Toronto. Toronto up 3-1. Who knows what it'll be when we come back from break. Cincinnati on the move here after the Aaron Rodgers interception. Ball placed at the 30-yard line of the Steelers, and we will see where this Bengals team will be.
Big play for the Bengals.
As T. Higgins
touchdown
into the end zone. As we go to break, the Bengals in the lead over the Steelers.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk.
What is dedication?
I am the father of a 9-year-old little girl and a 6-year-old little boy, and I find fatherhood both relentlessly challenging and relentlessly rewarding. My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much, from the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. It really is so special, and boy, is it exhausting. One thing that I fear about being a parent is the future for my children. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings. But I'm also hopeful that the future holds a more inclusive and compassionate world for them.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You could ask on your couch while you binge watch.
Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the JED Foundation.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Whether you're commuting, working out, or just catching up, VEASAN lets you take the action with you wherever and whenever you want. Search VEASAN on your favorite podcast platform and get in on the action with VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Coming up on the next edition of Follow the Money, we'll preview the entire Week 7 slate. Ton of props. We have some weather games and the big matchups in college football. Chuck Edel with his best bets. Mike Somich with picks and props. 2 baseball playoff games. Join us. Follow the Money, 4 to 7 Eastern on VEASAN. The Sports Betting Network, now Sirius XM Channel 158. Check out the website for all the betting tools and analysis, and get the VEASAN Watch app.
This is VEASAN Primetime on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
As we went to break, Matt Humans, touchdown Bengals, 14-10. Cincinnati with the lead is another divisional dog, home dog, barking tonight. We will see, but the Bengals 14-10 lead. We saw a touchdown from Jamar Chase, now a touchdown from T. Higgins, and you think those two guys?
Look at this!
Was it out? They're gonna say he was down on the ground.
The way that ball popped out of there,
It was a direct recovery by Cincinnati. So if this is challenged, Cincinnati could gain possession.
We need the opposite camera view here because we were shielded. His knee's going to be down, right?
I don't think that ball is moving. Yeah, so ruling on the field was that Warren was down on the ground as he fumbled. The Bengals did recover, but it looks like the refs did make the right call in that one. We're going to talk to the professor coming up in 15 minutes. Aaron Moore.
Get his thoughts on the Colts-Chargers game and some college football best bets. There's a first down by the Steelers. They're out near midfield with about 2 minutes to go. That errant throw by Aaron Rodgers who got picked off is going to be costly for the Steelers. They had a chance to basically, it was a 4-minute drill, right? You want to run that last 4 minutes off the clock, not give the ball back to the Bengals and score before the half, and he takes a needless gamble there and a deep shot, and it was a really poor throw, got picked off. And how about the Bengals turning that into 7 right away? So we got a game tonight in Cincinnati, Tim. We definitely got a game. The Steelers right now 1.5-point favorites, minus 145. The live total at DraftKings up to 50.5.
That high? That's a little high.
It seems a little high, yeah.
I would probably look towards the under in that one. And I think the Bengals, the way that they're playing, I don't know if I'd play the Steelers at minus $1.45. Not to say the Steelers can't win this game, Matt, but...
Well, I hope it plays out the way we talked about it in the pregame. I hope this is decided by a Chris Boswell field goal and the Bengals cover. If the Steelers get the win, that would be okay with me. I have a bet on the Steelers to win the AFC North from the preseason, so...
Yeah, that would be... it's always great to get a double result like that. Happened to me, fortunately, over the past weekend. Missouri, I had them plus 3.5. I have Alabama to make the playoff. Landed 3. Alabama wins. They're now minus 425 to make the playoff, and Missouri gets the cover. I want to go back to something real quickly, as we got a lot going on. Quick update from the ALCS, as the Toronto Blue Jays do get 3 runs in total. However, the Blue Jays or the Mariners have to feel good that they were able to get out with minimal damage with the bases loaded and 1 out and 3 runs already home. So out of the bullpen came Gabe Spire, and he was able to, he walked the first batter he faced, then struck out the final 2, Matt. So 3-1, bottom the 3rd inning. Would you potentially look at the Mariners here against Max Scherzer at plus 163?
I'm not going to do anything with this. Actually, I've not had a good read on what's going to happen in this Blue Jays Mariners series. You know, with you didn't expect Seattle off that marathon game to close out the ALDS to go on the road to Toronto and win 2 in a row, and then you seem to have a stranglehold on the series. You're going to go back home up 2-0, and I don't know. I wanted to bet. I bet the Blue Jays in Game 2 and lost. So I wanted to come back with the Blue Jays in Game 3, but I said, okay, maybe it's just not their series. And, of course, they won Game 3. So sometimes, Tim, sometimes you get a really good read on a series or a team. Other times you don't have a good read at all. And I have not had a good read on this Toronto. See, I'm going to pass on
Randy Arozarena gave one a decent drive, but not deep enough. 1 out, bottom 3, man on first. Max Scherzer has now recorded 7 outs in this game. His prop was 11.5. They're actually showing it right now on the broadcast. Scherzer, Rodgers, and Flacco, as they are all in action tonight.
Senior moments.
All north of 40.
40, Mad Max 41, Rodgers 41, Flacco 40. And actually the 40-year-olds are playing pretty well tonight, aside from that Aaron Rodgers interception.
Matt, we got a lot of college football that we discussed on the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts. A robust week. I actually had to scratch a couple games off. I'll have some smaller bets on them, but we'll see how it plays out. Couple ugly dogs on there, but it was interesting, Matt. We went through the 5 big games, the big games, right? The games with ranked teams, and we had no bets on any of the first 5 notable games, as we had to go a little bit further down the board. But of the 5 games with ranked teams involved, which one to you intrigues you the most, and which one do you think you might get involved with from a betting standpoint?
Okay, I'm going to say which one intrigues me the most would be USC Notre Dame.
Okay.
Just watching the Trojans last week and believing that they were going to take out Michigan, and that happening the way I thought it would. I had somebody ask me yesterday, God, doesn't that line look high? Do you want to bet USC? And I said, nah, not really. I think the line's about right. This is a totally different matchup than the Michigan game the previous week. Michigan does not have much speed. Don't have many playmakers. Tim, the opposite is true of Notre Dame. Irish have a lot of speed, playmakers, and they got a legit defense. Also, where have Lincoln Riley's troubles come? They've come on the road, not at home at the Coliseum in a big game last week that I thought was the spot where you had to bet USC. I don't feel that. I don't feel as strongly about it this week, not at all, even with the number up to 10. So to me, that's probably the most intriguing game of the week. And by the way, I just bet Notre Dame at 16-1 to win the college football playoff. I know I could have had a better number over the summer, or even a better number after they lost their second game. I did tell you after the Irish lost their second game that they were going to win 10 in a row and be a playoff team. So I had to put my money behind that, even though I was a little bit late. That was the best number I could find in the market a few days ago. I like this Notre Dame team. I know there's a couple of injuries you can harp on right now, but football is a game of attrition. Every team's got injuries. And if you want to look for excuses with anything, you're going to be able to find it. I don't think the injuries that the Irish have are any worse than what any other team's taking right now. Is not going to hold this team back. And I do like the defensive improvement we've seen from Notre Dame as well.
I don't disagree. I think the reason I bet them over the summer, Matt, I thought the number was a bit off. The Westgate Superbook posted 30-1 on Notre Dame to win the title, so I felt like I had to play it at that price.
That's a good number.
I think
really
the upside on this Notre Dame team is national championship level. When you think about, look, I don't know, and I think you've talked to some people that have them relatively high. Gil was telling me that some